and I'm not, cause today I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears but no face. Oh, and I'll show you a heart full of fire. I can never fight it. I'll show you what I'm made of. What I'm made of. Yeah. I'll show you what I'm made of. I'll show you.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we doing dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, now we throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh. gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
Trip, keep with no up. Drinking my cup, pour some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop. Iced out, I'm too hot. Fly stain on my block. Rolling that green, don't stop. When you're rolling in green, they flop. Look at my ride, too clean. Interior Krispy Kreme. Roll around with the team. Better get with the regime. I don't do no pretending. Take you to new dimensions. Shawty all in my mentions. Shawty won't give me inches. With a bossy baby, I'll get you frosty, baby. Don't care what it costs me, baby. I'm feeling flossy lately. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce. I got that drip, keep with no up. Drinking my cup, pour some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop. 4 AM and I can't feel my face, yeah. Pour me up some more, a bubble, yeah. Nothing new to me, so if you trust me, I can make you love me. Baby, do you love me? You love me. You with me, know you on the right track. Drop a couple bands and get it right back. I'm just dripping black diamonds and Louis. These niggas like ooey. I'm so bad and bougie, it's a movie, yeah. Count my wins so I don't take a loss. Baby, can you handle me like Kyrie with the cross? I don't like no boy and you know I cut you off. Katie with the block, too shady with the ops. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce. I got that drip, can't with no up. Drinking my cup, pour some rock.
Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Why I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, do another
a smile, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I am, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, 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 I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me?
I'm alone, only know myself no more. Take it to the grave, I'm a ghost. I know I can be so cold. In the dark, where I like to keep my heart. No more bite, no bark. Like to catch you way off guard. I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. I'm alive, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize and I throw you to the side? And am I really that bad if I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad? Only care about a bad in control. That's how I like it, and I'm and take you somewhere far away.
Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said.
I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. But I'm dead, you know what's up in your head. Watch it feel you full of dread till you go. Bang, bang, you can do anything. No fear, no pain. Listen to your brain go. Go stupid, go dumb, go stupid, and then we go insane. Whoa. Just do what I say, follow me all the way.
Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said.
I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Life, but I'm dead, my voice up in your head. Watch it feel you full of dread till you go.
Should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali go to work. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 than a buffet, 죽여주잖아 like a buffet. 누가 감히 on my outfit? 그 문 열지 마, that's a rock day. 당겨 on your mark 'cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking back. 부르마 on message monopoly. 눈종이 돈이나 remoney 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. The mission 눈을 못 떼, 못해 그래 너도 get it 'cause I got it different.
All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep, though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, and it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's for gold. Get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in the mold. I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say. Making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling at my feet. 조용히 몸이 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해, queen. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep, though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, and it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的味道，不断往前，Oh you never way down。This is how I do it every day。Wow wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走，Give it need more。No, I got it so deep, though. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and it's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Coming at you live, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do.
I switch key, I'll let your face off, disappear. I'm your eraser, aim the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. 나쁜데 turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와, 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아, 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 달리 유도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, 'cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아, 나는 내 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye, 믿어봐. 그만큼 크게 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해, 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane.
Coming at you live, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do.
It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, know it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me come and get out of the way. Back in this lane, back in this lane. Back and I'm better and ready to stay.
for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the best. All of my friends.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. I'm the coldest, get it done in freezing rain. When I get in my zone, I can feel it in my veins. I go tunnel vision, ain't nobody that can stop me. I'm legendary, they just want the jersey on my body. Put up in numbers, people trying to say they love me. Work out every summer, cause the winter gon' get ugly. Feel like the world against me got me going even harder. Take off like a rocket, I'ma snap it like I'm hearted.
When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it.
I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice.
Boy, don't lie, do or die, it's my time. 14 inches, put it all on the line. I'm a big boss, yeah, I do it, I decide. I really run this, you just running out of time. I'm pushing a rock, when I dish it, it's a dime. But it's a decline, but I'm still in my prime. All this hard work, only right that I shine. All I know is grind, put in over time. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it. When I go beast, how you gonna stop it? When I see the blitz, I just call an option. I'ma take my time, never leave a pocket. Man, it's not nice, so don't even try it.
I'm really getting to it day and night. I'm really in the game, I live that life. Fake them left and then I take them right. I ain't going out without a fight. I put on a show under the lights. Love it when they say my name on the mic. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice. Highlight play, make them wanna show it twice.
You know who it is, come and run again. You want a dose of this, right now it's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blaze, 소리처럼 나 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag, yeah, yeah, yeah. And when I start to talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 래퍼. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this?
Let's go!
See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아. 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm trouble and you running it, I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name, ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We so tough.
Matter of fact, we creeping, now we sneaking. Enemy highs, we be seeking. Lurk at the waters and bushes, oh man. Cold eyes, we deepen. All of you die, one at a time. Those are the facts, we don't talk dice. Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it climb.
There's nothing you can do. RNG are your nightmare.
Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up.
Welcome back to MSI 2022 in Busan, South Korea. Today is the final day of groups, the last two spots in the Rumble stage up for grabs. T1 obviously looking safe, but right behind them, we have a fight between Dead Nation Focus Me, Team Ace, the Saigon Buffaloes. Who will make it? It all comes down to this. Once again, we're back at the Analyst Desk. I'm Quickshot, joined by Augs and Raz. It has been a long week. It is an early morning for us. Augs, you're excited for the last day of groups?
Absolutely. I think this is a banger group. We have that fight for second, which is super exciting. I think it's a hard one to call.
Yeah, and I wouldn't count out Team Ace too. I feel like they're going to be the team that plays spoiler of one of these teams here.
I mean, it's going to be a difficult day for them. A lot to improve from what we saw in the first round robin. Before we get to today's matches and games, though, we have finalized both Group B and Group C. So I want to take a brief moment to summarize the Group C standings. G2 went undefeated 8-0. Order unable to pick up any of the games whatsoever. And Raz, EG, very clearly better than Order. Not really able to get those final steps over G2. So when we look ahead to Rumble, there's some development and improvement needed.
Yeah, sadly not able to take one, as you mentioned, but it felt like it was getting closer and closer, and they were getting closer to their team identity that we last left them in spring finals. So looking forward to seeing what they can do in Rumble.
Yeah, I think a big thing is EG started to play a bit more like they did in the playoffs, right? Started to lean more on Danny being that teamfight carry, which is so instrumental. And, you know, they still go to the Rumble stage. If they can take lessons from this, it should set them up well.
And it's this guy in front of your screen, the LAC MVP, and also Jojo Pyong getting a little better throughout the series. But for me, it was Inspired. That was like the standout performer of the group on Evil Geniuses.
I mean, definitely the case. And I want to see whether or not Danny can find a larger impact with his team. When I saw that Jinx locked in against G2 yesterday, I got a little nervous.
Yeah.
Then I got very nervous when G2 threw with Baron, but it wasn't enough. And I think for Evil Geniuses, some development, some work to be done. I'm very excited to see what G2 can do as well against the other first seeds from the group, especially in that mid lane matchup. Talking about that, let's talk a little bit more about the fact that, you know, Caps was really popping off. We went full claps, really shining all day long.
That for me was the most fun about this one. I saw this one on front page of Reddit. The fact that Evil Geniuses are like, yeah, that's a kill. Vulcan not going to take it from him, but Caps being able to outplay this. And he was so close to being able to take the kill on towards Vulcan too. He's just such an exciting player to watch.
And I feel like, you know, expectations were high for him when we saw him perform in playoffs in the LEC, but he has just met those expectations. It feels like he's even risen. He has been dominating the mid lane.
Yeah, and it's all forms of play too. It's not just on the high mechanical plays like the LeBlanc and the Silas. The Anivia and was one pick that stood out to me. I think the Galio as well. Like, he can play really anything that the team needs from him.
Yeah, a lot of creativity, a lot of experimentation in some ways, and of course, that man over there definitely coming back for the title. Let's turn our attention to Group B yesterday. RNG and PSG Talent, they both advanced to the Rumble stage. RNG, undefeated, technically 9 games, officially 6-0. But I mean, phenomenal, dominant performance. And PSG, they had to work for that spot because Candidates and Wildcards, they really were competitive between the three of them.
Yeah, I think PSG definitely ramped up, but there was such a fight for that second seed. The fact that they did end up dropping that game to Red Canids, who are now out. But man, RNG, the gap in their game between them and PSG seemed massive.
RNG and T1, in my head, the most likely finalists.
Yeah.
We need to see how G2 match up against them, but RNG, they've got something to prove.
Yeah, and for RNG, the fact that I felt like when they played their final 3 games, you know, there's going to be some wear and tear, but they showed a little bit of kind of new picks for themselves. I love the fact that when the first pentakill was wiped out, Gala said, I can do one better on the Kaisa, right? We talked about it a little earlier on. So it's just fun to see them play and dominate in early laning phase and be such a strong team fighting team.
It is terrifying to see them play. Now I cannot wait to see them in the Rumble stage. I want to give everybody at home just a quick reminder of the 4 teams that have qualified already. Evil Geniuses, G2, PSG, and RNG.
Starting to fill up.
We'll be adding 2 more teams today. Augs, what are you most interested in seeing when you look at these 4 teams in Rumble?
I mean, I just have to say RNG against G2. I think the problem with Group C is that there was a very clear gap between like EG and Order, but also between EG and G2. I don't think G2 have been tested yet.
Yeah, and from that list, the funniest thing is that like T1's not listed. We all know T1's going to be listed.
One win.
It's like that dong from Undertaker. Everyone, the moment you know he's officially in, the rest of the teams that are confirmed in Rumble stage are going to be fretting.
And the thing that I absolutely love, T1, RNG, G2, all former MSI champions looking to pick up another title. Let's turn our attention towards the battle of the day, however, for the final 2 spots in that Rumble stage, as the teams in Group A will be hitting the Rift.
저희가 작년에 4강에서 떨어진 것이 같아요. 저희가 스프링 때 좀 더 동기부여를 가지고 열심히 할 수 있는 계기가 된 것도 어느 정도 있는 것 같고요. 개인적으로는 가장 강한 T1이냐고 물어보면 결과가 보여줄 것 같습니다.
공격적이라고 해도 분명 실수가 나올 거고 그 실수를 잘 캐치해서 저희가 게임의 흐름을 주도적으로 할 수 있도록 준비를 잘 하겠습니다.
La última partida que tuvimos contra T1 no fue muy buena, pero siento que podemos dar pelea y
Taki và Sorin gắt nóng lòng để đụng độ Gumayusi và Keria.
Bọn em đã chuẩn bị rất là kỹ.
계속 무패를 할 수 있도록 노력하고 있습니다.
全然なんというか不安はないですね。
Si tú puedes obtener una oportunidad y explotarla, que la puede ganar al final.
Càng quyết tâm đem hết nhiệt huyết để thi đấu hết khả năng của mình.
여기는 우리나라고 우리 고향인 만큼 압박이 되진 않고 이제는 이길 차례입니다.
Yet another phenomenal video. Today, stoic, serious, contemplative, and it's going to be a tough task. I mean, Faker doing a lot of chatting there. If you ask me if this is the best T1, the results will speak for themselves. Let's talk a little bit about the three teams most likely competing for those final two spots in Rumble. Of course, Team A's, they've got a lot to prove, so we'll get to them later in the day, but I want to start with the currently undefeated T1. 3-0 in the group. They're also undefeated throughout the entirety of 2022. And of course, the very first video we saw at the beginning of MSI where Faker said, you know, T1, we're back. He said, I never left.
He never left, and also the result is currently speaking for themselves. Like, the fact that he and the team is just simply not losing should be something that's scary. And it's not as if we look towards what's happening in the bot side of the map, this is what happened versus Detonation from Focus Me, but when they went up against Saigon Buffaloes, sure, they were losing early on the bot side of the map, but it did not matter. The rest of the team can carry. Anyone on this team can carry. And I'm waiting for that one game that, like, hey, we can look towards the top lane from Zeus, and he can come on in his Gangplank and be a terror on the map.
And I want to give a huge shout out to Ona, right? We had the all-star team in the LCK. He was the only member of T1 not to get voted for that, and then came back in the finals to get MVP. And honestly, he has been my MVP for T1 so far in this tournament. Such a strong performer, consistently finding advantages, consistently performing in those skirmishes, and really driving this team forward.
One of the things I've enjoyed watching the three games T1 play thus far is they seem to be having fun. Like, there's a looseness to their game that's enjoyable. Will Ona play Vi again?
We could see it. Honestly, I'm going to say it, like, I'm not sold on the pick, but he did make it look like viable. He made it work.
I think he will. I think we will see a second Vi. If a jungler is playing as well as he is, he gets the green card. If he's going to say, hey, I want to pick Vi here, coach says, say less.
Well, T1, of course, favorite to top the group. Coming in right behind them, Saigon Buffalo. They're fighting to continue that VCS legacy. The very first game where we did see the bottom lane jumping onto Gumayusi and Keria, really pushing them to the limit. Saigon Buffalo right now 1 game ahead of Detonation Focus Me, but that is a hard-fought game. It's a slightly sloppy game. So for Saigon, I want to see some cleaner play from them. And also, I want to see how they're going to channel T1 again.
Yeah, and remember, Saigon Buffaloes, if we're just talking about the history of the VCS, they've had such a large impact at international events. You know, we've seen the Gigabyte Marines and Levi, and I feel like people only see this team or this region as a one-team region. That is not the case.
No, it's not. And of course, because Saigon Buffalo, they're technically the second seed from the VCS. Gigabyte Marines are playing Southeast Asia games. We saw the clips there. Like Levi, Gigabyte Marines, those are the names everyone knows, but Shogun and the Buffaloes, they have proven that they can play the VCS style here on the international stage.
And this is such a young roster, and to not win your region but then come here and perform so well gives me such hope for the region as a whole.
Yeah, and it's not the first time we saw the Buffaloes with Zeros when back in actually when they were playing in Vietnam in last MSI. And they're the team, the organization that took down G2 way back when.
Yeah, definitely the case. I mean, storied region, storied team. Very impressive thus far. Saigon Buffalo 2-1 in the group, and the team is standing in their way. That's maybe going to cause them some headaches. Detonation Focus Me. This is the most dominant, most successful LJL team ever. And of course, we saw them make Worlds groups last year. You know, surprising, impressing, developing. The LGL consistently getting better and better. but they're down. So today they need to show it again by taking down VCS.
Exactly, and prove a point not to the fans in their region, but to the world, that even if they've lost Gang, of course, he ended up going to the Korean military and losing Arya to the LCK, they can still do it and go further than they did in the last. Look at the thumbs up from Evie. And you heard from him coming into today off his point saying that, like, he doesn't feel intimidated at all.
Yeah, and honestly, this team has done so much for the region on the international stage, but also attracted so many international fans, given the team so much respect, you know, getting access to higher level scrims as a result of their performance, and I hope they can continue that.
I mean, the geographical location really helps them out. They have the ability to play VCS, PCS, LCK, LPL.
Yes.
You know, they're surrounded by everyone, and I think that's partially why DFM are doing so well. Very quick hit, just before we do move on. Team Ace is the team that now is the huge underdogs. The 0-3, stylistically, it's a big mismatch. We'll dive deeper into that in a little bit. But for Team Ace, they've had a couple days to improve. We need to see some big changes if they want to try and surprise.
We really do, and it really is, I know we'll talk about it soon enough, but the early game.
Yeah.
For this team, it's been about their bot lane, and it hasn't been about anything, as they've been stumbling on all fronts. And so for this team, it's on for them to just have the best showing possible for their fans at home.
Let's find out if there's going to be any surprises today, Rez. I certainly hope so. The games that we have on the docket today will be on your screen in just a moment. And a reminder that if there are any tiebreaker games, they will be played after the regularly scheduled matches conclude. And there is a maximum mathematical amount of 2 tiebreakers possible depending on the results, and we'll keep you up to date as the results start to come in. But for anyone tracking, 1 T1 win versus DFM in that second game will lock them into the Rumble stage. I think that is the expected result. Let's see if DFM can surprise. And before we dive into our pre-match, let's focus on the featured matchup of the day. It is presented by Mercedes-Benz. Shogun versus Unipon, the rookie versus the veteran, and they'll face off in Game 3.
Shogun has lived up to his name and absolutely dominated in his last game against the representatives from the LJL.
It's going to be a flip. Seal's going to go. He can't get it. Shogun shuts it down. Yaharong is trying to make it happen. And Shogun is going off in these team fights.
For this player and this team specifically that came in second in their region, they seem determined to keep the fight for second in Group A interesting.
Oh, hold on. Oh, that's a big calling though. Unipon now. No W left. It might have been a bait. It looks like genius. This Shogun just takes out Unipon.
Unipon has been a familiar face at international events and finally broke through Groups last Worlds.
やっぱりいろいろすごい若いチームだとそのアグレッシブにいろいろもうおじけづかずにやってくるってことは結構あると思うんですけど、まあ僕たちはすごいそれに冷静に対処してやっていきたいなって思ってます。
In the wrong way is there's Evigan with the flip, and Viego's gonna find the double kill.
In this featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, it is a battle to see who will get out of Group B.
Oh, excellently voiced over there,
Who did that?
Raz. Now,
great job.
Give me the TLDR, the rookie versus the veteran, Unipon versus Shogun. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Unipon was the OG of Detonation Focus Me. When the LJL first came through and Detonation Focus Me became that team, it was Unipon in the bot lane that was really holding it down, and so it was 10 plus years for him, and he's going up against a player that is really such a young face in the scene.
I've got to say, like, domestically, I don't think Shogun particularly stood out, especially they didn't even win their regional finals, but they have been such a pleasure. Him and Taki just constantly challenging in these bot lane 2v2s and doing it successfully against what everyone views as the best bot lane in the world.
Yeah, and I mean, for Taki, actually, I remember reading in an interview the fact that he was kind of being compared as the carrier of Vietnam because of how creative he can be, right? But he doesn't want to be known as the carrier of Vietnam. He just wants to be known as Taki.
Yes.
Like, talking about being on an international stage and just being known, the same can be said for Shogun, and he's really making a name for himself in all of these incredible moments, the Lucian play that he had.
And look at these statistics, Raz. Look at Shogun.
Oh my
Plus
goodness.
1.4k gold at 14, 35% kill share. Significantly high damage per minute as well. That will be Game 3. That's going to be a very exciting battle for that third place. But let's remind each other, the last time these two teams faced off against one another, it was the Buffaloes that came out on top, but it was also a lot of action around the top lane, right?
Yes, there was a lot of action in the top lane. It was Detonation Focus Me that were setting up for dives. Hasmet hated his life as he started 0-3 in this game, and it felt like it was all but over. But the man had a strong mentality, because if he tapped to the bottom side of the map, it was actually Shogun and Taki that were doing really well.
And critically, that came to fruition in the team fight. So we saw Shogun on that Lucian able to do so much. And it felt like the Urgot, despite being ahead, just wasn't able to find the same windows, wasn't able to deliver as effectively.
Yeah, it was just so fun to watch. And I feel like it was those critical moments in the mid lane where, you know, Shogun opening up on his ultimate on towards Yutapon and eviscerating him. It was those really back and forth team fights that the LJL's representative and Detonation Focus Me are going to look back and say, we just need to perform better in those moments.
Both teams, I think, will want to be a little bit cleaner today.
Yes.
We'll see if they can. Before our first game, let's hear from Team Aces straight on their MSI journey so far.
Siento que no estamos jugando como venimos jugando normalmente en nuestra región y nos sentimos bastante presionados, diría, nerviosos. Tenemos que hacer algo para cambiar eso. Castigan cosas que en nuestra región no te castigan y te obligan a mejorar mucho más rápido de lo que tienes que mejorar en tu región. Entonces, podemos hacer mucho más de lo que estamos haciendo ahorita. Entonces, todavía quedan 3 juegos en los que podemos ganar y aún está decidido el grupo. Aún pueden pasar muchas cosas en las cuales podemos clasificar, pero tenemos que encontrar la manera de jugar bien y seguros. Si bien los resultados han sido un poco caóticos, pues siento que aún podemos hacerlo.
I'm very appreciative that Straight from Team Ace was able to comment and mention that, you know, teams here in this group stage are able to punish things that, you know, they don't get punished for back from their own region and their home league. And of course, for our first game of the day, it's do or die for LATAM Hopefuls Team Ace. They're facing off against the Rumble chasing Saigon Buffalo. And for Team Ace, I only have things that need to get better. This team has struggled so far at MSI. They really need to stabilize their early game. And you'll see in a moment that at 14 minutes, their average gold deficit is minus 6,000. This is a team that is getting bullied, that is getting rushed, but it is a stylistic mismatch because all 3 of their opponents, much stronger, much faster.
Yeah, and it's been really tough, as you've mentioned, just from step 1 in having good early skirmishes. Their strong point domestically has been 5 kid and straight in the bot side of the map, but they've just been losing 2v2s consistently. And I looked at Dimitri and Lonely in the top side of the map, and it's just been really unlucky how those skirmishes have worked. So they just need to review that and just get better in the first 5 minutes.
And I feel like we haven't been able to see what this team showed domestically because they haven't got to that part of the game. They've just been shut down early. And I think if we're looking at anyone to step up and deliver, it has to be Dimitri. He has to be able to mitigate that early pressure and just make sure the team doesn't fall behind so far.
I mean, we see the stats on your screen. We're less than a minute to pick some bans. It is a tough task to just say, get good at early game. I think draft can help, and I do think if Dimitri's able to be in the right place, the right time, the right prep, that can help too.
That's why these days, coming up until today's games, were important. Or just reviewing some of the VODs.
Yeah.
Because when they went up against T1, so many of those fights were on a knife's edge in the early game. And obviously those stats, because of it, are going to look egregious. But it is just small tweaks in those early games that will make the difference.
Just don't opt into too many early skirmishes. Try and track the enemy jungle, support your lanes, crashing waves, defending from dives, and hope you can get to the stage of the game where you can contest.
Let's see whether or not Team Ace can pull off this miracle comeback today as we leave it to our casters for the final day of MSI 2022 group stage.
Thank you, Quickshot and Raz, and of course, Ox there on the desk. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and we're going to be breaking down the first 4 games of the finals. Well, not the finals, but the final series of this group to see who does make it on to the Rumble stage. Will be pretty interesting to see. I think everybody's looking at T1 as #1, but who else is going to get out of this group?
Yeah, we have RNG with a 6-0 finish, or 9-0, and you look at G2, 8-0 finishing out their group. T1 could be the 3rd team to have a undefeated record here in MSI 2022's group stage. But now, this first game between A's and Saigon Buffalo, we're jumping right into the draft here. And there was a lot of discussion about A's early game stats, -6,000 at 14, no Dragons, no Heralds, but it's a very early game focused group, and they are, right now, the weakest team in it, so those stats to kind of reflect that. I think kind of trying to shore up some of their early game plays, not necessarily be more aggressive, play more around early game in draft, but actually play more defensively and slower, understand their opponent's teams are weaker than they are, or actually they are weaker than their opponent's team, or their opponent's teams in the early game.
Yeah.
And then take that and play a little bit safer. I think that is definitely a way to go. Play more towards the late game. Don't get bullied early.
Yeah, I mean, something has to change in the early game. That is for sure for Team Ace here. Saigon Buffalo, they recently took that win over DFM, and I think that was a huge win, obviously, because that is their main competitor to get out of the group. As we are taking a look at this, we are going to have first pick Lee Sin coming in here for Dimitri, so wanting to get out here aggressively. The bans, you know, a lot of stuff we've been seeing actually over the last couple of days. These two teams have definitely been paying attention to the other groups as well.
Yeah, I love to see the Lucian ban here from A's as well, so that the 2v2 on the bottom side, which arguably is their weakest lane in a matchup like this, is not going to be a snowbally one. But we will see the Tristana coming through right away in this draft. The Viego, of course, is going to be great into the Lee Sin. Can have a lot of power in those soul lanes if you can set up gankable lanes, get that priority. So really, out of the gates here, we're seeing Saigon Buffalo sticking to their style.
Yeah, pretty cool to see, as thinking about a Jhin, but actually over to the Samira. Could be the choice here if you want to start skirmishing against that Tristana when she does jump in. As what are they going to pick alongside of this? Wouldn't be surprised to see a mid lane pick and try to get things going for them. Unless they want to prioritize something like a Leona or a Nautilus alongside of the Samira.
I think the Leona, Nautilus, or Alistair, which is really common with the Samira, are the best options here for straight, and the Alistair will get locked in here. You have the ability to shut down the aggression in the bottom 2v2, and you have a lot of mid-game power in this Samira when she hits her ultimate, when she hits her immortal shield bow with this comp so far.
And the Silas was a pick that you and I were expecting to see more of. With the TF ban, it does lose a little bit of prio, but he was looking at a Alistair, a Lee Sin, a couple of ults that would have been fantastic for him to steal, but instead, he is going to go for more of the team playmaker in the Galio. I suppose this could be flexed to the bottom side. We could see that coming in. I think Galio's pretty good, especially against some melee supports, but we'll have to see where that does go.
Gwen is banned, so banning Jace here is you know, an interesting option to go for. It's one of the more blindable top lanes right now in this meta. The Camille taken off the board, taking that away from Hazmet. He's been very good at this champion so far this event, and of course domestically. And I guess this could just be for topside bans here, trying to eliminate some comfort. Obviously, Saigon Buffalo will have the counter pick in that R5 slot. It's a little bit less important for them to go down that path.
We'll have to wait and see what does get banned here. Alongside of this, the Silas is, in fact, going to be banned. So they do not want to give that over, and it seems like they don't want to pick that any longer for themselves. And so that is going to come in here. You were talking about top bans. We have seen some pretty interesting stuff in the last couple of days. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Garen, but the
no Darius either.
No Darius, I don't think so. But the Gangplank was the guy I was mentioning, and it does get banned away. They will not let that go through.
I think Gangplank would have been a really strong option for either of these teams to shore up some of that late game. And if you're going to blind here the top side matchup, because now you have the Galio flex, potentially the Gragas flex here as well. I like this a lot because it gives you two options here in terms of soul laners, and you get to now respond, pivot the Galio and the Gragas to the way you like. Either of those could be support, could have a mid lane pick come through here. So it's really difficult for A's right now to actually choose a matchup they would prefer because there's so much flexibility on the other side. I'm thinking scaling is the way to go here. Now, Sion comes through. You've got really nice weak side top. Play around Samira on the bottom side. You round this out with a scaling mid laner like a Victor. Even an Azir, I think, would be very strong in this position here for Alone. See what Ace has in mind, because you are going to need a little bit of damage to back up this Sion. And this one isn't it for me, to be honest. This one is not it for me, because this is a little bit more pick-based, and there's ways to play around this, but it's not necessarily going to be consistent damage output for Alone.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of consistent damage overall unless the Samira gets going, right? So for A's, It's very burst-oriented. If it doesn't get going early on and the Samira is not able to get to that S rank, might have a little bit of trouble in those extended team fights, whereas on the opposite side, I think it's a very nicely balanced team composition here for Saigon Buffalo. Definitely a bigger fan of that one for me, Wolf.
Yeah, and I think Gragas in the support role here works out extremely well because you can set up really aggressive body slams. You have a lot of damage output. You can react to Alistair engages if that's the way they're going to play it. And the Galio is much stronger in a composition that revolves around the Viego and the Aatrox because you have setup CC. He can, of course, roam using his ultimate to the top side of the map, to the bottom side of the map. So you put him in the middle, and he ends up being more relevant globally across the map than he would have been just in the support role against Samira. Alistair, I'm really liking what Saigon Buffalo put together here. They had so many flex picks, it was really difficult for A's to actually find the right answer, find the right counter here. And you know, the Zoe pick gives them a lot of potential to get picks in the late game, but as we've mentioned, the consistent damage really isn't there. And that's something that I think is going to be a big problem for them if we reach the late stage of the game.
Yeah, definitely can be. Then again, if Team A's can finally get some early game pressure going in this game, unlike some of their other games so far here at MSI, perhaps they can begin to get very aggressive and oppressive with that Zoe. Try to take down an early mid turret perhaps and try to go from there. But Saigon Buffalo, they have already proven that so far they are the second best team here in this group, so definitely will be challenging for Team Ace to come in here and take the win. But let's see how they can come in here. You know, it's a new day. They've had a lot of time off, as have you and I, Wolf, actually. Yeah. A couple of days, you know, to rest, relax, enjoy Berlin. Great city. Big fans, the two of us. And, you know, hopefully Team A's also took that time over in Busan to put that practice in and be ready for this match.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Dimitri, you know, said that he felt humiliated after that T1 loss. You know, he was very vocal about that. We also saw in the pregame interview talking about how they feel like they're not playing up to their standards, not even playing the style they play in the region. They're playing nervous, right? And I think having a break, like you mentioned, can really help reset the mental. And an 0-3 team in a group like this absolutely will need that. So pretty lucky for them they had that extra time.
Yeah, very true. And this is pretty much do or die as well, right, from this game, right? Because if you go 0-4, you're out. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to make it through at 2-4 unless there's some kind of crazy tiebreaker where everybody is 2-4. And, you know, probably not going to make it through either at this point. As we're trying to set up something onto Froggy, but he is just backing away. A nice amount of early damage coming out here from Alone. Very annoying, as, of course, the Predator Galio is going to be the choice this time around.
Yeah, very common to see that. And I'm curious to see how the performance here of Alone in lane is going to impact Froggy, because we have seen Xiaohu in particular be the best Galio player so far in this tournament and actually sacking waves, making an impact in bottom and top very early on. And in order to prevent that, you really need to be pushing waves and trying to threaten the Galio in lane, harass him as much as possible. Otherwise, he's just going to have too much agency around the early game, especially post-level 6.
Yeah, very true. By the way, guys, I did get confirmation that, in fact, on a loss, Team A's will be eliminated from the tournament. Shouldn't be too surprising, of course, but just wanted to make sure that we knew that 100%. So everything on the line, they got to win this, and then they got to go from there and perhaps win even more. So level 2 going to be hit first on the bottom side for Shogun and Taki. And this is going to be a very strong lane. You know, you were talking about the Gragas. Can do very much what the Alistair does, except not through the minions, right? He has that body slam, but flash body slam can get through anything. So we'll have to wait and see how he sets up those plays in the bottom side for Shogun.
And level 2, Tristana is going to be just so much stronger. And so you're talking and set it up. He's got the Ignite. There is a lot of kill pressure there. As you can see, the respect is being shown here from 5Kid and Straight. And on the top side of the map, Hazmed is hitting it hard. In the early parts of this matchup, too, can push things very aggressively. And he's going to have a lot of power around first Herald fight, for example, if anything goes awry. But notice, so far, A's haven't lost anybody. This is not a game where in the first 3 minutes already there's a massive lead in one of the lanes. They're playing it very slowly, very respectfully. And that negative 6,000 gold that we see at 14 for them is often because things go awry in the first 3 minutes or 5 minutes. And so far, so good in that regard. A little bit concerned about how this team comp is going to function late, but Saigon Buffalo haven't found any cracks just yet.
Yeah, not quite yet. You can see that Binjay just kind of full clearing the jungle. not getting too assertive against his enemy jungle there in Dimitri. Not even looking for a bit of a dive here onto the Scion. Can be a little bit dangerous, of course, because especially if Zombie Scion comes out, you never know if he'll have enough damage to take you down. As Dimitri is also just a little bit apprehensive to go for this Scuttle Crab, which, as we know, should be easily his.
Yep, we'll just take it out. And we'll back away, having a reset timing here. And sparks are really going to start to fly around that Rift Herald fight. And that's where, you know, things are going to get off the ground for Saigon Buffalo. He's a flash.
Oh, making a play, but take a look at this. BJ is in position, so immediately you can see the flash comes in, and now they're getting in there. Saigon Buffalo are making sparks fly in the bottom lane. 5kid, though, trying to trade it back, but a huge pummel will come in here from the side of BJ, who is now Alistair, and that is going to be a couple of kills that will go into the hands of Saigon Buffalo already.
If you scrappy fight into a Tristana and a Gragas, you're really putting yourself at extreme risk. The damage output of a Tristana in the early levels is so high. You do that also without real confirmation of where BJ is. BJ is able to rotate over, end up taking out several kills. It's a massive trade up here, but the Samira is removed from the map. You've gained a lot of control over the bottom side of the map now. And hate to say it, but I think this proactive attempt here from A's really backfires. It's around Dimitri. He got Scuttle. He sees no contest. He calls out, we're going to go for this. Straight goes in. But they just don't have the damage. Guess who does?
You got to play in mid lane, too, as Alone is just going to be 2v1s here. He does not want to flash. He finally does. Really waited until the last moment on that one. A bit scary, but calculated, I suppose you could say. But that's Taki coming up for the gank, right? So you're already getting flashes out of the Zoe now. Great setup for the future with the Galio with Predator in the mid lane. It's just danger all across the board now for Team A's.
Yeah, it really is. Straight puts that control ward down. Very risky one to drop. If BJ's a little bit faster on the rotation, there's a setup there. Because remember, Shogun can engage from so far away.
Oh boy. This is level 6 Galio. They're getting in onto 5kid and onto Straight. The damage is coming in. Big taunt as he goes in for the headbutt, but that is not going to be enough. 5kid just trying desperately to survive underneath this turret as BJ is here as well, doing the skirmish against Dimitri, but it's 4v2 right now. Team A's, you gotta be really careful. The flash comes in, and that's gonna be the end of Dimitri and 5kid. That's gonna be all three of them going down in the bottom side of the map.
There's no cross-map play. Hazmet is just casually teleporting back to lane. And the almost most comical part of this for how casually Saigon Buffalo pulls this off is BJ like walks towards him and he's like, nah, I'm just gonna do Krugs actually. I think you guys got it under control. Yeah. Blocks Dimitri's rotation over, and now Saigon Buffalo have a 2,000 gold lead. And again, the long-range engage opportunities that you have here with this comp, with the Gragas, with the Tristana, and of course level 6 being hit from the Galio, means a lot more respect needs to be shown here. Binja's on the top of this to make sure he can stop any rotations over, but there aren't any. Dimitri's late, so he doesn't come down. Meanwhile,
yeah, we got some plays up in the top side, but this is Aatrox. He is going to flash away, as that is just fine. He will be fine. We do have Infernal Drake also taken on live, but yeah, just the end of that replay is just Saigon Buffalo just taking them down one by one, and it was almost like the dominoes kept falling one after the other. And now take a look at this. Alone does not have flash. He is so dead. There's no escape for him, as he will dodge the Heartbreaker at least, but he's still going to break our hearts.
Yeah, that's a plate going down the mid lane. And while Dimitri attempted that gank on the top side of the map to try to kill Hazmet, who did escape, in fact, they have Drake. And when you see Dimitri on top side, you're like, oh, I can take the Drake for free. This is really nice. I just won the battle on the bottom side. I'm not going to call that a 2v2. Let's say a bit of a 4v2 down there. But Saigon Buffalo and Firm controlled the map as Herald spawned. So they already have a 3,000 gold lead, or rather, 2,500-ish gold lead here. And when their Herald spawns, they're going to be able to take that one too. A's are not in a position to fight for this. It's an Aatrox comp right now, and I don't want to say things are going from bad to worse, but they just simply are, unfortunately. And it looked good in the first 3 minutes, but then some overextensions bottom side, that attempt from Dimitri really backfiring, and this game has very quickly become Saigon Buffalo favored in an extreme way.
Yeah, I mean, you saw 5Kid, he was bot, he had no summoners, now he's got heal as, Straight, he does have flash here, but he's looking to turn this one around as he's just going to burn down. The heal will be used to save him as now they're trying to take down Taki, but he will live as Dimitri is not able to secure that kill, and now Froggy, he's looking for more, should be an easy kill onto Straight. Oh, he is actually going to flash away from that one. As now Froggy is not going to be able to pick up anything down there. But still, you know, just more of the dominoes falling, just pushing that lead even further for Saigon.
Yeah, and I mean, the lane prio right now for mid and top means that there's nothing that Alone can do to actually help fight this one out. He's losing waves to do so, and the rotation isn't safe. Obviously, Rift Herald is being taken by BJ at the same time alone because Hazmat has control over the top side of the map where he's actually starting to take a 30 CS lead, or was getting close to moments ago. And, you know, I mean, as A's here, you're extremely far behind. You're going to have to give up that goal on Rift Herald. You don't have a choice. You have to just somehow stem the bleeding here and hope that Alone later on can get some very critical and pivotal picks, because the Samira win condition and those you know, those mid-game team fights around second, third Drake, that's no longer really a possibility. That's no longer really part of the equation here. You're playing a non-scaling comp now in a scaling way. You have to try at least because your opportunities are so thinned out.
Yeah, you know, as Quickshot was saying earlier, we had of course, the Mercedes featured match at the bottom lane of Shogun up against Udapon, and this is what Shogun's able to do, right? And it wasn't even all just him, but you take a look now at the items, and the biggest thing that sticks out to me is the difference between the AD carries, right? They've been able to effectively feed their rookie AD carry, and the guy is pretty insane, as we do have the MasterCard Mythic purchase of the Kraken Slayer at 9 minutes and 43 seconds, so again, it doesn't really get much faster than that, Wolf.
Yeah, it doesn't get much worse than this here for A's. This is going to be the bottom turret of gold, also fed to Shogun. We will see an extra charge of the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, top side, they are looking for the cross-map play, but Hazmat has shown so much respect. Every time they make a bottom side play with BJ, he's playing safe, he's playing back flashless, he knows he's at risk, and there's the extra charge.
Straight is still level 5. It's 11 minutes into the game. The guy cannot hit level 6, and he's just going to go down again. A massive cask will go and pick up 5Kid as Taki nearly dies, and this has just been the story here for Team A's. So many guys surviving on the opposite side of the rift with barely any health. And now Saigon are doing to A's kind of what T1 did. It's very one-sided.
Yeah, Saigon Buffalo's draft was so flexible, and they've utilized it to such great effect in this early game. I think this is one of the cleanest games we've seen from them so far in this group. And yes, it is against so far the weakest team in A's, but I'm really liking how they're pushing small advantages into bigger ones.
Okay, now they're trying to get something going here again, but Hazmat, he was running back for the last 10 seconds, right? He wasn't actually fighting. He was so ready for it, and that's like the 4th time Dimitri's been up there, so not really paying off.
Yeah. And Los also, you know, we're in this replay at the bottom, so if you look at the minimap, you can see there's no clear wards next to where the Aatrox is, but Hazmat actually has wards next to the river, or rather next to the mid-brush, and halfway through the river, so he could see these rotations coming from so far away. It doesn't have the ward there in the brush, but he actually sees it even faster because of the more deep vision he has towards the center of the map. The ward above Froggy you can see here because he's had so much control over this lane. It is up a creek without a paddle, it feels like for A's.
Between a rock and a hard place, maybe we'll...
Yeah, that's my favorite quote.
Yeah, maybe we'll hear the other famous Wolf quote a little bit later.
Yeah.
But not right now. I think this one is a little bit too unfortunate. But yeah, Straight finally hit level 6. He's got that going for him. 5Kid also level 6.
This is a team that won their region for the first time. Like, they qualified through it, then they won it without ever playing in it before. They were on a massive streak in their region. Like, this is the first time some of these players have ever been tested like this, playing in front of a massive crowd in Busan against favorites in Saigon Buffalo. And they said they've been nervous, you know. I think this is going to be a tournament for some of these young players that they will never forget. This is going to be a moment and a lesson they take back to maybe even dominate the LLE even harder. And you might think, well, how could you go maybe 0-4, 0-5, 0-6 in a group, then actually come back and feel like, oh, I'm going to crush my region now. But I think the experiences, the pressure they're on, how much macro they've been exposed to, teams like T1, Saigon Buffalo, is definitely going to be something this team takes into, you know, their future play going back to the domestic region.
Absolutely. Players always mention how much that they do learn from these international tournaments. And so definitely will be taking some of that back to LLA, as even more turret plates are going to be picked up here for Saigon Buffalo, as they are looking to crest the 9,000 gold difference mark here. BJ is on vision, as they are going to turn onto him. Do they have the damage? This guy is tanking through everything. He's got a Galio, but it's not going to be enough, as 5kid is finally able to get that shutdown. And the root will go down onto the Alistair, but he's got his ultimate running. As here comes Alone, another big engage. Froggy also going to go down as the teleport comes in from Hazmed, but it's a little bit too little too late.
This turret is actually the MVP of Ace right now. It's hitting so many shots non-stop. Turret aggro never really dropped. Hazmed,
he's diving the turret. There's 3 people there. He does not care. As a really nice setup on the kill. I don't even think 5kid saw that coming.
this turret just will not die. There it goes. But that turret actually saved Ace so much. Finally taken out. Hazmed wants to continue.
Yeah, he's still going here. Straight is going to get out of the Infernal Chains. As now, there's the flash coming in from Taki. He's looking for a bit more. This is getting real scrappy now, as the 3v3 is not going to amount to any further kills unless Dimitri... No, he's not going to be doing that. He's just going for a good old Gromp.
Good old Gromp going down. A little bit of a hard force for Saigon Buffalo, shall we say, there on the top side of the map. Doesn't end up being their greatest play of this game so far, but they're so far ahead that it doesn't necessarily even matter. Beamjay gets caught here, and this is actually a really nice collab. Yes, 5kid is trapped on the outside, can't get in, but still survives here, and this is the moment where that turret starts to get insane value. Shogun is eating that damage here. The minion wave thins out, and so A's have the ability to re-engage back in. They use the teleport here to save the last minion to hold that aggro here. But, you know, Hazmed's Aatrox, he's like, I want to fight this, I want to push this, those health bars are low. Does end up picking the off 5kid, and that's where things end here. Costs you a teleport, a little bit of extra free farm for Lonely in the mid lane, but still, these are small victories, the tiniest of victories for Ace, who still find themselves 700 gold, nearly 9,000 behind.
It's, yeah, I mean, I was actually really impressed by Hazmed and his nice mechanics there. Just kind of showing off a little bit, you know, at this point for Saigon, it's like, what can we do? Try to close it out cleanly, but also have a little bit of fun with it. And I think they have been showing that off pretty nicely. And yeah, I mean, they also have the 2 dragons on top of everything else. And the second Rift Herald was also picked up here by BeamJ. So kind of just taking everything else on the map as if they are a magnet to these objectives. And they can just wait here for this Mountain Drake as well and just go for that. Or they could look for a dive onto mid. Wouldn't be surprised to see that.
Yeah, bottom lane, side laning is going super well for Froggy, who has both teleport and his ultimate available, so very easy for him to collapse if the play is set up here. Cask.
Okay, we do have the Unbreakable Will, though, so Straight is going to be taking this one up, as that is a trade of ultimates, essentially. Dimitri's getting in there onto Hazmed, but that is a fed Aatrox. We'll see if he can get that damage done. Dimitri also down a couple of levels, but yeah, he's just going to be in a lot of trouble here. Over the top comes Shogun, as he will just scoop that kill. Thank you very much, he says. As Froggy still looking for a little bit more on the taunts here, but no chains will land. And SGB will just continue to push.
Yeah, Hazmed pops his ultimate there, and Dimitri does fall. And now, you know, they're pushed away. Waves crashing into bottom turret here. Saigon Buffalo have extreme control over the map. Not a whole lot of deep vision on the top side, but on the bottom side there is a little bit. As Lonely will come over here, identify the Drake is being taken. Hazmed's down to protect. I think there's an opportunity here for Ace to wrestle this one away.
Well, they're definitely going to give it a shot, but we've got Teleport Galio coming in from the mid lane.
I think you have to go for this, and you have to pull the trigger faster than this. They're hesitating so much, and now they're going to be trapped here, and they won't get the Drake nor win the team fight.
Yeah, just not willing to pull the trigger on this one, and it's not the soul just yet. Trying to send Lowly, though, into the front, so actually looking for the play here, but the Viego will get the Dragon, and even with the 3-man knockup from Straight, it is not going to matter. This is what you would call smacking them with your wallets, as that is going to be the 3 of them just being taken out, as they will look to clean up the rest. Dimitri all alone here. Maybe he can pull off some big highlight Lee Sin escape. But that might be it. Oh, he's actually going to get the kill onto BeamJ, so he does get something nice there at the end, at least, as Alone is very alone. And down he will go. That's going to be the ace here for Saigon Buffalo as they are now just stomping.
Getting farm into lanes as well. Like, they are on Soul Point for Mountain Soul against Zoe.
Yeah.
We have had quite a few one-sided games in this first group stage this tournament, and unfortunately this is no exception to that. And it's got to feel rough, you know, because for these players, this is their last chance. As mentioned, if they lose this game, they are out of the group, and so much pressure on them. They tried to make some proactive plays in the early game. They didn't have a comp that has good synergy, right? This comp doesn't really have a clear theme. I think they just got simply outdrafted by Saigon Buffalo, looked a little bit lost, started to get frustrated and desperate, and when they chose to pull the trigger, it wasn't the right moment. This last Drake fight, they didn't pull the trigger fast enough when they had enough of an advantage because things have been going so badly. Whenever they did try to make a proactive play, they were like, oh, if we make this proactive play, what if it completely backfires? So we lose the game right there. So they waited too long. And
nice try, Taki.
Close, but no cigar.
Not today. No blue buff for the support Gragas. He does have a stopwatch, though, so he wins my vote. Looks like it's just him and the Zoe.
Yeah.
I guess that Froggy does have a Zhonya's as well, as that is going to be a nice sleep. Alone will get a nice chunk of damage in here. It's only Taki and BJ for now, so Taki will be able to stopwatch, and that will buy enough time for Froggy to come on over alongside a Hazmed. Nice job keeping Hazmed in the top here, but that is just going to be way too much damage. Hazmed is tanking 4 of them in the front and also doing more damage than they are, as now BJ gets on in there. He will be taken out at the end, but does not quite matter, as Alone over the wall he will go, and so will Hazmed, and down he will die. That's going to be another ace as Saigon Buffalo still just waiting for the end here.
So, like, this is where the Samira and the Zoe just don't work well together in fights like this, because Samira doesn't do consistent range damage output the same way an Ezreal, for example, would, or some of our scaling champions like Jinx we've seen fall off on this patch. And you can see in that fight, A's had the numbers advantage. They had the better setup. They actually had better positioning. But because there's a stopwatch available, it could buy enough time for Froggy to come through, like you mentioned. And like, watch this fight again. There's just not a whole lot. Like, okay, you get a sleep. Where's the fallout damage? 5 kids, like, all right, let's go over. We have the numbers advantage. Let's try to force this fight. And there just isn't enough range damage here. Stopwatch gets used, buys enough time for Froggy. And look at 5K in this fight. Does he do anything? No, he can't get his S rank. He doesn't have any power. If he's a ranged 80 carry, actually didn't get this damage of Varus, Ezreal, anything, then this fight looks different, I think, despite the gold deficit. But Samira ults at the last possible second here, dies when the fight is already over.
Yeah, you know, he's trying his best. At least he did hit the S rank this time around. It's about as much as you could hope for at this time, as now we do have, of course, Saigon Buffalo on the Red Bull Baron power play, going to be looking to close this game out here. Again, we've had 26 kills in 21 minutes. You and I, Wolf, for LCK casters, not exactly...
It's not normal for us.
It's not very normal. We're not used to this too much. By this time, I mean, the game could probably be over, but Saigon Buffalo, they're definitely looking down the sights of trying to end this one, but just trying to split it up. You see 2 in the top, 3 in mid, and that will be the split push here from SGB.
Yeah, Saigon Buffalo slow and steady here.
Trying to get in the back there, but the kick is not quite going to work out from Dimitri. As Froggy, he's got his Zhonya's, and all he's got to do is sit in the front. A big cast, but the damage comes in now from Dimitri, and Hazmed is diving the turret, taking so much damage, but it does not seem to matter as he picks up a double kill. Down will go that pesky turret, and down will go the rest of Team A's. Zombie Scion, no different, as they will take down this first inhibitor.
Yeah, and I think they're looking for more. There's just no damage here to stop this. Zoe alone is not going to be able to do anything.
Not sure about the flash, but you know, they still got the job done. That's going to be the end of this game, guys. 25 kills in 23 minutes for Saigon Buffalo as they take game number 1 against Team Ace.
And this will eliminate Team Ace from the Rumble stage contention. They will have 2 more games to play, but going 0-4 drops them out of the group. Nerves definitely showing for this young team from the LLA region, but I think this is going to be an unforgettable experience, traveling to Busan, playing against some of the best teams in the world. And for now, Saigon Buffalo, they put themselves one step closer.
What is he giving them? Maybe a little candies?
I'm
That's
not
really
100%
cute.
sure.
They're like trying to fist bump. He's like, here's a piece of candy.
Gifting over something here at the loss. But Saigon Buffalo now puts themselves one step closer in the race to second place between themselves and DFM. This is what this group is really now all about. And to find out if, of course, T1 can have the perfect group, take the 6-0, be the third major region team to do so. It's been a very one-sided first group stage. I think everybody knows that. It's been, it's been kind of talked about a lot, this first group stage in 2022. But, that's just how it is sometimes. You will get these mismatches. VCS is a region we haven't seen in a long time. This is the second place team from the region. And they're really showing, people who have forgotten about the Vietnamese region, how strong they really are.
Take a look at that. Siaso saying, come here and fight me. That is what Straight was giving them as some gifts there at the end. It wasn't candy, but maybe had the same effect there at the end. But yeah, I like that point about VCS. I'm very curious to see just how far Saigon Buffalo can push it in this tournament. But guys, we are headed for a break. But as we go check out the latest sounds of the game presented by Bose featuring Saigon Buffalo in their match against DFM earlier this week.
Tao rồi, sao bị đá chặn, tao rồi, sao bị đá chặn. Ê, tao mờ này. Tao rồi. Thì TF hết bài nha, TF. Sấy nút kìa, sao bị đá nút kìa. Hai dài của em nè, canh sấy này. Thôi lên nè. Thôi không lá theo được. Vào đòn. Hơi khó. Đánh lộn. Quẹt quốc cái. Nhớ hòm máu tại liền nha. Tao đứng tao rờ ra nha, tụi bay. Thằng rẽ tả còn rơ nha anh em. Từ nha, đợi tự nhiên nhau. Xe kêu lại nha. Đợi nó chạm mình cái rồi đánh nha. Vigo chừng mặt, bộ nam rồi chừng mặt. Đợi có vợ xuống nha. Ê, mình ăn được á anh em. Ê, từ thôi. Từ thôi, để nó chạm cái. Rồi, sao rồi. Thôi mình camera mình đánh được rồi đó. Ê, tao lị đâu anh em. Lá này, U nó dồn. Thôi sẽ bọt cái tao giữ máu rồi. Bao gòn này anh em, bao gòn. Ê, tao hẹn bảo đó nha. Tao hết sơ mai nha. Thầy bảo đi. Ê, giết nó. Bỏ bắt đầu, giết nó. Tẹp đây nè. Có bao tao. Bao gòn này anh em, bao gòn. Nice. Theo. Bị nó không lá. Tụi nó không lại anh em ơi. Tụi nó không làm. Theo được. Sơ, tràn lên. Canh lưu được nha, đừng hướng nha. Ok. Tép lát nha. Ok.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Woohoo! Red Bull gives you wings.
to sundown. I'm trying to hunt down the truth, but it's none found. Used to be some now, it's loose on the run now. Some spook when I come round, cause usually I bust out them doozies like buck rounds. Truths be like duck down, but tongue is like missile. Young poker, young clarity, and chills and young bizzle. We soldiers, we bloodhounds, we bust out epistles. Chick got enough clout to fuss now a little. My best friend is white, yeah, that's all irrelevant. My best when I bring it well, some say it's heaven sent. Stick to my element, admit I'm ambivalent. Don't tell me we equal, the truth is it never is. My bloodline not feeble, who use is the cleverest. Who use is more evil, we rise like my Everest. And weather my people, who boost up my leverage. Got several sequels to juice up this beverage. Sun don't come down, sun don't come down, sun don't come down. It won't be tomorrow. Sun don't come down, sun don't come down, sun don't come down. It won't be tomorrow. Sun don't come down, sun don't come down, sun don't come down. It won't be tomorrow. Sun don't come down, sun don't come down, sun don't come down. It won't be tomorrow. Eviction from one town, next town is paradise. Used to just come foul. I went from bad to nice. Mine was so young, wow. Back then I lacked a light. Believe that at once now. I see a planet like the seed of a Nazarite. I bleed and I sacrifice, deceiving as a Christ. I'm leaving that man tonight. I'm greedy, my appetite is needy. I am enticed, not easy. I pack a bite. Believe me, grab a mic and bleed for a remedy. Metaphors and similes. I'm high off my energy. My thugs is my assembly. I'm not about that slickery. I'm about validity. Them other chicks, they mimic me, cause I ain't about that gimmick. See, authorities got bigotry. Technology may cripple me. Initially assist to be humble, they belittle me. Wish they could get rid of me. They stumble cause it's slippery. Now until infinity, I'm buzzing like a busy bee. Sun don't come down.
Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. If you're listening to the music in the ad break, that was a song. I would like to spend just a couple of moments talking about Team Ace, who are now officially eliminated from the Rumble stage. Team Ace have had a tough group stage. Out of the 5 fastest wins, Team Ace have conceded 2 of them, second and 4th fastest. When we started the day, we talked about them needing to improve their early game, needing to either find a play style or a draft that worked. And August, I'm going to come to you straight away. Did this team composition theoretically line up in your head with what we wanted to see from them?
I don't feel so. I respect the decision because this draft kind of felt like they wanted to match the early pressure, but I don't think that's the right call for them. You had 3 games that clearly showed you cannot keep pace in the early game with these teams, and by going for a draft like this, they went for proactive early plays, which just exposed windows for them to be punished.
And I think Samira is not set up to succeed here in these fights at all versus Galio and also Gragas. I think it's a really good composite from Saigon to really deal with Ace's bot lane. And we said we needed to see Ace play around bot, which they technically did. They forced a fight though, and by the 6-minute mark, it felt like it was over for them. So I like the idea around playing around the early game. You know, the goal of that one worked. I think the draft still sucked, but at the end of the day, no matter what draft they honestly had, I felt like they were too outmatched.
But I feel like at least if they went for something that could be more mitigation, more leaning towards the later stages, things we talked about, like the Cartus, it could have worked better. And honestly, I remember at 4 minutes, we were talking about it. We're like, you know, this game hasn't fallen apart yet. And then at 6 minutes, it's like, it's over.
Yeah.
Like that 2 minutes was enough for the game to fall apart. And wasn't a good look.
And here's the thing. The biggest difference for me between both of these teams, Saigon, when they recognized the play was about to be made, they matched bot lane and got the successful fight, whereas Team Ace didn't actually identify if Alone was going to be dove. They didn't identify when bot lane was going to be dove. They just get caught out.
I want to put some clips on the screen to really highlight and accentuate that point. And I'm going to do this with the OP player of the game. It was Shogun once more. Popping off, I think at the 4-minute mark, there was no kills on the board, but by the 6-minute mark, he was 4-0-2, if I recall correctly. And as we start to look through some of these replays, Raz, I'm going to come to you first and just Team Ace, they have been outmatched on an individual level, and then as we see the aggression from the Buffaloes, they just find kill after kill after kill.
Exactly. So for me, BJ here coming in to counteract this play, and also Froggy knowing that he had the first move here, like all of these things are just great for them. Taki setting up for straight and 5 kids to be killed here. And this is on a stacking wave. All of these things are big positives for a second place team regionally for the VCS. It just shows the strength of this region. Of course, once Shogun got a lead, he ran with it. I guess jumped with it. So that's just a positive for this team.
And honestly, I love the comp for how they were playing because they were very much matching any of the early aggression and then counteracting it. You have the Galio, the super roaming Predator pick to make sure you're always there, and then Tristana, Viego for those resets in the fight. And man, did Shogun get those resets.
8 kills and assists at 14, plus 33 CSD, plus 2,000 gold lead. I mean, phenomenal performance.
They were above par, right? Before the game, we showed 6.1k at 14 minutes was the average. They exceeded that. They were like 7k plus, so a good game.
All right, I'm excited to see what Shogun can do against both Yudupon and Gumiyushi later in the day. But let's turn our attention to our next matchup. It will be the LJL's Detonation Focus Me going up against the LCK's T1. Now, if T1 win, they will guarantee themselves that spot in the Rumble stage as expected, is the most likely. But a quick history lesson here, Japan versus Korea. Japan is 0 wins and 5 losses. T1 have 3 wins over DFM, and it was 2 of those from group stage last year at Worlds. There's 2 additional losses come from Damwon Kia, last MSI. For DFM, the reason I got a little bit history, a little bit looking at last year's international tournaments is between last MSI and now, DFM have continued to develop, continued to improve. And we saw against T1, I'll show you some highlights of the last time these two teams met. For Detonation Focus Me, Raz, they now need to look to either surprise everyone by taking out T1, or more specifically, I think the next game when they're playing Buffaloes, that's where Detonation Focus Me is looking, because there's only 1 spot in Rumbles, assuming T1 take it.
And Detonation Focus Me have just been in recent events just surprising the international audience. Even though those losses, you're right, they have never beaten an LCK team. It feels like it's gotten closer.
Yeah, it really has. And of course, you're taking a look at the draft here, Augs. You know, run me through what you remember from the last game. I was really happy to see Kerry picking up that Pyke as well after we saw Targamas playing a couple times
Yeah,
before.
so specifically, I actually think DFM did a good job matching bot lane. Particularly Steel was there to be present in the skirmishes and actually traded up in a couple of instances. You can see moments like this here where Kerry ends up going initializing the play, but Steel is there and the man able to turn it around. So positives in that regard. The problem was the solo lanes, in particular Faker, really challenging in this matchup, and also Zeus just an absolute monster.
And that's my biggest concern. You just saw Steel get caught out recently. But even in their finals domestically, you know, Steel and Harp aren't necessarily working well together. They're not moving together to get vision. At times, one can be a straggler. And while it's not being contested regionally, it's certainly being contested here.
And I think it's ended up in a situation where Steel may have a very successful early game. I think he's honestly performed exceptionally there. When it comes to mid to late game, he becomes a bit of a liability.
I'm going to take a look at this gold graph here. 0 to 20 minutes, steadily growing, eventually ending at 17,000 gold lead. This is a difficult game for Detonation Focus Me. I want to focus in on 2 particular players. Ebi versus Zeus, Experience versus Rookie, LCK Champion versus LGL Mega Ultra Superstar. I mean, Raz, what does Ebi need to do today to not only like step up toe-to-toe with Zeus, but also to try help his team against T1?
For me, it actually happened technically when they went up against the Saigon, oh goodness, when he went up against Saigon. Because the Saigon Buffaloes, they play towards top side. He actually gathered a 3-man dives pretty consistently. And when he was able to do that, accrued a great lead, need to be able to keep it. So team fights need to be a little bit better for this team.
Honestly, for me, I feel like it's not so much about the lane that DFM play for, because I think if they play for a lane, you saw in that game against Saigon, even that game where they played bot against T1, they can hold up. But it's the lanes that are left isolated and vulnerable that tend to struggle. And I think my confidence in T1 to snowball the lane they're playing around, it's a lot higher than DFM's ability to snowball the lane they're playing around.
Augs, are you brave enough to make some assumptions on draft now? You know, I made some jokes about the Vi. We're not 100% sure how viable that one's going to be for Honor.
That was awful.
Come on, that was good. Where do you think some attention will need to go, or what should be priorities here for T1 or DFM?
Well, I think things like the Wukong have been really successful. I think ultimately power picks have been just a massive thing, especially since we're still learning sort of the meta. So picks like Wukong that have come out have been absolutely exceptional. But ultimately, I think T1 could be fairly confident given like a good lane matchup towards Zeus. They are going to be on red side. They can potentially leave that counter pick and then just power across lanes.
Yeah, I think Wukong should be the first pick. I know that T1, even domestically, have gone towards Chase a lot. Evi should be able to handle it. He has quite a few champions, and he's also been able to get good timings from his mid and jungle. So I'm not too concerned if the Jace comes out. I just want to be able to see the Wukong first pick and also a focus on team fighting early.
And honestly, I feel like an active mid coming in for DFM could make all the difference. It's kind of what we've seen Xiaohu be very good on for RNG. If you can be proactive, move around the map, find numbers advantages. I think you may struggle if you're matching pound for pound against T1 because they're so exceptional mechanically. But if you manage to find that numbers advantage, have something that can roam well like the Galio, it could make all the difference.
It was on the tip of my tongue too. I think Galio has been one of the mid laners that are not oftentimes talked about. Xiaohu was able to do great things with that pick. And Froggy just last game. Because even though he wasn't needed when they went up against Ace, he was able to constantly move with his team and actually spiral the game in favor of Saigon. So in this case, I would love to see the Galio.
I think as well, you know, for DFM, mid lane has been a bit of a weak point. If you play more for facilitator, it's less about your individual prowess, more about linking up with your team.
Oh, it's going to be such a tough task for Detonation Focus. I mean, of course, they play 2 games back-to-back. Let's see what they've got in store against T1. Valdez, Wolf, take it away.
Thank you, Quick Shot, Ox and Raz, once again for that wonderful breakdown. And I'm so glad that we get the breakdown of the previous game, right? Because T1 went up against DFM, and it was a big stomp. It wasn't as stompy as some of the other games, but
it became a stomp.
It's rough, right? Because they were talking about, like, maybe we just give the Jace over to Zeus. Maybe that will be okay. Will they first pick the Wukong? T1 do have a lot of tools in their arsenal, but for DFM, you know, and Saigon Buffalo in this group, if anyone is able to take even one game against T1, you don't have to knock them out of the tournament, but just one game, they could be the guys that get in second place. So every single matchup is important, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what DFM have prepared for this match against T1.
Just for context, T1 went 18-0 in regular season in the LCK of all regions to go 18-0 in. Then, of course, won 2 playoff series back-to-back, so they were on a 20-0. So when will this streak end is the question. Finals. So just keep all of that in mind. This team has been extremely dominant domestically. And sometimes that actually leads to international performances being very weak because you're so dominant, you're thinking about things in a one-sided way. But I don't think T1 is really coming into this tournament that way. They've kind of shown nothing. They've messed around with these drafts a little bit. We got to see Karia's Pike, which was played so extremely well. I think that was really the big pivotal champ in that last game we had between these two. The question was earlier from Quickshot, like, what is it going to be this time? Let's find out.
Yeah, definitely important to see what they have in store here. So T1 also going to be saying, okay, we don't want to let Evie play his Urgot, so that is one thing. And Guma is still getting bans against the Caitlyn. We have seen a bunch of Caitlyn bans. But that is not going to be coming through. No LeBlanc for Faker. But it really does feel like, especially for T1, it's like, even if you ban out their first champion, they have a second champion that they're really good at, especially for guys like Faker, right? Because he can play LeBlanc and Ahri to basically an S+ level. So it is difficult. Also, the TF you kind of have to ban. That's going to be banned on blue side as well, especially with a lot of the counters that we have been seeing with the Silas and the Galio still available.
Faker has played over 70 unique champions across his career in the LCK. He's played even more if you add his international champions. First pick priority here will go to the Wukong for steal. So something that we saw T1 use against them last time. It's a very strong pick right now that allows you to bully in jungle. You have some gank potential and mid-game team fighting power, but also kind of stays relevant throughout the game. It's a really nice first pick here because it doesn't really set up anything in your draft, doesn't show anything. Faker going to be locking in the Zoe though right away. We're going to get some Nidalee action, lots of poke, lots of pick potential, an owner favorite.
Owner loves to hover Nidalee. Like, that's his thing.
I know,
he
it's
does
one
that
to
in the
lock
LCK.
it.
I would love him to lock it as well, but yeah, starting off with the double AP from the beginning would be kind of interesting. He is going to lock in the Graves, doesn't play his other key champion in the Lee Sin, so the Graves will be getting more play here at MSI.
Yeah, the Graves with Umbroglaive is going to be a great way to control vision, which is so important for Zoe. You remove the vision, it becomes basically unplayable for DFM. They're going to get hit by trouble bubbles. Vision goes to T1, Zoe can fire over walls. There's so much she could do. To lock in another late game scaling champ. We saw last time we had upon play the Ezreal, this time looking towards potentially the Aphelios, which will be the lock-in here, is saying that DFM have made a statement twice now against T1 that we are going to try to go toe-to-toe with this team in the late game. We're not going to just try to steamroll. We're going to just straight up accept that T1 is the stronger early game team and try to kind of circumvent that, play around that, and instead look for scaling options. And with the Wukong already, Syndra gives you engage options, very strong lane into the Zoe also. There is some kill pressure here. Like this choice a lot.
Yeah, really like that. Actually, you can set up so much for not only yourself, but your team and the Wukong as well. You've got great gank assist in that one. And when you see that, Aphelios, I wonder if T1 are considering going for a Senna lane. Obviously, Keria can play pretty much anything. So if they want to put them on to Sion or an Alistar or literally anything, they could do it. But that's not going to be the choice here. They are going to go for the Ezreal instead. And the Zoe Ezreal, definitely a strong combo of old, and they will be bringing that back.
Yeah, I do like the Ezreal. You know, have a lot of range over the Aphelios, and you are going to be able to do a lot of consistent damage if you can maintain that vision control. I mean, Mystic shots are on basically no cooldown, and if you have wards and the enemy brush, it makes it very difficult for DFM to approach objectives when the Umbroglaive Graves is clearing out your wards. If you're behind, it's so oppressive to play into what T1 have got, because they have so much damage in this comp, just straight up front-loaded here. So very scary as we see the Nautilus ban come out here. Karma, Israel, a very common lane, so you do see that one get banned away for DFM straight off the bat. Tryndamere, Syndra, very common in the LCK. Also terrifying when you consider Tryndamere plus Syndra plus Wukong, the amount of backline access that is going to give you. So I do like this ban quite a bit.
Yeah, potential also, I suppose, for the Graves to be flexed. So they want to take away that Tryndamere into that pick. Definitely something that Zeus can play, but I wouldn't be surprised if Owner does just hop onto it. Wukong can be pretty good into some of those auto attackers from the enemy team, but we'll have to wait and see where they do decide to go for this one, as we are going to see a gangplank that does get locked in here for the side of Zeus.
Yeah. The late game of T1's comp is insanely strong. They have so much damage towards the later parts of this. The gangplank also going to be so pivotal around early objective fights with the cannon barrage, and that's something that is very difficult to play around with DFM's composition, because he could do it from anywhere and he could slow your comp, which is going to give Graves more power. Rumble with the hover.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see the Rumble that is going to be coming in here. We have seen him from time to time, but wouldn't be surprised to see that just up in the top side to go in that counter lane matchup against the GP. Can be very annoying to just, you know, get that damage in. And what are they going to round out their composition with here in the support side? The Nautilus already banned, definitely one of the more common duos that you do see alongside of the Aphelios, but this time it is going to be the Rakan.
Let's see what this final pick will end up being here. The Rumble coming out, you know, such an interesting way to set up team fights from a distance. Have the layered damage as well. So shores up a lot of... Oh, you could set up with this Rumble the ability to then have the Aphelios ult finish people off. You have so many engaged tools. Really like this Bard.
It's Bard.
It's Keria's Bard. Haven't seen this one in a very long time. It's going to really throw a wrench into the gears of how DFM want to play this composition, especially into the Wukong. Long time no see. I'm very excited for this. This also gives you so much chase potential. You could go deep into the jungle, clear away those wards with Umbroglaive. T1, we knew it was going to be something. We didn't know what the X factor was going to be this time.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, because when you think about it more, it feels so nice with the Ezreal too, because, you know, you see the Karma, it's banned. Okay, that might have been one of the more common duos that you see down there, but the Bard can roam around the map, kind of leave the Ezreal to just do his thing, you know, farm from a distance. We've seen actually Ghosts from Damwon Kia in an LCK respect do that a lot of times back in the day, where they found a lot of success. And now Keria, he's going to be roaming around the map. He can stop a lot of those engages, as you were talking about, with his ultimate. Very curious to see how he is going to do on this Bard here today.
Yeah, it's just another one of the champions in Keria's big pool, his champion ocean to come through. And I think it's actually good for the composition too. Similar to how we saw the Wukong Senna lane and all the other weird stuff we've seen, the Pike that he used to actually extremely well outzone Yutapon from team fights the last time these two teams faced off against each other. So DFM, I think the burden is on their execution, because they have a lot of CC. They can layer a lot of the Wukong into Scatter the Weak, right? And the Zoe, obviously they're laning into, going to be something they can get a little bit of pressure on with the Wukong in the 2v2s in mid. And like, I think the Rumble is a great pick here. When you consider how much you can set up for an objective fight with the Rumble ult, then look for those later engages, play the Aphelios ult late if you've got the right guns. It's a great 5v5 team fighting comp.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we are here at the beginning of this game, guys, grab your exclusive Scare Prize Prime Gaming emote. Definitely want to be flashing that one when you flash into the fight, and making sure that you are showing that one off. I am definitely a big fan of that one, and make sure you get it. Kind of looks like Bard, you know, I'm kind of into it. You know, I would definitely like to use this one myself.
Yeah, very, very cool one. I'm excited to see if Steel can make something happen here in the early, you know, for when he hits level 6, if there's a timing he can hit with Yaharong, because obviously Syndra sets up Scour of the Week. You have the ultimate there. We like to jokingly call it the gameplay button here in, or back in the LCK. Set the Wukong ult, go in with the Yaharong ult, kill Faker before he can escape. There's a lot of kill pressure in this lane if you could trade appropriately. And Owner isn't going to be able to stop that because he's playing Graves. So even if he tries to come for the counter gank, sometimes it's just very difficult for the Zoe to escape that. So something to look out for, I think, as level 6 gets hit for both of these champs.
Yeah. They were talking about on the desk how, you know, maybe you just leave that Jace open and Evie can handle it. I am very curious to see how he's going to handle this lane against Zeus's GP, because definitely one where you get this counter pick for Evie. Definitely such a veteran top laner. This guy can pretty much do it. He's up against one of the newer guys in the league, in Zeus, and I want to see him prove it up in the top side and actually try to take a win in a lane against a T1 player, which a lot of teams have trouble with. As Harp is going in, he's going to hit level 2, so he will be just fine.
Yep. And then the mid lane, you know, we've seen so many times Syndra versus Zoe, especially last year in 2021. It was a very common matchup. Yaharong very well versed on the Syndra. You can see he's already starting to put on some of that harassment pressure here with the orbs, trying to trade with Faker as much as he can, just basically use his mana as a resource to push Faker out of the lane. And we've seen Yaharong have many solo kills, in fact, on this champion, even in the LCK, much less common in the LGL because it's not really a Syndra meta. But a champion that he's really well versed on. He's played this matchup so many times. And so far, so good at putting that pressure on.
Steel is going to be getting aggressive up in the top side, and the wave is in a really great spot, but there is a ward down, so probably should be communicated by Evie. Say, okay, he put down a ward just recently, so you can continue going back and farming your jungle. And note that Zeus, he's just gonna back, even with the lane not in a great spot. He's like, no, I'm just not gonna take that risk. I'll just teleport back to lane after I pick up an item, as you're going to see another engage down on the bottom side. The Gravitum is available, but not going to amount to too much.
Yeah. And Zeus, totally fine up here. Owner's around. You can see the vision shown here is now, of course, on a ward. And is going to back off. Evie's got the wave here in a pretty good spot for him. Your turret, as often you have to do against Gangplank in a matchup like this, especially in the early parts of it. A lot of respect shown. And it's a slow early game with these two very strong late game comps that these teams have built. So despite Steel's early gank opportunity, it's a very slow-paced game compared to our last one. Let's just say, and compared to many of the ones we've seen in this group so far.
I love the way that Evie's playing that lane state, by the way. He knows that the Gangplank just left, so that's going to mean that Zeus feels less safe. And he should, because Steel is going to be up in the top side here and be looking for a gank against Zeus. We'll see if this does work out, as that Harpoon is going to land. They've got him kind of against the wall here, as he will slow them down. Not sure how you'll get out of this one. Looking pretty good. Zeus is going for the kill onto Evie. He flashes in, but Harp is here as well. And that is just going to be first blood. Excellently set up here from the side of DFM, as Evie put that lane in the right spot, and Zeus gets punished.
The wave management here from Evie is what leads to this. It's a second path. Knows that Owner was like on the top side of the map and had left. And when he goes over, when Steel comes over, he checks to make sure the Owner is not in that brush. If he's in the top side brush, it means he's lost an insane amount of farm. He's stayed super long, and then he could just walk away. There's no cost because the wave is in such a perfect spot. But if he's not there, which is what he correctly predicted, he's able to set up for a kill here. Really nicely done. Zeus has no teleport, lost it previously, so now has to walk all the way back to wave. And notice that Zeus is just zoned out here. He's put between a rock and a hard place with the turret. Tries to flash forward here to get Evie, but Harp gives him another shield, and he just does not have enough damage. Just doesn't have his Q in these early levels. Cooldown's still pretty long. And doesn't get to trade. Very successful gank here already. And when 6 is hit for Steel, he's going to keep that ball rolling.
Yeah, and for me, I think even if Harp wasn't there, I think he still would have survived. But the fact that he was there and that they were putting so much thought and time into this gank really just shows how much preparation they have put into this matchup. Like I was saying before we got started, right? They would love to just get one win against T1 and see if they could actually make that happen. And this is where it will all start, you know, getting the Rumble ahead and getting him to be annoying and taking Zeus out of the game early.
The other thing, too, about leaving the Aphelios to his own devices alone versus Ezreal Bard, it can be very frustrating to play that one out, but he bought a call. So he's like, yeah, I'm going to let you go up there. I'm just going to sit back and farm. Not going to make any plays. I'm going to 1v2 down here. I'm going to get the investment returned on this call purchase that you very rarely see on Aphelios, actually. You see it on Jinx a lot of the time, but not on Aphelios so much. And it's a really nice strategy. Like, DFM clearly had a plan going into this, like you said, and there's all these pieces you could see across the board.
Yes, it's really cool to see, and you see everything else, right? I suppose that Owner getting ahead on CS would be the one thing that T1 have right now. But again, another ward is here. Owner is not going to get any value in this lane. He has to come up here and help Zeus push this out. Otherwise, I mean, the lane was being forever frozen once again by Evie so excellently. So they were like, well, we got to come up here and help you. So it's going to be a lot of effort as they are trying to get this down. That is going to be the sleep as the equalizer does come out, but Zeus is just going to shoot him down, and T1 are able to convert at the end of the day.
Yeah, and there's nothing, unfortunately, here for DFM. They can make cross-map here. Steel is going to just sit here under this wave, not here fast enough. They got outnumbered. It will cost Faker some minions here in the mid lane, as you can see, is crashing through to the turret. As Yaharong is going to take this opportunity to roam bottom with the crashing wave. Level 6 not up for Udapon, but they're still going for this.
They've got a big opportunity here. If they can land that stun, the ultimate will come out. The Unleashed Power is going to get it done. The Cannon Barrage is put onto Udapon, but it's not really getting that much value. As Yaharong, he will safely have to flash out of this one, but it's yet another big advantage here for DFM early in this game.
Yeah, if the Cannon Barrage is faster and it can slow it to keep Guma alive, he gets a flash off, then can have the chase. This looks completely different, but yeah, Cannon Barrage now down on Zeus is trying to, again, walk back to lane. It's just controlled by Evie. He doesn't make the impact. It's a really nice gank timing here for Yaharong because he knows Faker was topside. He's got the wave push. Faker will, of course, bounce this one back and is going to look for a plate. But this early game has been so phenomenally played from DFM, really showcasing a masterclass of we can win games without steamrolling like we do in the LGL. Normally get so many kills in the early game, the rest of the macro doesn't matter. But this time they've played it out very smart. I think it's really credit to the coaching staff preparing for this game.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can keep it up, right? Because as you mentioned, straight from the draft, they have picked something that is going to scale and is going to be able to fight T1 later on in a draft sense. So I'm excited to see if they can actually make it happen, as now they're going to trade this first Drake and DFM will be able to take the Rift Herald. Definitely a big win for them. Owner will pick up the Ocean Drake. But I think that early Rift Herald, that's something that T1 always fight over. But you can tell in this game they're not confident to, as the equalizer will come down. Zeus is burning down. Evie, he is just out of the range. He is being so cheeky with that. Takes a big blast as now. Charm comes down, and the ultimate will be used by Udapon. That is just a dead Ezreal. Guma will be taken down as well.
This is not the first time in this group that Guma's positioning has been extremely far forward, extremely disrespectful. The wave's in a bad spot, and he's greeting for it. He's trying to get up there, doesn't know where Harp is, and without his partner, Keria, who was actually still in the river super far away, you can't be that far up. You can't actually get those minions. You have to give them up. You have to be willing to sacrifice that, but he wasn't. Not showing the respect I think that DFM deserves here, especially in this bot 2v2, or bot 2v1 in this case, because Keria wasn't there. Getting punished yet again. These are the things we're going to be looking back on. These are the analytical points, I think, when we head into Rumble stage and potentially knockouts that, you know, RNG fans are definitely paying a lot of attention to. Like, okay, how is this 2v2 going? Most dominant 2v2 in the LCK, but here in this group stage, still most dominant of Group A, but not the same level of dominance, not the same amount of clean play that you come to expect from Guma Keria.
Yeah, I think that is definitely granted. I think even in the games that they have won as well, you know, just like picking up the pike and just going absolutely way too over-aggressive. It's like, you guys didn't have to do that, right? But perhaps something to think about as the tournament does come along. Certainly as well in this game, you know, Guma currently at 0-2. So we'll see if he can come back from there. As Harp, he is roaming around the map. He's looking for plays, but there is a nice amount of vision here in the river that will spot him out. He should be able to clear some of that too. As the sleep is going to come down onto Yaharong. Fantastic scat of the week. Is it enough to get him to safety? The answer will be no, as he did not have his flash. And the second he got slept, I think he knew he was gone.
And this is when T1 could start to use this Umbro Glaive for the first time realistically, make sure they can clear deep vision in DFM's jungle and start to be really, really frustrating, because up until this point, Owner hasn't had that much agency to actually go deep on the map. They haven't had any of these lanes really under their control. So this Graves pick was starting to feel like it might actually flop big time, especially when you consider that Zoe needs to get this early first turret. She didn't have an opportunity to do that just yet. Now she's putting the pressure on. They didn't have Herald.
Evie was hiding in that barrage. The cannon barrage is here. That's a barrel to the face too. The equalizer is not quite enough. One more auto could do it, but he's gonna wait for the shot and pick up the extra gold. Zeus will take the 1v1 after being surprised by Evie in the bush.
It feels like this is a bit of deja vu. You know, when we think about how the last series with these two went, the early game went a lot better for DFM than we expected. T1 made some mistakes. There were some problems. And then it fell apart. Faker, he's going to be all right. But
he's really a min-maxer, that guy, Faker. He was really playing on the edge there. If he was like 1 split second longer in that lane, might have just been ganked by Harp, but not the case.
He has stopwatch, and the rest of his team is here.
Faker's getting aggressive. That's another sleep that's going to land onto him, and you know he's going for that kill. That's going to be the end of Yaharong once again. Even with all the teammates around, Faker says, nope, I just got this 1v1. He will take him down.
Yeah, this is T1 now are in a position that even with Heraldless, they can get early mid-turret. Like, they're getting so many kills here. Second kill onto Yaharong. Deep vision here on the bottom side. They can group up. Owner can continue to put pressure on. That mid-turret goes down. They got extra vision. They're clearing vision away. The Zoe pick becomes stronger. The Graves pick becomes stronger. And with 2 kills now onto Zeus, that was, I think, the biggest weak point on the map. No longer the case.
Steel, he was running out of time on this Rift Herald. It is going to be before the plates do go down, so he's going to be able to give some of that gold over to Evie. Actually, 320 total, because he does pick up an extra plate there on the top side. Will be given to Evie. And then, of course, 160 over to Steel. The Wukong, as now the Magical Journey comes in. They are just bullying Yaharong right now.
Sleep setup.
Yeah, he's got the sleep setup. That's going to be the end of him. Nice on Scout of the Week, but that's not going to matter because Faker is right there. By the way, picking up that MasterCard Mythic, the Luden's Tempest, at 12.59.
You can see the synergy between the Bard and the Zoe in these moments because it just allows you to get guaranteed trouble levels.
They've got the combo onto Zeus, but he's able to skirt outside of that equalizer and just flash away, and Steel almost takes more damage than the level 10 Gangplank on that one.
Yeah, does look that way. Nice opportunity, but this is what I'm talking about with the mid lane. Faker is just getting plate after plate. He is deleting these minions as well. As Keria, look at the vision control around him. Zombie wards, Glaive cleared everything, just ults. And as he's in stasis, Faker times it perfectly, hits the sleep here, and allows him to get that follow-up damage to secure the kill. So Faker, several kills on lock here. Turret getting low, no vision for DFM. This is where things get nightmarish.
That's going to be another hit into the wall of the Cosmic Binding, and the alley-oop to Gumayusi from downtown.
Look at Yaharong's face, too, on the player cam. He knows. he is a Korean player, right? He's played in front of this crowd so many times. He's been killed by T1 so many times throughout his career. There's just one of those moments where he's like, crowd's against me here. He can, you know, I mean, he can't hear them, but he knows they're going crazy.
Okay, but Envy, he's looking to turn the tables on this one. He's going to get the shutdown out of the Gangplank. And that will be very nice for him up in the top side, as Owner is just going to chip away at this one. Faker had taken down 3 plates worth of health on that turret already, and Owner finishes the job.
Udapon's flashless because of Keria's ult. He had to flash it there, so that's another tool gone here. Could see a follow-up dive down onto the bottom turret. As Steel is trying to get away with this Rift Herald take. Owner's much more interested on the top side of the map.
This could be dead Evie. He's got no flash, nothing right now, as Owner is just chasing him down. He still has the collateral damage, just waiting, and just shoots him straight up there. Owner is going to take advantage of that green. Okay, the Wukong's gonna get it. Not the Bard this time. The Bard very trolly as he just runs by and the magical journeys away.
Yeah,
that will be the end of that.
He's very non-committal, but he goes over. Didn't have ult. And if they had tried to catch him, then Owner comes over and they actually win the 2v2 there. Owner having so much lethality at this stage in the game allows him to just walk up, kill Evie on top side. And DFM have just really dropped the ball at controlling the macro parts of this game now, despite a very significant early game lead. We'll look for a bounty here on the bottom turret. T1 putting so many resources mid and top. At least they pick that up. Nice consolation prize here. Cull is complete for Yutapon. So these items are starting to finally come online for the Abelus. He's going to be hitting those spikes very soon. But it may just be simply too late at this point with T1 having double Drake advantage.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue here is that it's so cool to see too, right? Because there are a lot of games where Guma and Keria just carry it, or Zeus is playing Jace and he just carries it, and Faker's kind of the enabler for the team, you know, one of the veteran guys. He's kind of calling the shots, but he's not necessarily single-handedly carrying, unless he's playing Ahri, I guess. But there are games like this where Zeus kind of feeds it, and then Guma and Keria kind of run it, and then Faker's like, you know what? I'm just going to kill Yaharong 3 times. Yeah. And I guess I'll just have to be the carry guy. So you're going to make me work hard for this one. I guess I'll just have to. And, you know, say what you want about the scaling, but Faker's kind of just stomping it in the mid lane right now.
In a comp like this, too, against what DFM are running, it's actually the worst champion to have go off the, you know, off the deep end. Like, the fact that the turret is down means that Faker can very easily roam around and actually make impactful plays. Look at all the wards here. The Umbra Glaive plus Zoe plus the Bard. Like, this is such an oppressive composition. We talked about it in draft. Now you could see it in reality. You could see how it's played out. And yes, a few topside wards for DFM were up earlier, but there's no objective there. It's not an important place for them to have the vision. Where's the vision for T1? Right here where it matters most.
Oh, the flash comes in. Not quite able to land that Cosmic Binding, though. So even with the flash and the exhaust and the mistempered fate, this time Yaharong, he's able to get out of that one. I suppose he's had enough experience, and now he is able to very nicely sidestep that one. So bit of a play up on the top side. They're trying to follow up on a steal, but it is not easy as he is going to try to avoid the barrels now. Zeus still does have this turret as the Rift Herald is just dropped in his face. Still 3v1.
No flash for Zeus. No cannon barrage is coming up here.
Equalizer now. Now it's 4v1, and they are going to take the free gangplank. They say thank you very much. They also take down the objective bounty on that one as Skooma nearly just chunks Yutapon to death.
They want this fight. Owner's rotating over.
No tempered fate available right now for Keria. The collateral damage is enough. He's able to get that from huge range. Owner picks it up now 2-0-2.
There's no turret here. I think they're not done just yet. Faker's running over. This is just going to force DFM to hightail it out there. But once again, this means T1 remove vision on top side. Yes, you got the turret, you got the bounty that comes with it, and this is, for this group, you know, a pretty small gold advantage for T1, like if you consider how the group has been going. But it's vision advantages that mean that DFM don't have options. They don't have opportunities. And even going for a 4-man group up to kill a turret has consequences. You end up losing your AD carry anyways. You give another kill over to Owner. Look at the like minion waves are giving vision. There's wards on both sides, top and jungle on blue side. DFM have no idea where T1 are rotating at any moment in time. Look at how slowly and carefully, without vision, they clear ward after ward, piece by piece. It's a Rakan, right? This is a champion that's not tanky against these lethality champions that are going to blow him up. The Graves in particular, I should say. As T1 will go ahead and just casually take Soul Point as DFM struggle to get vision in their own top side.
Yeah, I think DFM at this point, you know, they're not that far behind on gold, so they'll just say, well, you know, it's a Cloud Soul. We wouldn't really like to give that one up, but we don't feel confident enough to fight it right now. And as you were talking about the vision, they don't really have a position really to fight it on this one. But maybe on the next one, they can slowly start to try to take some vision on the map, slowly try to push into that objective, and at least not give up the soul and try to claw it back from there. Because again, you know, in a gold sense, they're not really that far behind. They still actually have objective bounties, though, on the map somehow. So they're going to be taking out this one on the top side. The Cannon Barrage gets a lot of value, actually. Will deny this, you know, semi-base race we got going on as Yaharong, oh boy. He does have the flash, but he is going to eat a barrel to the face as the oranges will be enough. And Owner steals the kill. He's going to take it from the turret.
They're also getting mid-turret. They're getting mid-turret. They're pushing bottom. And yeah, you got the top bounty, but is it worth it? Is it worth it? The answer is no. They actually didn't even complete it. So, you know, macro's falling apart a little bit here. You're so desperate. Like, okay, we got to force top turret down because we can't do anything else on the map. So one place we know T1's on the bottom side. We can try to force something. Does not work out. And T1 get a free set of backs here, no punish whatsoever. It's 20 minutes into the game. They don't stick to try to grab inhibitor, but do they really need it at this point? In fact, might even make DFM's ability to farm a little bit easier. So they just back away, drop down all those wards, and for the next 3.5 minutes, they're just trying to punish DFM and set up Baron Vision. DFM are here first, they're here faster, but they do not yet have the items to look for a fight here.
See what they want to go for. Faker's going to land a big sleep onto Steel in the backside. Kind of takes away from his potential engage power. As, yeah, DFM, you know, this is part of why we were talking about before, as I'm going to have to hold that thought. We do have the charm coming in. That is the engage. The exhaust does come in, and that is a big Tempered Fate to save Carrier's life and to hold Steel in place. As Evie is getting a lot of damage done, but it's only him in the backline, only kills the support. As that is going to be the end of Steel as well. And now it is cleanup time for the side of T1. Big stun does come in, but the unleashed power will be denied by the stopwatch, and that will be the end of Udapon as well. Not quite going to pick up the ace, but T1 basically got there.
I mean, they will pick up the Baron, and they win the fight convincingly. DFM, remember, were on objective first, but they got split apart. T1's trouble bubble usage, or Faker's trouble bubble usage, was so good that DFM weren't able to actually control this space. They had to back into the choke. T1 chased them down. This Red Bull power play is going to be very big for the first Baron buff of the game. As notice, Harp's engage doesn't go the way they want because they don't have really follow-up damage. Gumayusi and Owner on the bottom side, so as Udapon steps forward to look for the ultimate there, they punish, they wrap around. This is what I was talking about, looking very disjointed are the side of DFM as they try to desperately force and engage because they think this is the one chance we're going to get, and it's not good enough.
Zeus teleported from the top river to the top lane just to corral the Udapon, the Aphelios in that case.
The Udapon.
Yeah.
There's only one.
He's the guy. And yeah, I think that T1 at this point with the Red Bull Baron buff are going to be pushing it as Zeus is just going to be charmed up. But Tempered Fate, this is what Bard offers to a team. Is it enough as Zeus is incredibly tanky, able to get through all of that as Owner's just 1v1ing, and now the cannons are really going for T1. As Udapon, he's trying to get that front line, but it is not going to happen. That is the ace, the double kill for the Bard. And it might just be T1 ending the game with the Baron here.
It was a good start for DFM. We saw the gold graph earlier. Top side of the map went their way. Some disrespect from Gumayusi on the bottom side. But this comp comes online because Faker carries this game 6-0 and 4. He will finish on the Zoe. Turret goes down early. Owner with the Umbral Glaive, clearing up vision. This composition played out so beautifully. Insane draft from T1, very unique, even making the Bard plays to set up Zoe, hitting those trouble bubbles. T1, they are going to advance from Group A with this win. They're 4-0, and one of their toughest opponents in the second round robin in DFM is gone. 6-0 seems more and more likely with each and passing game. Be the third team to do so here at MSI 2022 in this first group stage. DFM, though, credit where it's due. Yes, they do lose 0-2 to T1 in front of a Korean crowd in a sports rivalry that's been as long as time between Korea and Japan. But they came with a solid draft. They had a good plan. They played the early game well. The roams we did see were just phenomenal from them. They know how to punish. The Rumble counter pick was great. But unfortunately, just Yaharong in the mid lane couldn't stand up to Faker's pressure. They didn't show enough respect there, and that was what got T1 back into the game. In a composition that needed vision control, they finally made it happen.
Yeah, you know, there's just moments like that where it's little things in the lane that T1 will absolutely crush you with, right? Like, if you are a Syndra without Flash against a Zoe and a Bard, not to mention, without vision, you just can't be up in the lane. You just got to give up some of that lane. We've seen that some mid laners can handle that, and others are like, no, I really need that farm. I need to put on the pressure. I'm Syndra. This is what I do. but immediately T1 will take advantage of that and put it away. So, yeah, I mean, this is part of the reason why we don't see a lot of teams try to go up against T1 in the later stages of the game, because we saw immediately what happened when we went to the mid game. It was just lights out, quite literally. There was no vision. T1 were able to close it out. So T1 secure their spot in the Rumble stage, while the second spot will possibly be decided in our next match of the day, which is TFM versus Saigon Buffalo. Definitely stay tuned for that.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. T1 managed to win against Detonation Focus Me, but the early game was a little bit more hard fought than I was expecting. Raz is joining me as we're going to set up for DFM versus Saigon Buffaloes in just a moment, but I was pretty impressed with how DFM handled the early game. They managed to pick up a few kills, they managed to move some of their threats around the map and pull out a small advantage over T1, at least during the first 14 minutes.
Yeah, and I just love how Harp was in the top side of the map. And first of all, the draft, right? Wukong first pick, we kind of expected that. Being able to have a strong team fight composition. Also, when the wave was pushing out for Zeus, just being able to find that moment. And then Harp, active. These are the things we wanted to see from this team. And we talked about historically how Detonation Focus Me make it close versus T1. But much like as I mentioned about that historically, it always ended on a T1 win.
But it does make me excited how they approach the early game, and I want to talk about that in a moment. The standings you're seeing on your screen will tell you two things. T1 have now locked the Rumble stage. Team Ace, from their loss previously, are eliminated from Rumble stage. And if you are a fan of Detonation Focus Me and you want them to advance, this needs to happen. They need to go 2-0, taking down Saigon Buffaloes and Team Ace, and they need the Saigon Buffaloes to go 0-2. Obviously losing to DFM, as well as T1. Those two scenarios happen, and we will get a tiebreaker game for that second seed into Rumble.
Seems likely.
Hold that thought for a moment, because I want to unpack. I want you to tell me which team's going to do it. But before we get into the next game, let's see what Saigon Buffalo Shogun had to say after their win versus Team A's in the Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. We have Shogun here with me right now. Congratulations on your first win of the day. How confident do you feel now that you're going to be able to get out of your group by the end of today?
Thì đầu tiên là chúc mừng mình với chiến thắng vừa rồi ha. Thì bạn cảm giác có tự tin về việc là mình sẽ vượt qua được vòng bảng này và tới với vòng hỗn chiến hay không?
Với chiến thắng này thì bọn em khá là tự tin sẽ vượt qua được vòng bảng.
So with this victory, we are pretty confident that we will win over a group stage and go to the Rumble stage.
Of course, there's going to be a chance for a tiebreaker as well, possibly today. Your next opponent is going to be DFM. We're expecting a pretty close matchup here. What are you expecting?
Thì hiện tại là mọi người đang chờ đợi một cái cuộc đối đầu rất là căng thẳng giữa team mình và team DFM. Thì không biết là team bạn có cái kỳ vọng gì trong cái cuộc đối đầu sắp tới với DFM?
Em nghĩ cũng kết quả thì cũng như lượt đi thôi. Team em sẽ giành chiến thắng DFM.
So I think like the result will be similar to the first round robin, that we're gonna get the victory.
When it comes to the teams in your group as well, everybody I feel like brings something different. You all have your own styles, your picks. What would you say is your biggest win condition, especially going into the next two games?
Thì mọi người cảm giác là team mình là mỗi người đã có một cái đều mang một cái màu sắc gì đó tới với cái team, với cái lối chơi của team Saigon Buffalo ha. Thì bạn nghĩ rằng là cái điều kiện thắng của mình cho những trận đấu sắp tới trong ngày hôm nay là gì?
Em nghĩ điều kiện thắng của team em đó là bọn em đánh đúng đội hình và đánh đúng như chiến thuật như huấn luyện viên đưa ra là bọn em sẽ chiến thắng.
So I think that our win condition is that we will stick to our game plan, to stick our composition and listen to our coach instruction, and we will get that victory.
Would you be able to tell me a little bit about what your game plan is? Of course, you got to go up against T1, so you have to come in with a very strong game plan.
Thì không biết là mình đã có bất kỳ cái kế hoạch nào để đối đầu với lại đội tuyển T1 trong lần tái đấu trong ngày hôm nay hay không?
Em nghĩ sau trận thua T1 ở lượt đi thì bọn em khá là tiếc, nhưng bây giờ bọn em đã chuẩn bị rất là kỹ để chuẩn bị cho lượt về để trả thù cho T1.
So we feel very unfortunate that we lost to T1 in the first round robin. So we have prepared very carefully to take that revenge against T1 in later today.
Thank you very much. I can't wait to see it, and good luck in your games.
Thì coi như là mọi người đang rất là mong chờ về trận đấu đó ha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, Saigon Buffalo, they're in a great position now. Quick shot. Let's see if they can get their revenge today.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Shogun and Saigon Buffaloes talking a lot about introspection, talking a lot about their own preparation. Raz, I'm going to put you in a difficult position now. Okay. I have one ticket for Quick Shot support, and I don't know where to spend it on.
You haven't decided yet.
DFM or Saigon Buffalo. So I want you to give me a sales pitch, right? Which one of these teams should get my support, my adoration, and my love? And I want you to tell me about Detonation Focus Me first.
Okay, I'll start with DFM. I'll talk about just the history of the region, how they got here to begin with, because we will remember Detonation Focus Me being able to make it here. Remember, just at Worlds, last time we saw them, if you can see the players behind me, the fact that since 2017, the core of Steel, of Utapon, of course, and of Evi in the top set of the map remained firm. They've been coming to event after event. Utapon's been here since the very beginning, so he's the OG. But remember, for so long at international events, it was a story about they could never make it to the second stage. But just at Worlds, the fact that they had that historic moment where they confirmed the fact that they can make it to the second stage.
I mean, take a look at the players' reactions. I remember watching that and being blown away because, you know that story you always tell about players, you know, taking back the experience, learning from international competition?
Yes.
This is a team that proved that it works. It actually provided value, and DFM have gotten better and better over the years, right?
Exactly. The stocks are going up and up. At that time, it was with Aria, it was with Gang, and so that looked like the super team of the region. And so, you know, Faith was getting a little bit more dim because they lost 2 of their players, but it felt like with Yaharong and Harp, they got stronger. So, like, the faith is there. If you wanted to lead with your heart, this is the team to do it with.
Tell me about current form then, because they are the team that lost to Saigon Buffalo. So how strong are they going to be, and why should I put my ticket on them?
Look, they may have lost it, but you can see the redemption of their early portions of the game. If I'm looking at Evi, the king of the top lane, even hearing from Jad, how he is saying he's a world-class player, and he's rallying the troops around his cause on the top side of the map. And so looking at the top side of the map early last time they faced, you have faith that they know how to play the game proper.
Okay. I've got history, I've got Evi, I've got current form. Saigon Buffaloes, why should I vote for them?
Look, if we're talking about history, you're not going to like this. It's actually going to hurt you a little bit.
No, where are we going?
Look, I know G2's in this tournament. Every time the Saigon Buffaloes have gone to an international event, because this isn't the first time this organization has gone there, guess who was the constant victim to them?
Yeah, I really don't need that reminder.
G2.
Yeah, spam Mark Ruffalo to help the Fongfu Buffaloes.
The Fongfu Buffalo.
The previous names, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
But the region wasn't just about them. In fact, people will remember the Gigabyte Marines of Levi. You know, the fact that Levi and the rest of his team would just be able to find wins, not just against G2 and all that, because they took one game, I remember in 2017 Worlds versus Fnatic, but also the North American representative is Immortals, and they couldn't make it out of the groups because of that. The region spawned. Oh God, it's happening in front of you.
Level 6 at 4 minutes. I'm physically in pain watching this replay, but kudos to the region and VCS, consistently the most kill-heavy, action-heavy region in the world, right?
And they're able to convert it on the international stage because you can remember Gigabyte Marines, you can remember at the time the Fongfu Buffaloes, even EVOS when they had Warzone and Yijin. Like, these guys have studs on an international stage that have confidence, right? That they can take it up against some of the best teams in the world. So internationally amazing, and then you bring in some young players, young talent who are doing it again in Shogun. So just across the board, you could see it happening here. Shogun individually at this tournament has been able to do that. Taki by his side, funny enough, looking at him domestically, doing it on such an array of picks. The Camille support, the Sion support, they're able to do it on everything. And guess what? Even though these players are all young and it feel like, you know, new, fresh faces on the scene. These aren't your young man's Buffaloes. These are your old man's Mark Ruffalo Saigon Buffaloes. Okay, so if this in and of itself didn't convince you just yet, the fact that Mark Ruffalo supports this team should be able to sell you, right?
I can't wait for his agent to get back in touch with you. Okay, so I've got the sales pitch, I've got the memification, I've also got the most recent form. Can I check in on what the fans think before I decide who I'm going to support? Because it is time for our MasterCard fan predictions. You can vote at MasterCard Nexus on Twitter every single day for the tournament, and the fans are voting in favor of...
Drum roll.
Saigon Buffalo 37%, Detonation Focus Me 62%.
We got a lot of believers out there. Are you one of many believers?
No, I'm not.
Wow.
You've sold me. Saigon Buffaloes already have a win against DFM. We just heard from Shogun talking about the similar expectations to last time. It was a scrappy game between these two teams. I feel like the second seed from VCS has something to prove. I'm voting for them. I think they're going to do it.
There we go.
Has
Look,
nothing to do with the Hulk.
Nothing to do with him.
Nothing to do with the Hulk.
The intelligence, the strength, the celebrity power.
One last thought before we go to the casters. Who are you predicting to win this game?
You know what? Just because you said Saigon Buffaloes, I think Detonation Focus Me. I'm a part of the believers.
Contrarian, just for the sake of contrary's sake. Let's head over to the casters to find out who will be victorious between Saigon Buffalo and Detonation Focus Me.
Thank you, Quickshot and Raz. I am joined here by Ox for the next couple of games, as unfortunately Wolf, he was hit with some sickness in his throat. Obviously not corona, but he is not feeling so great. Yeah. And we brought on Ox here for the next couple of games. This should be interesting. My first time casting with you. And
you know, it's actually also my first time casting with you. It's funny that. It's funny how it works. Yeah.
And it's a huge game, right? You know.
Oh, yeah.
We are subbing you in here, Ox, for Detonation Focus Me versus Saigon Buffalo. And basically, Detonation Focus Me, they need to take this win if they want to try to tie it up and if they want to have a chance to get out of this group.
Yeah, it is a big one. It's a fight for second that everyone had their eyes on going in today. And obviously, Saigon Buffalo is the one who won this matchup last time, so essential for DFM to come out here. Start to see the bans come in. Lucian critically denied. We saw Shogun have a fantastic game on that last time these two matched up.
It's really important. You know, you were talking to me about the draft the first time these guys met together, and you were not very impressed by what DFM had in store, so hopefully they prepared something new today.
Yeah, I mean, critically, the fact that they banned 280 carries in the first rotation and then the Lucian still went over was an issue. I think ultimately for Saigon Buffalo, Shogun has been such a massive aspect for their team, so shutting them down, really important.
Yeah, it is going to be very big, as we do see, once again, the Urgot is going to be banned away from Heavy. They are just not letting him get that, as Callista is going to be the first pick here for Saigon Buffalo.
Pretty bold. I honestly was expecting maybe like the Wukong first pick, with that still being left open, but opting in for the early pressure bot lane. And ultimately, despite the fact DFM found advantages early in the top side, Saigon Buffalo definitely had the bot lane lead, so investing into that. And quickly we see the Wukong come out, and then also toying with the idea of taking the AD carry here.
Yeah, they were thinking about the Aphelios, but they do consider the Zeri as well. But it is going to be the Aphelios at the end of the day, and this is what they found some success with, at least the picks, in the early game against T1.
Yeah, and ultimately, if you don't find early momentum in the Callista, you're so short range, you're going to have to be up close and personal to Aphelios. You will not have a good time, especially with the right gun rotation. Now, I think the jungle matchup between these two teams is really important. Steel has had fantastic early games so far this tournament, so I expect a jungler to come out for Saigon in the first three, but they will lock in that Gwen. We have seen this flex between mid and top, though.
We have seen it flexed, and I mean, it's been very successfully flexed as well, so it's cool that they do let that one go through, and they're also going to go ahead and pick up the Diana, so that's a lot of AP damage right from the get-go. We'll see how that works for them.
Yeah, so does make sense if they were to put this Gwen towards the mid lane if they felt it was appropriate, or to pick an AD mid just to make sure they have a good damage profile. Ultimately, Diana, a very fast clearer, can outpace the Wukong, and similarly offers a lot of team fight power when it comes down to matching up in those 5v5s.
Really like the Alistar pickup here. You consider, like, if Saigon end up with Yasuo and Alistar, that would have been a really insane wombo combo teamfight composition. Not going to allow that to happen. The Alistar can disengage very well. Also could do very well alongside of that Aphelios.
Yeah, and honestly, Yasuo ban ends up coming out. I feel like makes a lot of sense in the situation, as they do need that AD damage profile. Alistar also exceptional into Callista, that point-and-click CC. No real way to outplay it. Now, we do see Saigon starting to target the mid lane pool a little bit, and I do feel like for both these teams, there have been games where the mid laners have struggled, particularly up against T1. It's somewhere that they very much focus pressure towards, so I think ensuring a good matchup there could do so much for these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. What is going to be the final ban? Will it be another AD mid here, perhaps a Yone or something like that, as the timer will run down? and they will go ahead and ban away the Nautilus. So just another pick that would be very good alongside of the Kalista. Don't mind that at all.
And honestly, we saw the Gragas earlier today as a counter to the Alistair. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? I think Taki performed really well on it, and it has that strong duo because your engage becomes more reliable with the Kalista in tow. So potentially an option that they do have, but the pool being trimmed a bit with that Nautilus going, and more mid lane bans with this Syndra being denied away from Yaharong.
Yeah, even after the last game, they say, well, he's still a good Syndra player, regardless of how Faker was able to, take advantage of that lane. And, something that Evie could do is pick up the Gragas for himself, like you're saying, if they do want to deny it, but maybe not the choice here as they are considering the Zoe. Oh? And now the Vel'Koz really throwing a spanner into the works. Yeah, it is going to be that Vel'Koz here for TFM.
Yeah, so this is one of the mid laners that actually got buffed coming into MSI. Higher AP ratio on the Q and W. Didn't change too much, but ultimately, these champions are short range. If you get locked up in that Vel'Koz ult combo, especially with a Wukong or an Alistair on top of it, really good front to back. And Saigon actually locking in the Kai'Sa here, so potentially going to see a mid lane Kai'Sa. Now the AP Kai'Sa did get nerfed, the AP ratio did get very heavily hit on the W, but we could still see it come out, and absolutely if you need AD though, I think the AD build would make sense in this situation, but ultimately a very heavy dive focused composition for the Saigon Buffaloes.
Very interesting. I think they're going to try to make the Aphelios and Vel'Koz's lives a living hell in this one and just try to get right in their faces. The Tryndamere is going to be the response for the top lane.
Yeah, a bit of an Evie special here, something he brought out consistently in the LJL and was actually forcing bans, something that teams struggle to deal with, and will return to that one with this 5-pick counter pick. Now, into the Gwen can find momentum in that matchup if you do snowball. The Gwen, obviously, is great at dealing with ranged champions with the W. When you get up close and personal to it, not as ideal.
Yeah, I kind of want to see, Evie coming off of that win in the lane, essentially, up against Zeus in the last game. Maybe he picks up the Tryndamere and he says, okay, time for me to try to body another lane, especially holding that counter pick for that lane, as you did mention. So definitely a big one. DFM know that everything is on the line, and they're going to pull out all the stops. They're going to pull out the new pick with the Vel'Koz that recently got buffed, and Evie will be jumping back onto that Tryndamere.
So it looks like it might actually be the Kalista going to Froggy. Potentially in the mid lane, could also human swap, which is where you don't swap champions, but you swap players. And where they are, we have obviously seen top Kalista before historically, but I think it syncs very well with the Diana in terms of setup and does provide the AD profile. But definitely a curveball. You know they've been sort of saving these wacky and wonderful things for a big match like this. And this game will likely decide the outcome of this group for second place. A win for Saigon Buffaloes will lock them in. A win for DFM will likely lead to a tiebreaker between them later.
Potentially, unless Team A's want to play upset team. We'll have to wait and see. Still more to this group that will be coming here even after this one. And from what it looks like, doesn't look like there was any swap bug or anything like that. So we just got mid-Ignite Kalista coming in here. She is going to be tethered to the Diana.
Makes sense.
Who will be thrown into the fight. And they're just going to go balls to the wall here.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
That's what this comp does.
This is pretty wild. I'm interested to see how this plays out. It does have, obviously with the Yasuo, you normally follow up on the Diana here. You're kind of setting it up, but I expect a lot of aggression around mid lane. Vel'Koz kind of gets to the point where eventually he can just clear waves quite comfortably from a distance. I think that's where it becomes harder to punish. So I want to see some early attention towards mid. And honestly, Taki on this set, if he can find a roam timer, I would love to see him burn flash mid. Even if they don't kill Yaharong, just trading the summoners can make so much of a difference.
I can't wait to see this top lane matchup as well. I mean, Hazmed was playing the Aatrox against Team A's really, really well. I was loving his mechanics. I think he got a lot of practice on that as well. I think he's going to be really ready to jump into this one. Now, Evie has snuck into this brush. We'll see if he does end up doing anything cheeky here. As Froggy could come in behind him, but they don't know that he's there.
Oh, it could be so risky if he gets spotted out early and the Kalista's able to move, but it looks like he's waiting long enough, and Evie could just run interruption here, right? With the E level 1 and Tryndamere, it's actually very hard.
Oh, this is so annoying. Bean J's like, what the hell, man? This isn't fair. As Ignite comes in, and the blue will be tethered as now Hazmed is coming up from the top lane. He's going to start getting those scissors to work here onto Evie, but he's got another spin to win, and he will get out alive.
Yeah, so you do ban the Ignite from Evie, but it's a short cooldown. Critically, no flash for BJ does make him vulnerable early and will slow down the pathing. And actually, you can see on the mini-map, critically, Steel is doing his namesake, and he's going to steal away the enemy red from BJ. So good coordination from them to punish that invade.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. This is kind of what we saw at DFM when they faced up against T1. We saw some very obvious preparation in how they wanted to play around the top side and how they wanted to punish Zeus. And just like this, once again, you know, it's a set play essentially, and it's going to get you some really nice early leads. Now, we definitely want to see them be able to push it in a little bit better from the early lead than they did against T1.
Yeah, and I think similarly against Saigon Buffalo, the last time they had this matchup, for me, DFM's control of the early was really strong. They kind of got to the point where they had a substantial lead, and it came down to the team fight execution where Saigon Buffalo managed to pull ahead. So it's a good start. It's kind of expected DFM will come out the gate strong, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And critically, if you have a look at the mid lane matchup, Yaharong is not having a good time. Remember, at this point, you don't have many points in your abilities. Your wave clear is not quite there, and Froggy is so scary. A couple of autos and the Ignite, the Rend will kill you here.
Yeah.
It's a painful position to be in.
And imagine playing Vel'Koz into a guy that's hopping around a million times. Like, you're not going to knock him up, right? As Harp is going in, he's taking a lot of damage. He's diving the mid-turret. Here, Froggy picks up first blood. And another kill in the bottom side as Taki's going to pick up the one onto Harp. Udapon still full health and nearly full mana, but not able to help him out here.
So much action instantly coming in. Froggy does manage to secure that kill on the low HP Vel'Koz, and now it looks like there might be a follow-up. Udapon, you're in trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble. There's no flash here for Taki though, and the wave is kind of sparse at this time, so they're not gonna take the risk here.
Yeah, Alistair coming back as well. Those short death timers early in the game don't want to overstay, but ultimately, similar to last time we saw the matchup between Saigon Buffalo and Det FM, we see the bot lane. Oh, more fighting coming in.
Yeah, and BJ's like, okay, you want to go, let's drop the gloves. They're going in onto Harp, who doesn't have much here.
Yaharong.
And now Yaharong's behind enemy lines. He's got 4 people on him, but Udapon gets a huge kill into everybody, and DFM are turning this one around. The follow-up head, but Pulverize will be enough, and that is a triple kill now for Steel, as Taki is on the run here.
The
one auto could do it. Oh, but he's not going to hit it. Harp taking a huge amount of damage, and now he's going to die. This game is insane already.
This game is everything we wanted and more, and Steel coming in, managing to clean up that skirmish. The Wukong with all cooldowns available, with Flash as well, able to do so much work there. We will get the replay, so fight starts off hot, maybe a bit overextended, but critically we see so much invested to try and burn down this Alistair, and then the fight turns on Yaharong. And again, Vel'Koz isn't the most pivotal champion here, but the knockup does a lot of work. And then here, the AoE from Udapon combined with Steel, that E connecting on so many people, and then the cooldowns are back up for Harp. Flawless execution, and yeah, Harp does overstep a little bit, but a big win for Det FM.
A big bait, mate, that does come in from Harpus. Now he's trying to set up a little bit more and stop this pesky Callista. He's going to get a nice amount of damage in, will Yaharong, but no set play will come through.
Yeah, but both supports showing up, and it does mean that Froggy's able to push the wave in, move down towards the river. Don't see anything really come from that play. Critically, Yaharong will be able to get better and better wave clear, so the mid lane matchup won't be as painful, but my concern is still going to be that level 6 point when Froggy can launch a Diana into your face. Not a fun time.
It's not a fun time. I think that Saigon Buffalo will have a lot of fun as this game does come along with some of those team fights. Whether they'll win or lose them, we'll have to wait and see, but it should be fun. As Steel, 3-0, he's level 5. Maybe even trying to soak a little bit of XP and make something happen, but Froggy is just moving away from him and looking to get started onto this early Drake for SGB.
And something I want to mention is the objective control will be really good for Saigon Buffalo. Diana, one of the fastest objective takers because she just does so much damage in neutral objectives. On top of that, Callista, not as good as she used to be in securing neutrals, but she still does help assist. If you time the Rend and Smite, it can be very hard to contest. So nice early Dragon from Saigon Buffalo. Just to pick that one up when they have the timing.
There is more than 1,000 gold difference. I'm going to have to hold that thought. It's level 6 Tryndamere against level 5 Gwen. The Ghost already popped here. He only has still the Doran's shield, so unfortunately for him, he's not really doing too much damage. Still looking for those crits, but Hazmed is just able to ward him off for now.
Yeah, and critically, something to mention is the exhaust taken by Hazmed. I think this makes a lot of sense on a Gwen when you feel like you're going to be pressured early. You don't really want to opt into the 1v1. For Hazmed, if nothing happens in the lane and you just get to scale up, you are so happy with that outcome. So has an extra tool in his arsenal to mitigate that pressure.
It's very annoying for Yaharong. He is getting closer, though, to having a lot of points in his abilities to be able to just clear the wave with a couple of E's and stuff like that. But yeah, he doesn't really do too much against the Kalista still, as Evie still on only the Doran shield, so he's just kind of hanging out up there on the top side. He doesn't have teleport, of course. He did take Ignite and Ghost. And so definitely kind of annoying for him. He is going to back finally now, as he does look for some items.
Yeah, we can kind of center our focus towards the Herald, which is spawning soon. Now, a critical thing is that Taki's not really going to be able to get an easy reset here because of the Cryo, but there's very much control in the solo lanes for the Saigon Buffaloes, so they could just look for that without a window for the supports to roam up. I expect Hard might actually move to stop that from happening. If he resets now, he can be in the vicinity and kind of mitigate a quick Herald play from BJ.
You see Froggy and how aggressive he is standing in the lane even. He had some nice vision, but now all Steel has to do is come on over, deny some vision, and some of that prio in the mid lane will be taken away. Now, BJ is nearby. He's level 6, but the stealth monkey is coming in. Steel's looking for more, as we do have an emote that is popped, but Froggy easily just going to flash away. And now Taki, alongside of BJ, he is going to be thrown in, and Yaharong will be taken down. Steel kind of baiting his mid laner into that one as they went very deep and they get punished.
Yeah, you do not want to be a Vel'Koz in these skirmishes. So much CC, so much lockdown, and if they get onto you, which is so easy to do with that Kalista ultimate, it's not going to be a fun time now. Taki is plenty fishing for something.
No, he gets slowed, and that might just be Steel.
Oh, no, the W! It was the clone!
It was the clone! Oh, no! Not like this, but Froggy is going to bite the bullet on the backside of that one. He is the one who gets punished for it.
Oh,
and now DFM just walk over to the Rift Herald and maybe they take it down.
I mean, Taki didn't need to make a play there. Just his presence was enough to mitigate that FM, but now because he tried, because he failed, they're able to start up the Herald, but Saigon Buffalo not going to give it over for free.
Yaharong's back. He's like, I hope I don't die again. Both mid laners 1 and 3 at this moment in time. A lot of posturing around this objective. It really looks like SGB do not want to give this one up.
I think Hop's going to Hex Flash.
And he's going to try to set that one up. He finds Hazmed on the frontier. He's not quite level 6, and now the needles are coming out here as the Moonfall comes in. That's a lot of damage on the Harp. Steel not able to set up too much either, as BJ's still going in there, and the needles get onto that backline as well. Heavy desperately trying to shore something up here and get a kill onto Hazmed, but it is not going to happen. And Saigon Buffalo, now they are in control of the pit.
Critically fighting without the Wukong ultimate makes so much difference in those scrappy close-range skirmishes, and Saigon Buffalo, they win that out 3v4. Froggy not even there at the start of the play, but they will secure that Herald. Huge for them to continue that early momentum. If you look at the gold lead, about 2,000 now.
Oh no, Evie.
Oh no.
Baited into this one, although, can they actually chase him down? No needle work here for Hazmed, as the damage and the mobility barely coming. No, he is going to survive. Evie does have to ghost, though, to get away. As now Steel. Now it's his turn to try to come in for the fight. And he is not going to commit to it. So, after all that, Steel, he is still in a good spot. He did pick up his MasterCard Mythic item with that Divine Sunderer. But this game, it's like already off the rails, and we just passed the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, there's been so much action, so much back and forth, and both teams, looking for more.
They're going in. Taki, though, he just laughs in their face. Still no Tryndamere ultimate available, but the Wukong pretty strong, and they will be able to take down and shut down, actually, the enemy support.
Yeah, kind of unexpected when Taki is the one with the shutdown, but this Wukong is going to be so fed with all the gold he's gotten from those kills and on that shutdown. But critically, staying quite a long time top lane will free up a Herald play bot. We can see a replay, and ultimately, the knockup doesn't quite connect with enough members. Hazmed doesn't take too much damage, and then when they overcommit for the fight, it's a big ult from Diana, a lot of damage from the Gwen as well, and ultimately in those long skirmishes, the Gwen can just absolutely flourish.
And it's just so easy for them, as we've got another objective, so that means we will have more fighting between this. The knockup from the Vel'Koz actually hits a Kalista. As now Harp level 6 is looking to get that engaged. Nice turnaround here from BJ. Can they actually take him down, though? The red buff available here for Steel, and that should be the end of him eventually. Another shutdown as Steel is 6-1 now.
Yeah, and that's something for this Wukong. I feel like this is a pick that we've seen so much priority on, but if you snowball, it can just be devastating now. What is going on?
Oh, no. As now Shogun has to flash away. He's just been quietly farming in the bottom lane. He's like, I don't know what you guys are doing. I'm just farming.
There's such limited time to talk about what's going on, because it's just like every time I start a point, there's action again.
Have you ever considered being a play-by-play, a second play-by-play,
double
perhaps?
play-by-play probably would have worked here. We should have called Medic in to have him step up.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I mean, we still have the Herald in pocket of Saigon Buffalo, but thanks to that play from Dead FM, they've closed the goal gap. It's only about 500 here, but critically 2 dragons in pocket for Saigon Buffalo, and it will be a Hextech Dragon. Now we see this play, Froggy, a little bit isolated, overextending, and ultimately, you got the dragon, you didn't need to make that play. We do see that trade kill, but BJ kind of has to use everything to get it.
Yeah, and he gives another shutdown over again. So it's an extra 150 gold once again into the pockets of Steel on the Wukong, as the Rift Herald was, of course, secured by Saigon Buffalo. They are going to throw it into the bottom side and pick up all the turret plates there. So a nice little spread. And you'll note, you know, we have the gold available down on the bottom side. You can see that Shogun, I said he was quietly farming. He's got a nice 800 gold lead in this game. So throughout all of the action, and even though Yutapon was very big in that one team fight, we still have a very fed Kai'Sa at this point in time.
I feel like the funny thing is both mid laners have kind of been starved just because like they're both 1 and 4, have to join in all these fights. Critically, it does look like it's going to be like a lethality cluster build. I've seen people talk about this bit. Essentially, like the Q damage, like Q into E, can be so threatening. It does mean you can play with a bit longer range. Kind of similar to lethality Xayah in that way.
Yeah. It's a cool idea, you know, just a lot of different AD champions trying to use those items. And let's see how this one works out. The Hextech gate's already coming in here. There is exhaust taken for Yutapon in this game, so he just kind of laughs at that. Steel, I don't know about that one, buddy. You're going to have to flash away from that, and now we've got a Kai'Sa into the back line. Taki is going to push four of them together, and that might just be enough, but a really nice turnaround and a huge ultimate comes in from Yutapon. Froggy, though, he's putting the ranks into everybody, and the Ignite will take down Yutapon, as now Saigon Buffalo are the ones that are turning this one around. Harp is just left out to dry, and Raharong will get away, but man, this game is insane.
Such a back and forth, and you can see when Saigon Buffalo can connect on a target, the dive is there, it works, but when Yaharong and Yutapon got space, they managed to sort of turn it around, but things are just so chaotic, so back and forth. Ultimately though, Saigon Buffalo do have a 3,000 gold lead after winning out on that play. Critically, Steel going down, big shutdown going over to them, and now we have a minute 45 until the next strike. Let's have a look at this replay again. So initially, you know, a lot expended here from BJ. He does get the exhaust, and then it's Dead FM trying to kite away on this one. And Saigon Buffalo, they step forwards, but they only really target the front line. No, Yutapon and Yaharong, they get stunned, but they flash out and start to turn things around. This is when things are positive. But then they run out of cooldowns. Critically, Taki gets his back up, and they start to advance forwards. And ultimately, the thing with this Vel'Koz is if you're hitting your skill shots, fantastic. But any slight miss or a dodge, and you just lose so much damage.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't see those champions get played very often because of that. It can be so hit or miss. But man, you could tell in that last team fight we had, of course, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Shogun versus Yutapon. These two guys in that last team fight were so crucial. They did incredible amounts of damage. And even Yutapon on the backside of it nearly was able to turn around for his team.
I love that. Despite everything going on in the fight, there was that moment where people waited for cooldowns, and we had the Shogun Yutapon mano-a-mano 1v1 occur in the middle. Something to note is that Shogun now does have both the Kraken Slayer and the Phantom Dancer, so a ton of damage available to him. 3-1-3 currently, and yeah, an item lead over Yutapon right now.
It's kind of insane what he has been able to build for himself, mostly ignoring the action until he was very much needed for it in that last fight, as now will be the second Rift Herald to be handed over to Saigon Buffalo. Doesn't look like DFM are ready to fight over that one.
Yeah, and I think critically you want to take the mid-tier 1 with this still up and available. And again, something... Oh, Potentially looking for a fight here.
Yeah, Taki is a little bit caught out, but he immediately turns it back. He actually brings Steel towards his team, and he still has that Haymaker shield. Taki, though, kind of being chased down here. You can see that DFM are considering going for the fight, but
the Herald.
Buffalo, yep, it will be denied. Nice little smite there, and they will keep their mid-tier 1.
Yeah, really important there. And when we look at DFM's composition, things like the Aphelios, the Vel'Koz will scale exceptionally into what Saigon Buffalo has. So anything that slows the game down really positive. And honestly, they're looking to take this opportunity to pressure the enemy mid-tier 1.
Yeah, all 5 of them group up. They are able to eventually take this one down, I suppose. Just letting the minions get the last bit of that done. But Hazmat took that time, and he's like, yeah, I'll just go top and take this one myself. And he should be able to get that. But will he be there on time with no teleport for this Hextech Drake is really the question. As DFM are starting this one up.
I think they can just rush this. It will sacrifice mid-tier 1 most likely, but you deny an earlier soul for Saigon Buffalo. You know that the Gwen isn't there, so comfortable to take it. Saigon Buffalo will look to move up and potentially meet this top wave, but it looks like they're just stealing away camps for now.
Just moving through the jungle, you know, just sucking up everything they can get in the jungle as they go through. Like a vacuum cleaner. And Zevi, he's totally fine up on the top side, but yeah. Kind of surprised that Saigon Buffalo just decided, okay, we're just going to give away that Hex Check. We're not going to push mid into the Vel'Koz. And they haven't really been able to get anything else off the back of it.
Yeah, but those camps will help, and ultimately Steel tries to go for his own. Steel doesn't find anything. Oh, big play.
Okay, they're going in onto Unipon, and this is what they can do to the immobile carries of DFM. It is just so difficult for them to handle that, as a big laser is going to hit Froggy, though. As Yaharong says, I can do some big damage myself, as the exhaust will come in onto everybody, still going onto Shogun, and he will shut him down for a huge amount of gold. As Steel is going 1v2 on the backside as well. Steel on Taki, everybody else on Osmond. As Osmond kills 2 of them. How is he able to do this on the Gwen? Does he have the sustain? No, he does not. It is the alley-oop into the hands of the monkey. As Steel will take him down for the 9th kill.
Man, I feel like Hazmat and Steel, both huge performances in that fight, both doing so much that ultimately it is Steel, but DFM who comes out ahead, managing to clean up at the end. But man, what a champion Gwen is.
It's just, oh man. I was watching Steel go 1v2 and I thought that was good. And then I look up and yeah, as you mentioned, Gwen has some ways to make this happen. And remember that it all started here with Unipon being 100-0.
Yeah, just completely deleted from the game, even with the exhaust. We do see Froggy going down to the combo from the Vel'Koz, but then this extended fight up on the top side, you know, Shogun just gets completely chased down by the Trinimir. So little you can do. But ultimately, Hazmat, against a bunch of champions who get up close to him in his face, because Yaharong ends up stepping too far forward, he finds so much value and healing. The stopwatch comes in, and it's like, that should be it, but gets the turnaround. So well played.
Oh man, you could see Evie was like, oh, I'm gonna help you guys. Oh, that was a really nice, this guy passed geometry. He got a really nice Q in there, and he's able to secure the kill onto Froggy.
Oh, but this could be the cost.
Saigon say, maybe we can just do Baron?
And remember, critically, really fast Baron, the Diana, the Kai'Sa there. They don't have the Callisto to help secure the smite, but they will start this one up. But the approach starts to come out from DFM, and they don't want to risk it. 15-15 in kill score at 20 minutes. And remember, the winner of this game, if it's Saigon Buffalo, they will just likely, well, almost definitely, I think they just secure second off this, yeah. DFM, if they win it, they can likely force a tiebreaker. So huge stakes on this game for both regions, for both teams.
Yeah, just to confirm, definitely is the confirmation into the next round if Saigon Buffalo do get the win. So DFM, I mean, they're fighting for their lives here, right? Saigon Buffalo, even if they do lose this game, there is a chance that later on, you know, in a tiebreaker or, you know, other games that they could potentially still come out ahead. So everything really on the line here, and it all culminates in a game like this.
Yeah.
Didn't expect it myself.
I mean, I expected it to be hypey, but this is like another level. It's still a gold lead and a dragon lead for Saigon Buffalo, but DFM have kept it close, and ultimately, I really... Oh, more action. I don't get time to talk.
They're going to find BJ here, and remember, this is a very fed Wukong, as the W will be dodged, and BJ will be followed up onto a Shogun. He will kite it back. And he, at least, will not bite the dust as well. So now, DFM with a very important pick-off onto the enemy jungler.
Yeah, Smite is down, so potential to start up the Baron, but ultimately, still a lot of combat power for Saigon Buffalo, and they are going to move over Baron, they started a little move off. They're looking for the fight.
And Hazmat saw him coming in, but he doesn't seem to care, but he gets 100 to 0'd. And down he will go. He just walks into his death. And now Froggy will as well. And just like that, Dead FM, they're coming back in a huge way.
That's exactly what they needed. Great setup. They turn up the Baron, find the engage, and Hazmat, he feels confident. He's on Gwen, right? You can't immune that. Knocked into the team. The close range damage is there. Baron will be secured by Dead FM, and they should take the gold lead off this huge plays coming out for them.
It is massive what they were able to pull off in the last couple of minutes, because now they have secured the gold lead and they will go onto this Red Bull Baron power play. And it all starts with BJ getting caught.
Yeah, just great pocket of vision found by Steel to get this engaged. And ultimately, if you look at the minimap where this is going on, both the Callista and the Gwen so far away, no TP to join the fight, which gives a window for Dead FM to start things up. And then, because they already have vision of the Baron area, someone is forced to face check. Hazmat has that role, but it's just deleted. And in the ensuing fight, Dead FM just take over.
It's a couple of big kills on the backside of that, as now looks like we're going all in onto it. Tryndamere.
Well, the best target, but we'll see.
He is just...
Oh.
What was it? He's just pulling them away from the dragon. He's like, okay, yeah, sure. Unipod, he'll smite it. He'll figure it out. BJ nearly dies as that Vel'Koz damage really beginning to power up here, as now the needlework getting to work. Has been able to get another auto in and some more needles as they're trying to turn it onto Taki. Another knockup will come into the set, and that is going to be the end of him as the disintegration rate over the wall as well. Shogun will be put very low.
And you start to see big damage coming out from Udapom and Yaharong. They are so good with these anti-dive champions. If Saigon Buffalo can't connect, they really struggle to deal with them. They're looking to push this mid-tier 2, and I think Saigon just have to let us go.
Definitely going to have to let that one go. Now, they do have a guy here on the right side, maybe looking to set this one up. He's on vision now. You see that DFM don't seem to care too much. They are going to back off of this for now, though, as the slow will come in, and Hazmat is looking for that engage. Harp might just be the sacrifice as they pull in BJ, but they're not able to follow up on the engage. Look at the damage out of this Vel'Koz now, as BJ sits on it as well. You can't just run into this guy now, even after that early game. Yaharong is now the boss on this Rift. And he's got Steel in the front and Evie leading the charge as well. As Evie nearly gets 100 to 0, has to use that ultimate. Now Shogun's looking to turn it around, but he's going to be blown up by the Vel'Koz. And now that's another double kill here for Yaharong.
And I feel like Yaharong had so little fun in the laning phase, but he's scaled up and doing so much damage in these fights. And it's a short-range composition from Saigon Buffalo. If they don't connect with the Vel'Koz, if they don't get on top of him, they're just getting deleted. And I mean, it's the fact that I can understand if you catch a squishy and they get deleted, but look how much damage Hazmat takes here when he gets comboed. He just gets like absolutely bursted out so quickly.
Yeah, they wait for it, they get the knockup, and then he's pretty much dead, right? I mean, as you mentioned, it's either you blow up the Vel'Koz and the Aphelios, or they blow up you. And I think at this point, with Dead FM coming back into this game in such a big way, they're the ones that are doing the blowing up, and there's not a lot of hard engage that is succeeding here for SGB.
Yeah, and ultimately, you know, there's still hope for Saigon Buffalo. If they can connect onto them, find big engages, I think they have to fish for flanks here. But I have to say, this Callista mid, I'm not so sold on it, right? This hasn't been the best advertisement for this pick.
True. Very true. I would say that this game is not entirely the most standard that we've had.
Yeah, that is a goal graph and a half.
Yeah, we're all on a bit of a roller coaster here. Thanks for joining us, guys, as we have had already 39 kills in 25 minutes. So definitely both teams, they have decided that the way we're going to win is through action. We are going to try to just outplay our opponents. So just fight as much as possible and make it work. And so far, DFM are in the lead off the backs of that.
I mean, if we get one more kill, we will have hit 40 kills, and we're only at 26 minutes. I mean, we've seen a lot of games where one team has a ton of kills, right, from T1 in particular, but both teams so bloody in this one. Now, Reset's coming in.
Okay.
So I'm not looking.
They are ready to go in on this one as the clone is used to get into the back line, but again, the front to back is so good for DFM now. They have their items. They are online. And Evie wasn't even there. They didn't need him. And Taki, he's not in a place now where he has enough survivability to get through the true damage, through the AP, through the AD. He can't survive through all of it, and he just gets blown up.
He is just paper in these situations. And I think DFM are doing a fantastic job with the interrupting the divers from getting to them. And critically, Yaharong and Udapon, they both have flashes up, and teamfights will be so hard while those are available. In an ideal situation, Saigon wants the momentum, and you kind of keep burning summoners as they come up, but now DFM are in control.
But you can see, I mean, it's through the entire Haymaker shield. It doesn't matter. Like, you're the only one in there, and all the carries on the enemy team are super fed. So you are just going to get burned to the ground as he did. So now they find Yaharong. He does have a Zhonya's, but will that be enough to survive? He flashes, but it does not matter. But Steel is so huge now. He also has a GA. So good luck killing this guy. We do have Froggy coming over, though, so Steel is going to just back away and play it safe. Decided not to take the 1v4 this time.
Man, Wukong is so scary when he's this far ahead. Like, I thought Shogun was going to be able to reposition with the ult, but just dies in the CC combo. And sure, you got a kill for Saigon Buffalo, but on the other side of the map, you're losing that tower. Evie a problem in the side lane, and critically now, Dragon up and available. So we do see Udapon moving over, probably just to solo this one out. Vision control is in favor of Saigon Buffalo in the Baron, but I don't think they can start this.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been extremely risky, but maybe they feel at this point, you know, that maybe they would have to take that risk, but immediately they see Steel and Harp, and they're like, nope, we can't. We are spotted. So that is a third Hextech Drake that is into the pockets of Detonation Focus Me. As this was a nice little play. I mean, this is what you got to do, right, if you are Saigon Buffalo.
But one of the issues is you're banning the flash from the Diana, right, which is not going to be available for a while now. We do see the flash bin from the Vel'Koz, which is obviously nice, but I mean, this damage that comes out from Steel just... He is such a problem, as you said. GA now in pocket, and Wukong is so slippery even without that. He's just a hard champion to kill. With the Morph as well. He's doing damage, he's hard to kill, he's slippery, he's got great team fighting. And it's been a fantastic game for him, honestly. I feel like Steel, he's often had good early games, but hasn't always transitioned into the later stages. This is a great example of him just performing throughout the game. 20 kill participation out of 24. Fantastic play from him.
Yeah, and they needed this, right? This is the game that they needed to win. Otherwise, they were out of it. So a great MVP performance from him so far. But the game is not over. You know, this could definitely, I could see this somehow turning back into the hands of Saigon Buffalo. So don't want to call it from here. DFM absolutely in control of this one. But let's see how they go on this, because we've seen a lot of crazy games where it goes to the late game and then all of a sudden, you know, one carry gets blown up and the game is blown wide open. So DFM are still going to have to play it cleanly.
And I think that's a big thing, is that the Wing Kong for team fights is different, right? You have this dive composition and you have this front to back. So if Saigon Buffalo find a good flank or get access to the back line, they could definitely still win. And critically, they also have a Gwen.
They're going to find Taki here. Don't know what to say about this one. He's going to try to ult into the wall, and you can see the rest of his team. They're like, no, we're not fighting. We're not ready. He's going to go down. And now Evie's zoning away two of them, and he might even get a kill. So 3v2 up on the top side. Steel takes a huge rend to the face as Evie actually, at the end of it, he gets hit by the last bit of the needles as DFM start the Baron.
There is that Gwen factor. BJ still up and has ultimate, is healthy. Froggy's gone for the reset. It's up to these two to stop this Baron.
We have the Moonfall for BJ. He could try to make it happen. It's not quite enough damage. We got Sonya's out the wazoo now as everybody's got one. BJ's going to go down, and that will be the end of this Baron. DFM will be able to pick that one up. As Hazmet, he is going to be combo. As he will eventually try to go down, but the Sonya's comes in here. Udapon, though, is in position with the super fed Wukong, as the Red Bull Baron power play will now begin for DFM.
Yeah, Yaharong not too appreciative of that play coming out from Harp, but I want to praise Harp in this situation. A great job disrupting the Gwen, keeping Hazmet away from the fight, allowing them to secure the Baron. We now have that in pocket of DFM. They are 4,000 gold up, and in 2 minutes, Soul will be spawning. And we already talked about how Saigon Buffalo want to close on the backline. Hextech Soul would make it so difficult to do so. And here, Taki, someone has to face check. You might have seen at the top of your screen, a blue trinket came down. You didn't need to walk in here. And unfortunately, he goes down, and then Steel just, look at this damage coming out.
Yeah, I mean, he's quite literally 1v2ing. And you can see on the backside of this, Evie also just gets chased out. Hazmet doesn't have to look at the explosion. At the end of the day, though, they are able to deny any further annoyances. Oh, I mean, it was pretty annoying, actually. The Animate Hotspot did pick up 2 more kills, but, you know, the Baron being in the hands of FM is still going to be a huge victory for them, as they are looking to get a huge power play on the backs of this.
And I think, honestly, at this point, Saigon Buffalo, they need to find a flank. They need to find a way to get onto these carries. No flash for Yaharong, but Udapon does have his and exhaust. We'll see if they can find a window to be creative. Look at the set, he's coming!
We might just do this again, as in the backside, Taki this time gets an engage, and he just gets blown up in the front, but this allows Hosmet to try to frontier, and that is not going to be enough. Harp does get chopped down, though, as Shogun and Froggy, remember, it's 280 carries, and we're 32 minutes into the game as BJ, he's lining it up, he's creating a front line. That is a huge moonfall now, as that's going to be 1 kill for BJ, and pick one up here for Shogun. As Heavy is all alone, he's got his ultimate rolling, but that is not enough. Steel comes in with the GA, but it does not matter. The shutdown will be handed to Shogun, who picks it up.
Huge play coming out from Saigon Buffalo. They find a flank initially, and it doesn't quite work out ultimately at the start, but then Shogun gets in the fight. This has been someone we've talked about so much.
Can they end?
It's long time as Harp is up. I think Harp should be able to buy enough time.
Yeah.
This is so risky, though, because the Dragon has spawned. This is Soul. I think they should just grab this. I don't think you can go for the inhibitor, but they might try.
At least.
No, there's not enough time. Yeah, they're going to leave.
Just going to back out of there. So now that we have a tiny amount of time,
a couple of seconds,
the kill record at MSI 2022 so far is Red Cat as Aegis as Lee with 15 kills versus IW versus Istanbul Wildcats. So we have tied it now by Steel. He has 15 kills himself. He's looking to overcome that.
Yeah, and ultimately this engage isn't the best. Taki ends up taking the Trendemir, but a lot of cooldowns are burnt, and it's the re-engage which is so good. Yeah, I want to credit BJ because he actually disengages in this situation, and then he finds this opportunity to go in. So he lands his initial his Q onto the Vel'Koz, dashes forward, then flashes out for the re-engage with the ultimate, and that gives so much space to Shogun, who just takes over this fight.
And that's all he needed. He just needed a front line. He's really fed in this one. He's able to proc the GA of Steel. He goes into his own, and he finishes off the job. That's 1,000 more goals.
That's a lot.
1,000 more.
And he's full build now. GA obviously on cooldown, so could switch that one out. But ultimately, DFM still up in gold. But 2,000 at 34 minutes isn't that significant. Critically, both teams 3 dragons apiece. DFM got 3 in a row, but denied that 4th.
And man, this game has just gone completely off the rails. 55 kills so far.
Oh my lord.
We have some very nice kill scores, such as 15, 3, and 9 for Steel. And we got 4 minutes until, you know, I wouldn't even be surprised if they fight before the 4 minutes just because they want to, both teams.
Yeah, they've been pretty fight heavy this game, I'd say. It's probably
a little bit,
probably accurate. Yeah. Man, I mean, I hoped for a good game. I feel like we got more than we really deserved on this one. It's been absolutely fantastic. And DFM are trying to contest that mid-prio. It is a minute 15 until that Baron, but I love this. Some creative wards in deep from Saigon Buffalo.
Oh, they are just on the chase here. Evie's like, no, you can't get away from me, but he's not going to face check into this brush, or this jungle rather. But this is going to open up the mid lane. This is what you were talking about. They contest for mid-prio. Saigon Buffalo do not call their bluff, and they're like, okay, that's an inhibitor down now.
Oh, but look at the flank angles.
Oh, BJ, he's got that proto rocket belt looking at coming from the side, but Harp is able to tag him so well. He's pulled in to Froggy as Evie's getting low, but Steel is in the back line. He takes out Froggy, and now a huge re-engage does come in from Taki and BJ. They create the front line as now Shogun and Hasmed are going wild in the backside of this fight. That is going to be the end of that as the triple comes in for the Kaisa, and they should have done it now from here.
This should be it. The death timers are so long in Saigon Buffalo. They were struggling for such a long time, but they find the window, they find the chaos, they find the backline, and they're going to be able to advance to the Rumble stage after they close this game out.
Just like that. It only took 62 kills, but Saigon Buffalo, they were able to take the win here. The death timers are long enough. Taki does a great job of tanking up the turrets. He flashes the emote, and that is going to do it for this one. Saigon Buffalo pick up their 4th victory, and they move on to the Rumble stage.
Wow. That game was something. I feel like it went back and forth so much. I want to give credit to both teams. Sad loss for Dead FM, and unfortunately they will be going home, but man, they put in a performance there. They put up such a fight.
He's like, no 70 kills, I sleep.
Yeah, that was a chill game. Easy as it goes.
Yeah, Froggy, he had some fun. He had some fun. He might be saying thank you, team, for the carry. But to be honest, I thought his mechanics in some of those late game fights were also very crucial, right? The fact that he and Shogun, they got fed enough and the game went long enough that finally they found their access to those backlines. The game was even enough for them to actually begin taking some of those divey team fights they have been wanting to do the entire game.
And honestly, I feel like everyone had moments in this game where they really found favor, they really stepped up. I want to give so much praise to Steel, to Dead FM. Fantastic Wukong game throughout the entire thing, and it's heartbreaking, but I feel like both teams represented their region so well in that game. Such a great performance.
Absolutely. What a banger that game was. I mean, we'd love to have like 10 more of those, guys, if we could, you know. But that's what we kind of expected it to be. These two teams very evenly matched. I think that Dead FM towards the end, maybe their macro failing them a little bit. They win a lot of their early games in the region, and then they don't necessarily have to play that many late games. So it got down to the end of it, and I think Saigon Buffalo did do it a little bit better there. So that's going to do it for that game. That was really insane. Thank you, Ox, for joining me for that one. We will have one more after this. But guys, for now, we will go to a break. Join us after the break.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
세상 그 무엇도 필요 없다던 지킬 수 없는 약속이라도 받고 싶었어. 어쩌면 우린 다르지 않을까. 하지만 너무 어렸던 난 누구지 알 수 없었지. 영원이란 단어보다 더한 거짓 순 없다는 걸. You break me every time. 더 이상은 견딜 수 없어. 남은 것은 상처뿐이야. 이제 나
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. And they did it! The Hulk-like team fighting from Mark Ruffalo's Saigon Buffaloes took them over the edge.
I sincerely hope somebody misunderstands the graphic and thinks he's like an investor or a manager or something. And then I can be like, he did it. Because the thing I love about most is just how dumb it is, right?
It's so
That's
dumb.
why I love it. A smart man once said that to me. Absolutely amazing. So, welcome back. Quick Shot and Raz here. Quick update on Group A. With that victory over Detonation Focus Me, Saigon Buffalo have now joined T1 in the Rumble stage. We have all 6 teams locked, but we still have 2 games to play. And before we get to them, we absolutely have to talk to that. Talk about that game. A barn burner, I think, is what I've heard.
A slobber knocker. There's a few of them.
Exactly.
We can just keep throwing them in.
I want to start talking about the picks and bans because I was very surprised by the draft.
Yes.
Not only did we get Kalista mid, we got Vel'Koz, set support. As we see the draft on screen, Raz, talk me through what you liked and disliked about both comps.
So with the Kalista early pick, a lot of the times that just zeroes you in on a pretty short range composition. And I think that was my immediate fear is if you have short range composition, you also committed yourself to having double AP topside. So I was like, at first, I didn't like what we were seeing from Saigon Buffaloes. They did pivot to putting the Kalista mid lane, so that allowed them to have an AD mid. And also what helped them out was they pivoted mostly because they saw the Vel'Koz blind.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. I mean, we've got the Kalista on screen. And this was actually played by Froggy and Saigon Buffaloes twice last year. We saw it mid and top in the LCS as well.
Yes.
So, but this is a bit of a fringe pick. Do you think it worked? Do you like how they used it?
So the biggest positives with the Kalista pick is that you can always set up mid lane dives.
Yeah.
That you can always like pressure mid matchup, and then you can get your jungle and support along with you. But Froggy said, I don't need that. And this is what I didn't like about it, is because if you just say, I can look to dive Yaharong solo, and that's what he ended up doing and trading kills, you are going to be a target of steal. And that eventually happened.
Raz, my man.
What's up?
What you're trying to infer and imply here is that Saigon Buffalo Detonation Focus We're going to come in with some level of restraint.
Yes, I wanted
some
restraint.
level of control.
Yes.
That did not happen.
I wanted
Why?
a setup.
I have so many replays for you and everybody at home that we're going to talk through. The first thing I want to do is highlight what the early game looked like. Because by 6-7 minutes in game, we had 8 kills on the board. And Raz, can you make sense of this for me?
Yes, and so like my problem with this is that you can easily set up with Diana. It didn't work, but you're right. It turned into a scrap, just an all-out brawl. And it was working initially, I would say, from Saigon Buffaloes up until this moment, where they pushed so far deep into Detonation Focus Me's jungle for 1 kill. This kind of became a theme for the rest of the game that they got collapsed on, and ultimately Detonation Focus Me had an in.
I mean, I love this replay. The melee Vel'Koz, the melee Aphelios just wandering through 4 members of the opposition.
Yes.
The thing that like boggles my mind a little bit is both teams just opted into this. It was so kill heavy. I think there was 62 kills by the end of the game. It was relentless and non-stop.
Yeah, and you can always just see, based off these last 2 replays, and it was consistent throughout the game, that the supports were opted in. It's like, okay, I'm not staying bot lane. I am going with the team because mid lane was the end-all, be-all, and Kalista started to fall really far behind.
Yeah, really did. Every single one of these replays that you're seeing from the early game, bearing in mind, this is the first Rift Herald, right?
Yes.
We're approaching now 8 kills on the board in total. Steel was the beneficiary of every single kill or assist for his team up until 16, 17 minutes, right?
Yeah, he was getting triple kills. The first triple kill that happened bot side, a second one much later on in the game. I'm sure we'll see it. And it was a bit of a battle between the junglers because I liked what BJ did on his Diana. That one team fight that we saw around Rift Herald started to get his team back into it again.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this. This is the jungler on the losing team.
Oh, it hurts.
Okay? Stop and think about that for a second. 16, 4, and 10, 757 damage per minute, which is just ridiculous.
Yes.
And still lost the game.
It sucks.
Yeah.
I know everyone at home feels those moments when you're in such a winning positions. You have Drake stacking in your favor and everything. You're winning team fights, and then you just lose one pivotal fight and the game along with it.
But don't get ahead of yourself.
Look,
I have one more replay first.
Okay, my bad.
Okay?
You can always hit it again.
I want to take a look at another team fight here because what's crucial is I think up until 22 minutes in the game, it was the Saigon Buffaloes that were pulling ahead. And you see this team fight play out. Again, really indicative of the entire game. Scrappy, back and forth. Questionable decision-making.
Yeah.
But crucially, at these early game stages, it's the Buffaloes getting the kills, it's the Buffaloes pulling ahead. By the end of this fight, they were 3,000 gold up, Raz.
It's insane. And by the way, Taki was a hero in a lot of these fights. That huge pull that he had on his E into a follow-up, and he still ended up kind of losing the fight at the end anyways, at that point. So it was crazy. Oh, Harp gets Dougie down.
A little bit of a whoopsie.
Yes, but that, once again, going back to the point, this happened a lot in this game. And for me, it was about the engagers. Because the range that you saw initially from Detonation Focus Me and their Vel'Koz and the Aphelios, I wanted to see that throughout the game. I wanted to see them not opt into these fights because A, that's what VCS is better at and that's specifically Saigon Buffaloes, but then also that's what their comp does.
Yeah. I think as well, the engagers, very important to highlight, I agree with you, but I think it's crucial to acknowledge that the positioning decisions, I don't want to say errors, but the positioning could be punished, right?
Specifically Steel, because it felt like a miscommunication. He W's over the wall thinking that they were looking for a dive, but like a second beforehand, they're all backing away.
I think I have a replay where Steel actually wins this one for DFM, because as I mentioned, up until this point, it's Saigon Buffaloes that are in the lead. It's Saigon that are pulling ahead, accelerating, as you can see on the dive, on the Unipon. But then as the fight continues to play out, here comes Steel, and that's a terrifying monkey.
And remember, this is the first pick Wukong for himself, and he's already putting in a bit of damage on Taki while, I would say, putting Shogun in such a bad position. That's a shutdown kill, by the way. Shogun was doing really well in the earlier fights, and so Steel's able to get the kill on both these guys because he's dealing with them solo.
And that happens so often. He was zoning so many members of the Buffaloes. This again, for those keeping up to date, is about 20 minutes in game by the end of this fight, and all of a sudden, Detonation Focus Me, they close the gold gap, they pick up a couple dragons, and this was where the LJL took control of the game, and it felt like they were in the driving seats until one last replay, which I'll bring up in a moment.
And there were a few mistakes, because you're right, they were in a driving seat, they were, in my mind, they were pressuring towards top lane inhibitor, and two mistakes happened for me. One was inconsequential to the whole fight, which was Evie looking to go into melee range and hitting the turret when he was on Tryndamere. I mean, he's lost about like 50%, 25% of his HP, but then it was Vel'Koz as well. So I think they need to play slower. But it's when you look,
I know what you mean. It's great to watch.
Statement of a lifetime. But when you're in a game like this and it's just constant fighting, you get pulled into it, and I think that's what sucks is that Detonation Focus Me, that happened to them quite frequently.
Oh, it did indeed. And every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, the Buffaloes fight back in a huge team fight, turning the game on its head. Raz, break this one down for me.
Yeah, so the initial engage came through Prime Taki, and it was stuffed. He instantly gets popped. I think he was concerned about using his W way too late, and so he ends up using it early. No damage comes from it, and so they end up like buffing it. They had Baron buff as well. This is what I talked about. An early ulti there from Yaharong gets punished instantly, and beautiful Diana ultimate followed up by Kai'Sa Shogun. Their team fighting is so spot on. You make one mistake and they hop on you like that.
And the thing is, like, these team fights happen so often, and up until this point, DFM had been winning most of the mid game. It was like Saigon Buffaloes won early game, DFM won mid game, and then the late game team fights, because of itemization, level, scale, ultimately Buffaloes won that fight. Death timers were long enough because there were 60+ kills in the game, and they ran down the Nexus. So you see DFM waving to the fans there in Busan. They've been eliminated, and look at that gold gap. It tells the full story.
It really does. The end of that one, just the fact that they had such a large goal lead by the end of it, and then they end up losing it off of 2 team fights in a row. And so if you just look at the composition, it sucks for you to say, you know, you take a step back a bit and says, oh, that one team fight topside, if we play it a little slower, wait for the next wave to come in, then your Tryndamere's in a better position, your Aphelios and Vel'Koz, who you're trying to play for, is in a better position.
Do you know what I really love, Raz?
What?
I really, really love how calm and collected you can be. It's like highlighting these things the team should have done. But frankly, by this point in the game, there was probably 100 decisions that could have been played differently, shall we say.
Yes.
But they got sucked into the chaos. What I do know is just some closing thoughts briefly, because now Saigon Buffaloes, they are qualified for Rumble, right?
Yeah.
This team is not afraid to scrap with anyone. They went toe-to-toe in the bottom lane, at least in the very first game of the tournament, and they will be able to close out our group stage playing T1 later today. What I'm interested in is, what do they do with no holds barred? Because now they're in, they're locked, this is a free game.
Yes.
And what the hell are they going to do in Rumble stage against every other squad?
Look, just lean into what you're good at. It's kind of insane that they picked a composition that was very scrappy, they played towards it, and they ultimately picked up a win. I think for the rest of the day, try it a little bit more, kind of variants with Froggy. I want to see Froggy find a few more champions, maybe the Jace or something like that. And then when they go into the next stage, look, as a North American representative, I'm worried. And with G2 into the next representative, you should be worried too.
You just took the words out of my mouth, because in our pregame, you were trying to give me the sales pitch and just reminding me of how many times the VCS has beaten European representatives. You know, we saw the level 6 Nocturne that terrified the hell out of Fnatic. We know how many times G2 have dropped games. So yes, we're nervous. We'll have to see what happens though. We still have 2 games to go, however. T1 will be taking on A's. We're going to head to the casters to get us into the game.
Thank you guys there on the analyst desk, rather. We are back here. I am Valdez with Wolf once again. He's feeling a bit better.
Yeah, my voice, as you guys know, was definitely not as there as it is now. It's still not, I'd say, 100%, but thanks so much to Ox for filling in while I was trying to spend some time to recover. But I'm back. I'm very excited to see how this game is going to play out. Could be another extremely one-sided one, but I think there's some joy in watching these types of games, right? I think as much as the last game being very close and very back and forth is exciting, there's another type of game that people enjoy, which is to see how dominant a team can look at international competition. Let's see if A's can bounce back this time around in the second round robin.
Yeah, gonna be curious, you know, at this point, you know, something you were talking about with this team is that they were experiencing a lot of nerves. You know, that's something that Dimitri said. You know, he's feeling ashamed. He's not feeling great about his position. They feel like they're not playing to their tippy-top level. So now maybe that they are officially knocked out, they can just say, hey, let's throw caution on the wind. Let's play weird stuff. Let's have fun. And maybe that'll give them a good opportunity to upset T1 and maybe leave their mark here on MSI.
That's another angle, because both of these teams' fate is decided. T1 is advanced, A's is not. And we've already seen A's play some pretty unusual champions this tournament. I think T1 has definitely taken the cake in that regard. So what we could have on our hands here is one of the craziest games of the tournament so far in terms of 10 champions that are on the Rift. So support's going to be the funnel here for T1 for now, taking away Straits, Leona, Nautilus, Engage champions, making that 2v2 a little bit more tough to play out.
Yeah, definitely going to be a nice little play there in the draft. I'm curious also to see what weird stuff Cario will play, because I think with the 3 support bans, they're also saying, okay,
this is exactly what I'm thinking
we've got something special.
Yeah, I definitely think that's what's going on.
Coming back, you know, I wouldn't be surprised, something like that.
Yeah, I think there's a really good chance that you're right on the money with this, because these more standard supports can really throw wrenches into the gear of more fun supports. So the Wukong,
such as Wukong.
Yeah, so the Wukong will get locked in first. Again, for T1, the only team that's really used it as a flex pick, but certainly a possibility here for Cario. We saw the Wukong Senna, in fact, the last time these 2 teams matched up.
So the RE is definitely face up here as something I think you want to take away from Faker. Lone can definitely play the pick. It is quite strong right now, so it seems pretty obvious that you do want to take that off the board.
Yeah, I think Viego is the most common champ to pair with this, but they will actually go down the Lee Sin path yet again here for Dimitri. Not going to be playing the more LCK RE style, as we'll see that Nidalee hover one more time, as the Wukong is already locked in. Very unlikely here for T1. And it's difficult to predict what T1's next move is going to be, because they have played so non-standard, especially in matchups like this so far in this tournament. What's going to be the swap? Going to be the LeBlanc for Faker, which is so common when left open. He either takes the Ahri or the LeBlanc when given the chance, and this will be no exception.
Yeah, goes for that LeBlanc, and yeah, I mean, it's an important point that you make, because T1 are on to the next stage, so they can play a lot of weird stuff. They can also just play incredibly standard if they really don't want to show anything. So, again, we could see a whole sort of different things here from the side of T1, or they just go ahead and play LeBlanc Jace. It is going to be Gwen, though, instead, so we will see Gwen once again.
Now, before the second banning phase here, you pick Gwen at this location. Lonely has the opportunity to play the Jace counter pick. We saw this matchup, this exact matchup last time around. They play Gwen face up, Jace comes out, and Zeus crushed the lane against a counter pick. It looked like, you know, he was the counter to Jace on the Gwen. How dominant he played the lane. Might just be wanting to kind of show that once again. But it will be the Gangplank instead, left open here. very well-rounded composition right now so far here for A's. You've got the late game scaling, you have pick potential, you have really good mid-game fighting, as they're not going to let the Senna come through this time.
Yeah, you know, that's one way to really open up the support pool if you just want to really go crazy with it, as, well, you didn't pick your support, so I'll just ban away more, as the Alistair is going to be taken off the board now. And Karya, of course, the entire time with a straight face, as this is very funny to us. But what else is going to be the ban here from Team A's?
It's a tough call here. I think they just look for the AD carry pool. Will be the Callista taken away this time around.
Another weird, you know, tanky support enabling AD carry.
Yeah, definitely true. Might just see a Rel ban here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Samira ban either, considering how Ace has been playing. Even though it hasn't really been very successful, it's definitely something they've shown us they like to play. Will be the Ezreal, considering already the late game power of this gangplank, the scaling sort of idea this comp is looking for. Ezreal ban makes so much sense here.
Yeah, and one thing that Ezreal is good at surviving against is, you know, a weird engage support, such as Zac or Pyke or something like that. So again, keeping the options open for potential plays on the bottom side. The Jhin definitely has that range advantage abilities to, you know, with the speed up to kind of avoid that, even though in general he is known as an immobile AD carry.
There's a lot of options for Gumi here. He's slipping through the AD carries. And AP Kai'Sa has been pretty nerfed significantly, but I could see, considering how this game is looking like it might go, it'd be something he would do for fun in a situation like this. But considering the composition, I'm hoping it's 80 because there's a lot of magic damage in this comp between the Gwen and the LeBlanc already.
Okay.
We're running it back. The Pyke in the bottom lane.
There it is.
Yeah, we are.
Yep. I was wondering, you know, I didn't think it was going to be the Zoe support or the LeBlanc support or something like that. So yeah, he's just going to go back to the Pyke and look to make more plays. Karya loves the Pyke. And now we do get the counter pick, essentially, in the bottom side. Straight's got a big smile on his face.
Yeah, I think the Set is a pretty good option here. Obviously, Set has the ability to react. They actually end up going for Renata instead here in this composition. It's tough to pull this off, but when you have the big explosive damage for the Lee Sin, the Ahri, you might be able to actually get the bailout to go off on your AD carry or even Lee Sin in these situations, especially if the game goes late. He's got something like a GA, it becomes very difficult to kill him in team fights. But man, on the side of T1, we have Karya's Pyke, which can threaten each and every one of these champions. Even though Lee Sin is not going to feel safe if he gets hooked in. And the extra gold that can get funneled in because of Pyke's passive into this composition, Gwen gets her items a little bit faster, potentially, if she ends up helping win some of those mid-game team fights around Heralds. It could be a very one-sided game here for T1 if they find that success. Faker loves playing the I'm 7,000 gold ahead at 15, I'm playing LeBlanc, you have no vision, and I am just everywhere. The flashy champion for him, one of his most famous career-wise. And this is how T1 want to take their 5th game in a row.
Well, we'll see if it happens, or if we do get the big upset here, as everybody on the side of T1, they look extremely relaxed, like they're having a good amount of fun. I hope only that Team Ace is feeling the same. You know, that's what I would love to have come into this one. Nice little game. It's not going to matter too much for the standings, but who knows? Maybe you pick up a win if you just play relaxed and you play your game. So really looking forward to this one and seeing what Team Ace have in store for T1 this time.
Yeah, I hope that we see a lot of aggression in the early game here. I do like the potential that Set has into Pyke in those early levels because he's just simply so tanky in terms of his stats and how the 2v2 can play out against Kai'Sa, you know, who also at that point won't have her abilities evolved. Korean crowd, T1's playing it in front of course, as well. They have that extra buff, and okay.
Dimitri did not buy any items. He had a big smile on his face. I suppose that's because he sheepishly realized that he forgot to buy items.
Everybody's had that game where it's taken a long time to load in, you're alt-tabbed, and then you're like, finally, you just run towards where your starting position is, and you're like, ooh, I'm gonna have to back real quick.
Faker's just waiting in the mid lane for the emote battle. We'll see if it happens. Maybe you can use the scare prize emote. Could happen.
Could happen. I am... I'm most curious, if I look at all these matches, I'm most curious about how Zeus versus Lonely goes. Because I think Zeus has so quietly been one of T1's best players this event, but the focus has always been on the more wacky picks we're seeing for Keria on the bottom side, Faker being flashy. We saw his Zoe earlier, his LeBlanc. But he's just been very quietly dominant in lane, even though all T1's games have been so one-sided, you're never really looking there because it hasn't been top focus, but how he does in this matchup into the Gangplank is something that's really interesting for me to zoom in on.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the last game that we did see, Evie and Steel were actually able to make his laning phase not free, which is a lot of what we have seen. Zeus just kind of getting a buy, essentially a walkover, and obviously a guy with his skill, he's able to make a lot of it, so... I was glad to see them actually prepare something and focus for that lane, as Alone actually takes a very nice trade here with that Foxfire to get the Electrocute procs here onto Faker, something that Faker also often does with the Ahri.
Yeah, it's his playstyle, just goes Foxfire first every time, looks to proc it as soon as possible, basically on cooldown. Will lose his passive, the clone, not going to be too impactful in a lane like this. As with the pots, he is already back up at full, shoving this lave in. Dimitri, at level 3, could look to make a play here, but I think Faker is very aware of it, knows his positioning here with the minions. It's just making sure that he is on the left side.
Now, Faker doesn't have his passive. That is the one thing that he did not have, but Distortion available. Generally, when you go for a gank like that, you got to wait for the LeBlanc to be aggressive with the Distortion so that he hops back, or he doesn't hop back. Either way, he doesn't use it for escaping.
And you could tell based on the way Faker was moving in that lane there and kind of how he was teasing the idea of a gank coming, he was absolutely aware. He instantly distorts to avoid the Sonic Wave coming through, and his positioning in the minions means that Alone cannot actually charm him. There's just simply no way for him to close that gap and find it.
So Dimitri, in terms of his pathing, he has done the entire bottom side of the map and the Raptors. So he has 4 camps, but note that he skipped the red buff, is going immediately to the top lane. The Q is going to miss, and Lonely eats 2 turret shots. So now trying to trade it back. It will be first blood, though, as I do identify that that is a very nice time to go for the gank. Dimitri here looking to fight. Now 2v1, Owner does have the double buff, and he is looking to try to get this one down, but now Lonely is able to frontline, and he's going to take another kill, and all of a sudden, Team Ace, they're up 2-0.
2 kills in this early game. You see Alone on camera there is feeling pretty hyped. His teammates make the 2v1 happen. The gank is successful on the top side of the map. You fall behind a little bit in terms of the jungle clear, but you're able to make this gank happen. Early Sheen for Gangplank is always a nightmare for melee champions to play into, so this is going to be so frustrating. As Faker...
Alone's in some trouble here. The charm, or rather the chain is going to be enough, and Faker burns down, but it is not enough to kill him, as with the Ignite, he's able to take down Alone in the 1v1.
So another kill going over to T1. Keria not want to be playing that one too aggressively at this early stage. Is this real?
Is this real life?
There's not actually a setup here. Like there's not actually an angle Faker. Like there's no reason.
Yeah, so we have the flash here, and they're actually still going for this one on the bottom side, as 5kid is going to be taken out, as a nice little setup there to take him down. As now we're going to have even more fighting up in the top side. Zeus getting very aggressive, but Dimitri now he's got a good angle, and Zeus with no flash here, he is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he's going to get sound wave or Sonic waved.
Yeah, perfectly done there. Able to hop over the ward after the Sonic wave. It is perfect.
Ward hop, slow, and it's guaranteed kill here. So it's 2 deaths now for Zeus in this laning phase. And this is... for me, the lane I wanted to focus on, how is this going to go? Is he going to end up being able to play this one out into the Gangplank? Will he be successful? Will he dominate Lonely again? We don't often zoom in on it, but it's Dimitri who's actually shaped this lane into Lonely's favor. 1-0 and 2 now on the Gangplank, had the early Sheen, is going to back buy again here, and these advantages are going to start to stack up over a Gwen, who likes to often control the mid to late game with those item spikes, but they're now so significantly slowed.
Yeah, and Faker's continuing with his dominance. Of course, we did have that little bit of a wonky thing, but it actually made a lot of sense. He was trying to push in the wave and also execute himself. But that's neither here nor there, because He's still making plays here in the mid lane. Alone is going to have to go to the Spirit Rushes now. We do have Owner around as well. That is going to be the kill handed over to Keria. As you see, Alone is trying to trade it back, but still just the one kill, and the roaming begins for this Pyke.
Yeah, and this is when things can start to get really, really frustrating to play against. Last time when Keria played the Pyke into DFM, they had such an early dominant lead that he didn't necessarily need to go Umbral Glaive. Still a strong possibility in this game where you control that vision, you become very frustrating to play up against around, you know, even things like your own blue buff in the jungle. Keria's looking for another hook.
Not gonna happen this time, yeah. Just gonna accept that handshake and move on. Faker.
Another chain.
Still doing this. He just hops back, not willing to get charmed. He knows that the trade is good enough.
And he's starting to get a pretty significant CS advantage here as well, making moves like this as the wave crashes through, making it very difficult for Alone to actually get that money. Okay, Dimitri is on a ward. On several, I guess I should say. So Keria is going to back off in respect.
Yeah. You can see that even though Team Ace was able to get a couple of big kills in the beginning of this game, still falling a little bit behind on the golds. I think that Lonely is in a fantastic spot though, so they still have ways to come back in this one, but they're trying to engage onto Straight as the handshake gets Guma a bit far away. He's not able to follow up onto that one, and Straight will survive.
Yeah, Straight very low on health here, but does survive, as you mentioned. And Keria is not finding, you know, repeated successes just yet. The snowball hasn't fully started rolling. Yes, okay, here we go, top side again, Lonely.
Yeah, Needle's already coming out, and a lot of them actually missing. I think only the first one actually hit him, as Owner, they should know he's here. He did just clear out a ward as he's trying to get on in there and at least push Lonely away, but he is going for the kill. The knockup comes in, and they're gonna hand it over to Zeus as well. Excellently done by the top and jungle duo from T1, is now Alone. He has just not been having fun in this game against Faker, man. This has not been good for him. The Spirit Rush over the wall, though. They're looking for the charm onto the Wukong, but that is not the correct one.
Nope, sadly not. But what's so significant about Zeus picking up this kill to stabilize here is it's at a timing where Lonely, of course, has no teleport, can't go back to lane. He ends up picking up a nice CS advantage here. And this means that in side lanes later on, with this composition of T1 running, they have a LeBlanc, they have a Wukong. Gangplank will not be able to side lane as safely or as deeply as a Gwen, who has really insane resistances, will be able to. Sure, her lifesteal, she's so impactful in even 1v3 attempts where people are trying to kill her. She survives her so long rotations can come through. So it was really important for Ace to try to shut this Gwen down early, and they were pretty successful until this follow-up gank hits. Now it's a CS advantage. So Zeus is going to have such a massive impact, not in necessarily the same way as you would if you were a Fed Gwen, but later on in the game, he's so much safer. So you really just want to like delete the Gwen by making sure he does not get to play the game. This kill is back to relevance. It's almost like the last two kills didn't matter.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason why I think Gwen is really strong in this meta. And just the fact that now teams are like, oh, by the way, you can flex her. It's like, uh-oh, we're going to be seeing a lot more of this champion. She just has so many things in her kit, as you've just very finely gone over, Wolf, that make her a really strong champion from ahead or behind. So we'll see how Zeus does play it out from here. T1 as a team, they are going to secure this Rift Herald. Doesn't look like A's are going to try to come on in here, but that's going to be the chain into the hook. And guess who's here? It's Guma Yusi from downtown. That is going to be Keria that does pick up the kill.
Meanwhile, Owner just casually getting the referral. Now, A's do come over here and take the solo Mountain Drake. That is going to go over to them. They were not insanely quick on this rotation over, but they are able to get something cross-map for this. It's not like T1 got every single part of the map. And that one solo Mountain Drake, the resistances it's going to give you are significant, but T1 are the best team in the world, I would argue, you know, at taking a Rift Herald and turning it into a massive gold lead. Now, they're already in this game over 3,000 gold ahead, but that is going to balloon with the Rift Herald drop.
So Dimitri is coming up here, but can he get here in time? So far, the 2v1, there is way more than enough damage, as Owner this time will collect the kill. And Dimitri's here, but you know, I don't know if this is a good idea, especially with Ignite coming on up. He's just going to soak some of this XP and not be able to get there on time to help out too much, as we do have the MasterCard Mythic.
It's
the Prowler's Claw.
Yep. Carry a buy here.
Casually.
You casually getting the first one. Prowler's Claw is the item we went for, actually. In fact, last time against TFM, didn't go for Umbral first. So just sticking with this idea, just wants the extra damage and the ability to execute targets faster rather than the vision control, because he has already got that, right? I mean, look at the vision control here on the bottom side. He's sweeping, deep wards going up. But, you know, the Rift Herald wasn't dropped. We'll see where that ends up going. It looks like very likely he was going to drop it top side there so that Lonely didn't have a turret, but actually is moving his attention now to bottom side instead. They're looking to set up a dive with that vision that Carrier removed. Control ward here in the river, control ward in the tri-brush just behind that turret. And they know that Dimitri is nowhere nearby, so they look to try to set up a gank, they look to try to punish, but too much respect here for the bottom duo for A's, and Straight will just go over here and clear this ward.
Yeah, nicely done. There is one more behind them, but of course, with the teleport change a while back now, he's actually going to miss it with the sweeper, which is pretty unfortunate for Straight. But again, it's not going to amount too much unless it does survive up until 14 minutes and someone actually teleports onto that. Otherwise, you can just use that to see where Dimitri is, as they are going to see where he is, in fact. As Owner is going to set it up, and there he is going to be killed over the wall as Keria is pulled on in for quite a while there, but he's able to just saunter his way out afterwards as well. Another kill here for T1.
It's just these wards. It's the vision that T1 have around this area. They had the... Oh, I guess we're going to have a fight up here.
They're going in again. The needles have started coming out, and all of them are going to hit this time. Another hook on the bottom side is now Straight is going to potentially go down. He berserks Gumayusi and actually is nearly able to get the takedown, just barely not on time though. As Keria continuing on in, of course he has Owner here. His Owner has been all over the map, but yeah, just a 1-for-1 at the end of the day in the bottom lane.
Such a squishy composition here for A's too, that all these items coming through for Keria this early, it makes it so deadly, the Pike. Also, the commitment here to try to trade 1-for-1 for A's leads to extra plates going over to the top side of the map here. Nice clone.
Okay, Cannon Barrage even committed to. They've got Alone over the wall, and that might just be enough as he's trying to dodge in here. He's able to hop onto the chickens, and that will be enough, and now he's got his old team here. Keria in position. Nice little kick comes in as they're trying to give the kill to Faker. Takes him a little while, but he does pick up the kill, and now T1, they are 8,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, it just happens so suddenly in these T1 games, right? And you get a lead from the objectives you take when you get a single kill. The plate gold on top of everything else. Now you're starting to put the pressure on A's. The wave manipulation on the bottom lane is why these ganks are so successful. You have wave manipulation plus ward control, and then suddenly Vibeken and Straight are like, I can't farm. Dimitri, please come help. Dimitri comes over, he's spotted on wards, he's taken out by Owner, and they just collapse in time after time after time. It's so oppressive the way this team plays. So you force resources down to the bottom side of the map. Now Gwen suddenly was behind earlier. Okay, 40 CS up, casually, 2-2-1 after an 0-2 start, because you've pulled so many resources on the ramp. You're forcing cannon barrages in skirmishes because you're so desperate to try to get anything back, just one piece. But look at the wards on the minimap. It's just insane.
Guma is just going to kill the turret and then maybe kill Alone, but that's a charm that comes in. He's got his ult still. The W is going to go wide, but it does not matter.
Casually down a level.
Gumayusi, he's just got enough. Keep in mind, Alone doesn't even have his first mythic. He's so far behind. I mean, the early game for him has been the most dire after Faker has had his way, and now Dimitri is at least able to trade it back.
Some turret shots, so I mean, Owner is on the chase, but he will be able to hop away.
And as we zoom out, we have a little bit of trouble here as the kick comes in. And Dimitri is in a lot of trouble. Faker is also on the run, but the Berserk is actually getting some nice value down, but not quite enough. As Straight also will be handed over to Keria, and all that gold will go to the entire team.
Everybody's getting a cut of this massive lead here for T1, and that is going to be somewhat reflected in the now 11,000 gold lead that T1 are holding here at 15. And they're not done. Just going to use the reset here to get a little bit of damage on.
Yeah, denies the back and
forces an ult.
I mean, yeah. But unfortunate for Team A's. I mean, I like how they started it out, at least, you know, a couple kills. And I like that it seemed like they were playing pretty fast, loose, and at least relaxed to start off this game. But at the end of the day, T1, I think, just the better team here, and they are looking to close this one out. They have not picked up any Drakes, which is very T1-esque. We've seen this actually many times happen in the LCK as well. They'll just, you know, be, even if it's a little bit less, even if it's like 5,000, 6,000 gold ahead, they just somehow don't have any dragons at 16 minutes as well, as they finally get one.
They like to put the focus on dominating and killing structures and also solo lanes, especially the top side of the map. You get a Rift Herald, I mean, this is just tragic. Like, Gumayusi has to kill the turret first, by the way. He has to take 3 autos on a turret, then alone isn't able to charm. He presses his ult, gets the shield, has enough damage. He has a Gale Force for the extra damage as well. Whereas, as you mentioned, it was sitting on the last chapter there on the Ahri. Gumayusi will die for this, but the trades come through. But the focus is always on top side. The focus is on trying to get turrets, trying to push out plates. And the Dragon isn't going to give you that same level of snowball, just one single Mountain Drake. So when you know your opponent is focusing on the Dragon, you're getting something else. Whereas this is just a highlight reel of Keria. And that's all of that cut gold coming through as well from his passive. He's now got an Umbral Like, we are 17 minutes of the game. The support has a Prowler's Claw and an Umbral Glaive, which is going to remove vision, and here he is. There he goes.
Where is he going? As he might have gone a little bit too far this time. Dimitri says, thank you for the shutdown. And it will be traded back. Faker, he wants to, you know, redeem his teammate, I suppose. But not really able to pick up too much as Zeus is behind Lonely on the second turret in the bottom lane. The needle's not quite going to land, and so he will survive.
I think it's time, Valdez, start having the conversation about Keria and being one of the greatest Korean supports that has ever played the game. And yes, he hasn't picked up as many titles as SKT Wolf, you know, nor has he made the meta-changing impacts of, you know, players like Mata in the past. But I have to say, I mean, how he's performing in this international event, how well he performed on DRX, actually as far back as 2020. It's time to put this guy in the conversation, really. And if he's able to pick up another title here at MSI after winning LCK, just needs to be discussed. Now, this is maybe not the best time to mention this, but
I was going to say, like, I agree with you, Wolf, but maybe not the time. In like 1 or 2 minutes, we can talk about that, because we're just going into the replay where he dies.
But I mean, seriously though, like, this is a player who stands with the greats, who stands with the legends of the LCK and of Korean support history. The first player to ever pick up an MVP award as a support in the LCK. He was able to do so in spring season. That means a lot. It's just, I don't know if it'll ever happen again, by the way. I mean, the first and last support to ever win MVP.
Or might be him again. You know? Yeah. I think, yeah. The thing about him is that I've definitely been a Keria fan for, you know, 2-3 years now since he started playing. But, you know, maybe some titles, maybe some more titles, and then perhaps go from there. But yeah, we will have to see how far this guy can go. You know, I think we need to see past the MSI group stage as well to see where he's at on an international level. As he is going in once again. He loves just having fun on this pike.
Yep, and I mean, because he has an escape, he can threaten a kill and then just get out if it doesn't look good. He's over the wall, you know. This is the side laning I was talking about for Zeus. Gangplank cannot compete, nor can he side lane on the opposite side of the map because he will be killed by this composition that T1 are running. So he kind of just has to sit back and fall 70 CS behind because that's all he could do. He is a Cannon Barrage bot right now. He's going to be able to add a global slow to a team fight, but not much else. If this game goes 20 more minutes, which I think is very unlikely, maybe he'll be relevant then. But for the most part, he is just a minion vacuum there on the bottom side of the map. Not going to make any impact this game. Just so far behind.
Flash comes down, and that's going to get Alone and Dimitri into not the best spot. Everfrost not really going to help out either. Owner still has his stopwatch. We'll use that for now, as he is smacking him with his big wallet. As we speak, Keria looking for a bit more. Doesn't look like he was able to get the reset on that ultimate, as Faker says, don't worry, Keria, I will chase him away for you. And now we're 20 minutes into the game. T1 are going to take this inhibitor. I think we knew this was going to be a one-sided affair, but they may have outdone themselves from the first time they faced up against Team Ace. T1 just, again, just looking to solidify that they are one of the best teams here.
And we really just didn't think it was possible, did we, to outdo the first one. something else too, when we talk about what teams will prepare for in the Rumble stage for T1 and how they will prepare for what they're doing come knockouts if they make it that far. You can't study these games. You can't study these drafts. That's not what they're going to play in the harder parts of this tournament. Probably. Maybe they do, but I mean, this is why T1 plays this style when they know they are massive favorites, because you learn nothing if you hit this team in Rumble stage. You have gained no knowledge. I think that's very true as well of G2 and RNG, these three top teams that are likely to go undefeated. T1, the only one left not to do so yet, is that it's just flashy and it feels disrespectful, but I mean, it's also a good strategy to actually just play these champions and blind Gwyn and not care, and then be like, I'm 16,000 gold up in front of the Korean crowd.
Yeah, they're just enjoying their time right now as, Team Ace, they decide, well, we'll make our stands here on the Baron. But at the end of the day, T1 will be able to push this Red Bull Baron power play into the base, you would have to imagine.
Yeah, it might be small because there's not much left on the map to get.
Yeah, they...
There's only 2 turrets left, Valdez.
Carry is going to look to make more happen as he is going to be in the fronts here. Look at a Prowler's Claw. He's going to pick up 5Kid, ends the kill, and then go into his own good old stopwatch there. As Baker's going for more, will they kill Lonely is the only question, as the answer will be no. But the Nexus will go down anyway. T1 will continue on their streak and be 5-0 after this win.
Expectations have been met for all 3 big favorites in this tournament. T1, 1 game away from joining the likes of RNG and G2 at that 6-0 scoreline. Well, their next opponent is their toughest. It's the team that's already secured second, was able to take DFM out in a scrappy game. That is the last step, the last piece of the puzzle here in the very beginning of this tournament. And I think T1's backstory for Rumble stage, for example, if you want to say like how they got to Rumble, is one of the most interesting, but yet hardest to read. I think RNG showed us a lot more of their playstyle. We got to see more games from them, obviously, and we had the angry game from RNG, right? But G2 as well, I think, pretty hidden. But T1 is a complete mystery, the strength of this team right now. Gumusi playing very fast and loose in the bottom lane, getting punished a lot. Is it because he's out of form? Probably not. It's probably because he's having fun with these games, but we won't know for sure until that next stage. So get excited. And I think that the final game for them in this group is going to be a banger for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, at the end of the day, it is going to be T1 5-0. And they've got 1 more, as you did put it. And it's going to be the rematch, and we'll have to wait and see if Saigon Buffalo can actually do what they did before, at least in the bottom lane. You know, that was when everybody was getting excited right at the beginning of the tournament for that MSI matchup. But yeah, I mean, that's going to do it for us. Well, thank you guys for enjoying our cast. We have also loved to be here. But for this year's MSI, we asked the teams to pick 4 tracks that they think could be their team anthem, and then asked you, the fans, to vote on the winner. Here's the team anthem you selected for Team Ace, Dynamite by BTS. Listen to all the team's anthems on the official MSI 2022 playlist on Spotify.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Take notes!
Take notes!
Take notes! Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we have been taking notes all day long. And finally, in Game 5, Team Ace gave us what we wanted to see. Some early game plays, some early game positivity. And Rez, you even liked their draft.
I liked it. I really enjoyed it. I think, for me, the focus on the top side of the map that we saw. Also, Jin and Renata always escapes my mind. I thought that it made a lot of sense in which they had drafted it. The GP in the top lane as a response to the Gwen, which is ordinarily, a great counter if played well. And also just the play. On a stacked wave, Dimitri came top lane. He also slow played this fight. I was initially concerned, but I thought him and Lonely were on the same page. And so they came out, strong draft, and a 2-0 start.
Yeah, and ultimately, we looked at Dimitri as someone who needed to step up, and he did. He delivered in this early game in these skirmishes, and they couldn't carry it through, but considering the expectations we had for this team after the first round robin, it's positive to see them hold up in the early game against a team like T1.
I mean, I do think it's one of those things I mentioned that, at the top of the day, we were very critical of the early game.
Yes.
We were highlighting the fact that the average gold deficit for Team Ace at 14 minutes was 6,000 gold in the red. So to see them struggle in game 1, but come up against T1 with a draft that kind of worked, find themselves a few kills. Ultimately, yes, they're still outclassed both individually and as a team, but I do think you have to acknowledge that for a team that has demonstrated 4 really punishing and sort of weak early games, that was the strongest that we've seen out of MSI group stage.
Some teams will falter when it looks grim. When it looks grim, they tend to just kind of break apart. It didn't feel like that was the case with Team Ace. They were still having strong takeaways. Which is nice to see. By the end of it, Alone getting solo killed mid lane and certain concepts happening where the lead that they got top lane started to run away from them. Sure, that will happen. And now they'll go back and kind of look back on the VODs, takeaways going into the next split. I know they will be stronger because of this.
Well, definitely the case. Sorry, so we do have to move on, and I don't mean to cut you off, but we have a Verizon post-game interview with Yinsu and Faker.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. I'm joined by Faker from T1 and G-Sun here as well to translate for us. Now, earlier today, Faker, you guys managed to qualify for the Rumble stage. Talk me through what your experience has been like in the group stage here at this MSI.
오늘 일찍이 럼블 스테이지 진출을 확정 지으셨습니다. 이번 MSI 그룹 스테이지 경험 전반적으로 어땠나요?
일단 생각했던 것보다 상대 팀들이 굉장히 잘해가지고 저희 이제 좀 경기력을 끌어올린다는 생각으로 임하고 있고 럼블 스테이지 당연히 진출할 거라고 생각을 했었지만 저희는 1등까지 노려보도록 하겠습니다.
So yeah, I mean the teams are stronger than we expected, so I thought this was a really good chance for us to improve ourselves. And yeah, we expected ourselves to advance to the Rumble stage, but we want to make it as a first place.
Speaking of the teams that are going to be strong, RNG and G2, they're looking really good right now. They're waiting for you in the Rumble stage. How big of a challenge do you feel like these two teams are going to be for you?
강한 경기력에 대해서 말씀해 주셨는데 사실 RNG와 G2도 굉장히 강력한 모습을 보여주고 계십니다. 이제 럼블 스테이지에서 만나게 될 텐데 이 두 팀의 그런 강력함이 어느 정도의 좀 복병이나 도전 과제가 될 것 같나요?
두 팀 모두 각 지역에서 우승하고 온 팀인 만큼 저희가 당연히 경기해야 되는 팀이라고 생각하고 하지만 저희는 그 두 팀보다 더 잘한다고 생각을 하기 때문에 맞붙어 보면 굉장히 재밌는 경기가 될 것 같습니다.
I mean, of course, because those two teams are the champions of their each region. So I know that they're going to be strong, but obviously, I think we are stronger than them. So it's going to be an exciting game against them.
I want to talk about the two mid laners from those teams, starting with Xiaohu from RNG. You haven't faced him since Worlds 2019 in the mid lane. What do you make of him as a mid laner right now?
네, 그러면 두 팀의 미드라이너 선수분들에 대해서도 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 먼저 샤오후 선수는 19년도 월즈 이후로는 처음 만나게 되는 건데 미드라이너 샤오후 선수에 대해서 어떻게 생각하세요?
샤오 선수가 탑으로 전향하고 다시 미드로 왔다고 알고 있는데 예전보다 좀 더 여러 면에서 발전을 했다는 게 조금 느껴지더라고요. 그래서 예전이랑 지금이랑 또 상대하는 느낌이 많이 다를 것 같고 그만큼 저도 많이 발전했기 때문에 재밌는 경기가 될 것 같습니다.
So I heard Xiaohu, rolls up to top lane and came back to the mid lane, and I think he has improved in many aspects. So it's gonna be exciting to play against him, and also I think myself has also improved a lot. So it's gonna be a great game.
And the other mid lane I wanted to ask you about is Caps. He's having a fantastic tournament right now. He's popping off. Do you think maybe you can be the one to stop him and right now and also stop G2 from continuing their win streak?
그러면 이제 캡스 선수도 지금 놀라운 활약을 보여주고 있는데요. 페이크 선수가 캡스 선수 그리고 G2의 연승을 끊을 수 있는 그런 사람이라고 생각하시나요?
저희가 G2한테 마지막으로 패배했던 만큼 이번 G2전은 정말 열심히 준비해서 꼭 승리를 하고 싶고 캡스 선수가 지금까지 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있는데 럼블 스테이지에서 또 그런 좋은 컨디션으로 맛보고 싶네요.
So, I mean, G2, last time we fell to G2, so I want to do our best in order to make sure to secure a victory in the upcoming G2 match. And also, Caps is doing a fantastic job. And also, I'm looking forward to having a match against him. And also, I just can't wait.
We're definitely looking forward to seeing it. And lastly, I know you've been very vocal about how much it means to you to be able to do this in Korea and to be able to maybe pick up a title as well in your home country. Now you've played in front of the crowd, you've played through the group stage. How great are you feeling?
또 페이커 선수 한국에서 일어나는 이런 국제대회에서 좋은 성과를 거두는 것이 엄청난 의미를 가질 거라고 여러 차례 말씀하셨는데 지금 유관중 앞에서 경기를 치르고 계신데 어떤가요?
많은 팬분들이 함성 질러주시고 또 응원해 주셨기 때문에 저희는 그에 맞는 보답을 해드리고 싶고 그리고 한국 팬분들을 위해서 꼭 우승컵을 가져올 수 있게 노력하겠습니다.
Yeah, I mean, so many fans out here have been supporting us, cheering us. So I just want to make sure that we can repay them with a great success. And also, I just want to make sure that we can take the trophy back to Korea for my fans.
Thank you very much, Faker and Ji-Sun, for joining me. I'm going to throw this back to Quickshock and the desk.
Thank you so much, Yin-Su, and thank you very much, Faker. Lengthy, fantastic interview. I am particularly happy about the questions around Xiaohu and Caps. Gentlemen, Xiaohu and Faker have met in the middle lane 17 times over their professional careers. You can play along at home. What is the win-loss? I'm going to give you guys the opportunity, and do not read my screen. Okay, come on, win-loss. Give me a guess. 17 games? Yes.
I think 12-5 to Faker.
12-5. Correct.
Oh,
Nicely
what?
done. That's correct. 12-5 in favor of Faker.
I looked away.
In favor of Faker.
I can't read that, man. I'm blind. You have your glasses on. You can't even make that excuse. No way.
Single, please.
Can we get the single? Let's see what he has to say.
Caps
he has something to say.
Versus Faker. 11 games played, and I'm going to say this the way I think I heard it. Caps is 8 wins to Faker's 3. Ooh. Validating that with my stats team, if they don't yell at me, that is correct. Let that sink in for a moment.
It's sinking.
Okay. Now, can we take a look at the Rumble stage, please, production? And we get to have 2 more matchups of Faker Xiaohu, 2 more matchups of Faker Caps. Augs, what's your first takeaway when you see the groups and when you hear that Caps has a 8-3 record?
I mean, we've had these 3 teams be absolutely fantastic in their respective regions and groups, and to know we get not 1, but 2 matchups between them, I'm so hyped.
Hey, look. If that was then, this is now. At that situation, in that iteration of G2 was just so dominant. So many faces. Look, this is a new face. These are new faces to G2, and they're looking too damn good right now. But T1, I would favor them right now.
I'm going to tell you right now, Caps is playing better now than he did last time he beat Faker.
Boom.
I do want to ask, though, Jojo Pyun, because he's going to be able to play Caps, Xiaohu, Faker on stage in front of the crowd.
Yes.
How different is this going to be as well? Because he struggled with Caps. I mean, we saw Jojo Pyun destroying Order, but really struggling up against G2.
Look, at the end of the day, people forget that this is his rookie year for him, right? And a lot of analysts, including myself, said the mid lane pool in North America was a lot weaker than it has been in the past. And for him, this is just a great learning period. Also, with how confident this man is and how well he's playing on the edge, he's only getting better. I think that he's going to have 1. Look, when I say 1, I mean 1 time he's going to dominate in lane against some of the greats, and it's just because of the fact that he's so willing to take those risks.
I certainly hope so. I want to see Evil Geniuses surprise and play spoiler. I also am very excited to see what PSG Talon as well as Saigon Buffaloes are going to do in this group, the impact they're going to have. Both teams something to prove. Both teams and leagues, both the PCS as well as the VCS, have a very competitive history on the international stage. I think in particular, the Buffaloes like aggressiveness ability to go aggro, all of those things can really play, spoiler and disruption to every other team.
100%. I mean, you look at the playoffs for RNG up against top esports, despite winning out against them twice, lost early game so many times. A fast-paced team who have challenged the likes of T1's bot lane could definitely come out and play spoiler. And in the Rumble stage, we do tend to see a lot of spoilers.
Final thoughts there, Raz?
You're right. And I'm also looking out for the PSG talent.
Yeah.
I think those two teams that you've mentioned are really teams that will take wins against you when you don't expect it.
Definitely the case. I mean, Rumble stage is going to start next Friday. Every winner except EDG is appearing. G2, RNG, SKT, 3 other teams competing. Anyways, we still got some more games to play. Next up, it's going to be Ace taking on Detonation Focus Me. Move it on. Take it on. Go, Medi Vedi. I pulled the trade off. I don't even know.
It's written in front of you.
I just don't even know. Yeah.
Benny, do you want to move it on or take it on?
I'm reminded of that Taylor Swift song. You know, the just take it on.
Take it on.
Just take
DMC,
it.
DMC.
Yeah, but it's like a. Why am I getting a single right now? I'm not going to break out into song, okay?
I mean, that's the hope. You've done it so many times in the past.
Okay. We're going to be jumping into draft for our 5th game of the day. Reminder that there are no stakes on the line. Neither team can qualify for the Rumble stage, which, it does hurt to see DFM fall short. But, of course, they have gone through some roster changes, so here's hoping they can continue to grow, along with Team Ace. They've had a tough tournament, and I'm sure that they want to try and end on a high note. But let's see what approach they take. Often, when there are no stakes on the line, teams will have a little bit more fun. Does mean that we may get to see a couple of unique picks that we don't often get to see. So far, the bans are pretty standard. The Trundle is a little surprising. It does make me wonder if DFM have something on the docket ready and waiting. But I'm not quite sure. When I think of Trundle, I think of what are the primary counters? Viego is a champion.
And then tanks in the top lane, really,
Tanks,
is what you're
yes,
thinking, right?
to a degree, yeah. But what could they be thinking right now? Well, for the time being, it will be the Twisted Fate insta-lock-in, so nothing too crazy. The response of Galio would also make a lot of sense. We've already seen that once from Alone at this tournament. But it seems so far, the approach to this draft is going to be very meta-focused, which does mean that if they do choose to lock in the Galio now, they could look to grab themselves an AD carry if they wanted to. With Lucian taken off the board, we've seen from 5kid quite a few strong AD carries in the form of Samira and MF. Things that they can look to prioritize and bind if they want, but instead they're going to go for the tried and true Graves, which has been a very solid staple jungle so far at this tournament.
Definitely has. I will say as well, I looked over some of Dimitri's stats earlier. 5-0 on the Trundle this year. Played it once during their playoffs, 4 times in the regular season, so perhaps just a respect ban towards him.
Makes sense.
Decide that they don't want to deal with that. As you say, Galio used to answer the Twisted Fate. Ebby, you're going to bring out your Urgot. It is a masterclass whenever we see Ebby on Urgot. And
it's one of his comfort picks for sure. Yep. We have already gotten to see it once this tournament, but just a cheeky hover for now. As the Wukong likely to be locked in. We've been seeing it a lot so far this tournament. Still already 2 games on it. And yeah, it looks like we're going to have try and true. And that makes sense. A lot of these teams really value this international experience. I don't blame them for wanting to take it as seriously as possible. Make use of every game so that you can try and learn as much as you can. Part of me still expects some unique picks, but we'll have to wait and see, as it will be the Urgot locked in for Evie. Pretty strong top side of the map, and you expect DFM to once again look to try and play around it.
Yeah, playing around Ebby makes a lot of sense, and with Steel on the Wukong, you can put a lot of pressure up towards that top side. Then you have the Destiny coming out as well. It looks like A's are just going to pick a tank of their own towards that top side. Does mean they're a little bit lacking on magic damage if they went for the Mundo. Instead, the Gwen rounds out that top side of the map a little bit stronger. Galio, of course, does have magic damage himself, but it's not as consistent. Graves is only physical damage, well, apart from Smokescreen, and we've only seen Smokescreen Graves in like ARAM games. So the Gwen does give you a bit more DPS towards that top side. Also means you can skip and slash away from the Urgot engage. And you have a few options up there.
Alright, so a Renata ban. Often that does suggest that you're looking at something like a Nautilus, something more towards that melee style of champ. Perhaps they want to go for something hyper-aggressive, something like a Pike. But we have also seen a fair amount of Renata from Harp, so it could just be targeted. We'll have to wait and see what direction they choose to go for. More engaged supports are looking to be removed. DFM have to be careful here with removing supports, mainly because remember that the more supports you ban, the easier that this becomes for Ace, because you're now narrowing the pool, and then they get first pick. So if you potentially ban out, well, I don't know, you ban out Leona, you ban out what, maybe even Alistair, then Rakan becomes a very viable option as a blind. So they have to be cautious about what they choose to remove here.
Do always have the option of moving towards more Enchanter supports as well. If you get rid of all of those engaged supports, you already have the Wukong for the engage, the Twisted Fate for the Destiny. Follow-up engage from your support is very valued in the current meta, but Enchanter's still sit in a relatively strong spot in terms of support pool.
I think Ace is thinking about Ezreal right now. I wonder if DFM will read that, because they could ban away the Karma. They could also choose to ban away the Ez.
Karma's already banned, so...
Oh yeah, that's a fair point. Missed that one. Alistair, but we did talk about that earlier. That to me suggests, well, right now I'm looking like Rakan could be pretty good here.
I always think Rakan's good. So.
Yeah, doesn't matter what the matchup is.
First pick, Rakan's good here.
Rakan's good here, yeah. I mean, it's fair argument, Rakan is good here.
One thing it does give up is your laning phase to a degree. Nautilus has a slightly stronger laning phase than the Rakan and works well into the Rakan, so straight will go to the Nautilus. Much less. Well, you don't actually know that. He's got a helmet on.
True.
Underneath that helmet, Nautilus could be Ryan Reynolds.
Could be. Very handsome man. Very handsome man. But it won't be Medic, because Medic would only ever cosplay Rakan.
That is true.
That's true. Right.
That's not a promise either.
Yeah, Drakus has already done it once, and that was really like burned into my brain, you know? So we are going to see the center Tahm Kench bot side to DFM, so this is a very top side focused draft. Nothing too crazy. Scaling on the side of DFM with regards to their bot lane. The Tahm Kench is likely going to be receiving all of the farm, with the Senna just kind of farming, acting as that, why have I now forgotten the name? Can you remember?
Fasting?
Fasting Senna, that's the name that I was looking for.
And the good thing for Senna is, as soon as you know you're playing into a melee support, it's a lot easier for you to get missed in the early game. Stack up those mist, or those absolution stacks as it's technically called, and it makes it harder for the Ezreal Nautilus to really do too much in this lane. Means that Udapon will scale quicker and will be able to have more of an impact as the game goes on. But as you say, Betty, I think topside focus for both these teams early on. Graves probably just trying to farm up and react to anything that Steel's doing, because Steel's already shown us on the Wukong, if he gets ahead in the early game, he becomes a menace as the match goes on.
Yeah, I do feel that DFM have a little more agency than Ace.
Yeah.
If it was Zhao who's Galio, then I'd be like, my statement probably wouldn't be as true.
Sure.
But I think Zhao who's Galio is a little unique in terms of how well he can impact the rest of the map and where he finds these windows to successfully roam. Alone, there's going to be a lot of responsibility on him to keep track of Yaharong, mitigate his impact on the map, make sure that he can follow. That level 6 timer is going to be very, very important, as both teams will likely look to try and set up the play. In terms of scaling, I will give a slight advantage to DFM simply because of the center bot lane. But when you think about range, Ezreal, Gwen, still very reliable late game threats, a lot of good damage, and the Graves as well is only going to get stronger as the game progresses. So could be in for some interesting team fights as the game goes on. I'm hoping for a chaotic game. I'm hoping for a bloody one. And I'm hoping that we can see something from Ace to end their tournament on a high note, along with DFM.
I think that early game against T1 was a ray of light amongst what has been a relatively dark tournament for them here at MSI. Able to find some kills early on towards the top side, and here looks like they're aiming top again. Early doors, 5 members of Ace in this top quadrant of the map. Only Ebby here. We'll see if he does spot out the fact this invade may be occurring.
I heard a horse and I was so confused.
Senna skin.
It was the Senna skin, yeah. Leverage the early prio that I imagine a Nurgot will get against Gwen, I'll be honest. Not super familiar with this top lane matchup. My expectation would be that a Nurgot gets push against a Gwen, mainly because, you know, shotgun legs, passive.
Yeah.
He's also range champion. So.
Very true.
But I've seen Gwen do things at level 1 that I feel top laners aren't supposed to do. You know, so we'll have to wait and see. A delayed invade now coming into the bot side of the map. Ooh, I like this from Ace. Steel immediately going to disengage. He knows that he doesn't have a bot lane with him. So what's the response here from DFM?
I don't really think you can take the initial fight, right? Nautilus, Ezreal, Galio early on can, you know, poke you out and engage if they want to. Graves is relatively strong in any early invade, so Steel will instead say, yeah, we don't want to fight around our red buff. We will go towards this top side of the map, and we'll see actually if Steel decides to jump over the Rift-held pit with that W. Straight going in here, taking a little bit of a trade as Udapon puts the damage back down.
You can see the pings coming down now. Dimitri will spot out Steel and say, hey, I need to go straight back to my red buff now so that one doesn't get stolen away. You've got to remember that these very early levels, Wukong not the strongest. And I like the fact that Ace took advantage of that. Level 2 comes through.
Flash hook onto Harp. Harp still has the flash to get away and will escape. Survives to fight another day. 5kid now a little bit pushed forward. Final mystic shot. Oh, didn't quite have it off cooldown. Udapon has the flash as well. All summoners burnt for the DFM bot lane.
Ace playing very well in this early game. I like the invade, leveraging their stronger level 1, combined with the fact that they get the level 2 in the bot lane 2 versus 2 and immediately go for an all-in. Really good stuff overall. Hasn't resulted in any significant gold lead, but I like the aggression. I like what we're seeing. Pings coming through. They get information on where Alone is. I like the interrupted back. Alone was in the shop there for sure. This will give Yaharong an opportunity to push out the wave. That could have been a window where Alone actually could go back to base, not burn the TP. But now that it's been interrupted, he's going to be forced to catch this wave, it looks like. So good interrupt there from Steel. But for the time being, things looking pretty good for Ace.
Yeah, once again, a strong start by them. Their bot lane winning out on the 2v2 puts them in a strong position. Also means that if Straight can find another hook, it's very hard for Harp and Udapon to actually get out of that situation. Straight not running Hex Flash, though. Often we do see that with the Glacial Augment. Instead, here, it's not going to have that extra utility to dive in. He went for the Stopwatch and the Minion Dematerializer to make sure they have control over the lane.
Across the map right now, we can see a bit of vision invested towards the bot side with 2 wards thrown onto the entrances of the jungle, along with the Scuttle Crab being secured. The top crab is actually still up. Steel looks like he's pathing towards that now. Very far behind in CS. His whole bot side was taken away from him. Dimitri just continuing to steal away these camps, build up early leads, and something that we've been seeing a lot this tournament from Graves in particular. When you have pushing lanes, when you have stronger level 1s, it's really important that you try and leverage that, because Graves not typically known for being a really good early game ganking jungler, but he is very good at dueling other junglers and getting in their face and basically being annoying, especially with his ability to steal your camps. So how do you stop the enemy jungler from ganking? You just don't let them jungle. We saw it from Inspired yesterday, and we're seeing it once again from Dimitri right now. He has push in mid, he has push in bot, he has his eyes on potentially another camp, maybe even a gank.
No proc there for him. Used the oracles to see if they were available. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, this wave slowly pushing out towards Alone, but he will use the Winds of War to clear out a couple of those minions and now go down towards the bottom side. Not yet, level 6 does have the Predator. Perhaps we'll see the first gank of the game. Dimitri dives across the wall. No summoners, remember, on the DFM bot lane. Curse of the Black Mist could be big here. Big minion wave pushing in as well. It looks like Ace will just get the shove in. Look for the plate, can't even quite find that yet.
So, yeah, I will say that that roam is very predictable. Also the fact that he literally just walked past the minions and said, I'm on bot now. And we're like, all right, fair enough, off you go. Yaharong did still have the TP, so could have answered. But you can see that Ace really wanted to try and punish that stacked wave. They weren't able to, which means that DFM at the very least still get the XP. Udapon not too upset that he's only at 2 CS. And Harp, yeah, okay, he may have lost a bit of farm, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. All they care about is getting Udapon as many stacks as possible and getting through what is expected to be a relatively challenging bot lane 2 versus 2. But so far, 6 minutes in, no blood has been drawn. Both teams taking a cool, calm, collected approach. And we can see while a small gold advantage is being built up in the bot lane for Ace, as you would expect, Yaharong countering that on the TF to build a small lead himself. Now a bit of an engage.
This avoids just wide there as 5kid is able to dodge away from it as the lane settles back into normalcy. I think we perhaps have a moment just to explain exactly what's going on in this bottom lane. There are some people around the world, actually we might not, because Dimitri might be looking for a gank on the top side.
Galio level 6.
Already moving up, Destiny available for Yaharong as well. Dimitri trying to cut off Ebby's route out of the fight. Ebby on the tower though, pushes forward. Ebby not yet level 6 himself, still only 5. Dimitri needs one more auto. Good dive from Ace.
Well executed. They leveraged the level advantage, but now Steel trying to make a cross map. Only level 5. Twisted Fate has the ultimate, could look to roam, pushed in mid-wave, now he's on his way.
Couple of pings came out there, wondering if Steel was waiting in the bush. Destiny used as well. Straight is low, he'll be forced down here. No escape for him, but the trade might come back out as 5kid looks for the damage. Yaharong though healed up with a piercing dark, and it is a 1-for-1 across the map.
So overall, very even trade. Yaharong gonna grab himself a bit of gold from the plate as well. But a good cross map from DFM. The dive on top lane was very clean from Ace overall. They knew that Evie didn't have his ultimate available to him. And just the tower management was also very well executed. But the problem is, of course, that 5kid and Straight then have to disengage. They didn't want... I mean, they did disengage. I guess you could argue they didn't disengage early enough because you can recognize at this point you just need to leave. They pop the heal, and it is a 2v2, but the Twisted Fate separates them. 5kid uses his E to try and create space, and the damage is good onto Yaharon. It's not quite enough, which means that DFM find themselves an easy kill on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and I think importantly, Ace didn't have vision in that bush. Like they could assume that Steel was there, and you can prophylactically, preemptively back away from the tower, being like, well, the jungler might be sitting in this bush, but there's always that temptation to stay around for another wave, try and get the farm, especially when you don't know exactly where the enemy jungler is. So they did back away, they paid the respect, perhaps paid their respects a little bit too late. For the moment, though, both teams relatively even. DFM with about 400, 500 gold lead. And Betty, last time I tried this, we got interrupted with action. Anything gonna happen next 30 seconds to a minute?
No.
Okay, I believe you. I trust you. If something happens, we're calling you out.
Get to the point, quick.
It's true.
Let's
anyway,
go.
So, Senna Tahm Kench bot lane. A lot of people perhaps won't have seen Fasting Senna in the meta that was around a couple of years ago, even last year. What it does is, Senna's passive drops missed fragments when you don't last hit a minion. And so what you want to do as Senna in this situation is grab those missed fragments while your support farms up the wave. That is why here, Yutapon isn't farming at all as the fight begins in the mid lane. Steel and Alone look for some damage. Dawning Shadow coming out and Alone is down. Dimitri jumps across the wall, but can you escape? Flash available, will use it, but the Nimbus strike into the crushing blow will crush his skull in. Dimitri goes down, Steel on 2 kills.
And one of the great things about Senna in particular is while you are the AD carry, you can provide that global presence. And you saw the impact of that ultimate right there. Tahm goes underneath the tower.
Yeah, that's really deep. You have the thick skin. Will be able to get himself out. And often, yeah,
right now,
Senna teamed up with a support that becomes increasingly tanky. So things like the Sion, the Tahm Kench, sometimes the Wukong.
A very good 2v2 in the mid lane. I say 2v2, that Senna ultimate really did shift a lot, giving a lot of shielding to the side of DFM, and also doing damage. He was able to connect with Alone there, really just tearing him apart alongside the Wukong, being level 6. Very difficult to deal with. Good route, but no follow-up. 5kid is able to disengage. The Dragon has been started off. DFM can't really contest because their jungle is on the top side of the map. Ace know that the Herald has been taken, which means that there is a window for them to secure this early objective. 10 minutes in, though, DFM find themselves with a 2k gold lead.
DFM in a really strong position. Gold sitting once again on Steel's shoulders. We saw this in their last game versus Saigon Buffalo. Steel, when he is ahead on this Wukong, is a menace and a terror to his opposition. And so far, we haven't really seen Alone be able to get out and around on the map with this Galio ultimate. Something we wondered. Could he impact these side lanes? I don't think we've seen a single Galio ultimate as of yet.
Yeah. Just the cool thing that I'm pretty sure what I saw Yutapon just do is drop a ward and then use his Q on the ward to heal to then get the stack. Completely unnecessary use of his ward.
Well, no, but the thing is, if you're about to back, you use your trinket, you Q, and then you switch to the oracles on the back anyway, and that's going to be back up by the time you come out. It's a Senna mechanic. There aren't many of them. Usually it's just right-click the opponent, press Q every now and again.
Yeah, but you can also Q towers, right?
You can Q towers.
Yeah. Oh, I heard that.
So did I. First mythic of the game, Steel with the Divine Sundra.
Right, sorry. Normally we don't hear that.
Wait, have you, I've been hearing that.
Really?
I think you just drone it out.
No. Normally in a cast, I don't hear the jingle. Yeah, no, normally I only ever hear it when I'm a viewer, but not... I'm hearing it again!
Yeah. Abyssal Voyage here for the chase onto 5kid, but the hook comes out. And Heart might realize he's a little bit too alone here. Dawning Shadow coming out, another shield onto Heart. The damage from 5kid is not enough. Piercing Dark with the shield, and now Straight is in for a world of hurt. The Cyclone short, but Yutapon. Flash, Curse of the Black, Mists into the auto attack is enough. Yutapon now sitting at 43 stacks. Already has the second part of his passive activated. He's in a very strong position.
They can dive that bot lane right now. They're only cautious of Alone being able to respond with the ultimate. The ultimate does come through from 5kid. Yeah, this Graves doesn't really have any options to do anything here. But Heart, insanely tanky on the Tom Ken. Just able to buy so much time. You then get the ultimate come through from Yutapon. He then flashes in. Well, actually, it wasn't he that flashed, but he was able to get in range to Q to actually provide that heal as well. And Harp here is saying, hey, you know what? I think I can go for an all-in here. I actually hit level 7 first. And then predicts the E. The heal then comes through to help with the movement speed to sidestep. Harp then, you can see how tanky he is. Gets the ultimate shields. Then he gets a bit of a heal off as well from his Q. And then he gets another heal from Yutapon. And then the route into flash auto is enough for Yutapon to be able to secure that kill. So very well played from DFM to shut down a play from Ace. And now they find themselves with 3k gold lead. And is what we've often seen from Ace so far in this tournament. A few promising things, but the early game very quickly slipping away from them.
Just a few oversteps here and there with that tower going down as well in a minute left. You can see Yutapon and Harp pushed up towards this top side of the map. They know there's no dragon for 2 minutes. And they actually still have the Rift hold, so I wonder if Steel is just making a beeline for the top lane or try and put this herald down to funnel some more gold into Harp and Yutapon. Senna with the Umbral Glaive first, a little bit more supportive, but as the game goes on, as she gets more stacks, she gets more range, more critical damage, more critical strike, and just more damage overall. It was very difficult to deal with a fed Senna later in the game. Rift Herald will go down, TP comes in, Ace don't want the tower to fall, but they do have to sacrifice the plates. All that gold goes over to Steel, because neither Harp nor Yutapon were either in range or had attacked the tower. But Steel will be very happy with that in his back pocket. There's the Cyclone flash away from Straight. Couldn't get rooted up with the Curse of the Black Mist. And now 5kid and Straight flashless. Do have the ultimate. That depth charge a possibility, but it looks like DFM are just looking for one more plate before they fall off. Maybe not. Straight's going to get the hook. True Shot Rush going in as well. The thick skin just in time. Straight ticks down to Steel. Dimitri off towards the side will take out Harp as well. Both the junglers on the board in this fight. Chase continues. Dimitri dashes in. But Yutapon once again with the ward into Q combo extends the range of that piercing dark. And it also has a slow on it these days, making it very hard to avoid.
I was kind of expecting both mid laners to look for a roam. I'm surprised we haven't seen more involvement from the two mid laners, especially when you take into consideration the main purpose and role of these champs. But yeah, at the end of the day, it ends up being, I believe it was a 1-for-1. Both supports ended up losing their lives. DFM are able to secure themselves a couple more plates. But you kind of look at the minimap right now, and you can see that DFM, they do have equal numbers up towards the top side of the map. A good hook from Straight ultimately allows them to get that kill into Harp in exchange for their support's life. You can see the Galio trying to roam up to set up for a play. The TP gets committed from Lonely, but they're not able to follow up, which means that DFM walk away pretty happy off the back of that.
Ace looking for something smaller. On the return to the Rift, though, will be their second dragon of the game. It puts them in a position where a soul win condition is a possibility. A Mountain Soul actually very strong for them generally as a team, gives them a lot more innate tankiness, but the problem with that is often we see teams get these first two Drakes, and as a caster you're like, well, it's a possible win condition. Maybe they can get the soul. But then you look on the other side, it's like, well, what did they give it up for these first two Drakes? They are 4,000 gold behind, a little bit more than that now. DFM have an incredibly big Wukong, an incredibly big Twisted Fate, an incredibly big Senna as well, who's just been stacking up. Even though she's only got 12 CS, she is really strong for this portion of the game. And it just is so hard for Ace to take any further fights unless they can find them before the Dragons fall.
It's true. Ace find themselves in a very difficult position right now. You can see all across the board, only Lonely is in a position where he really feels he can control the side lane. But item-wise, Yaharong has a whole item ahead of his lane opponents. The Wukong, well, to be fair, Umbral Glaive is kind of really broken.
Yeah, it's really cheap as well.
The fact that you can just buy it at such a low value means that Dimitri already finds himself with 2 lethality items, so he's definitely in a good spot. So perhaps I oversold how dire it was for Ace. They are in the, I guess, not worst position. But the scaling elements of Yutapon is really the thing that concerns me the most. How much access does Ace actually have onto the backline?
That's the thing,
How
right?
easily can they really kill Yutapon? Because as long as he's free hitting and as long as the game goes on, he's only going to be doing more and more damage. While I appreciate this Gwen in a side lane is very lethal, I don't think DFM ever really have to go and match it. And they also, if they want to, they can send Evie there and then they can use the TF ult to create a numbers advantage and find a pick. Kind of, if you look right now, Steel is shadowing Yaharong. so that if any type of play tries to happen, he's able to turn around and punish it. So, yeah, I think Ace are very quickly losing control of this game. That's very representative in the goal difference. But DFM are quite happy to just continue to chill out, scale up, and try and end their MSI run on a win.
There are ways for Ace to approach a fight, but often you're looking for that possible Gwen flank or just the Gwen run straight through the enemy team with the Galio follow-up. Trying to get close to Utapon as a Graves is going to be very difficult with that slow on the Piercing Dark and with the range that she's built up. Currently at 70 stacks. Straight though with a hook onto Steel. He pops the decoy and walks away. And look at this, Dimitri tried to get in, but he's just going down. The Cyclone spins through him. Ebby coming in as well with a TP straight there once again. Pops the stopwatch, but a good devour into the Abyssal Voyage follow-up. Hero's entrance. Well, you're trying to be a hero alone, but often the hero loses in the end. Lonely caught out as well underneath the tower. DFM just ripping through Ace, Harp tanking tower after tower. 5-Kid dives to the side, but DFM are ready and waiting for him.
And that is an Ace at 18 minutes into the game. Just like that, DFM wipe Ace off the map. And in convincing fashion, nonetheless. A dominating team fight results in 2 towers, and Ace find themselves on the back end once more.
DFM just showing the caliber that they do have, although they have lost their options of getting into the Rumble stage. Dimitri steps forward here, looking for the Eclipse. Utapon low ticking. The Red Smite will be enough. Dimitri takes it, looking for another. Steel dives back onto him, but Straight will take the kill in the end. Dimitri and Straight caught Utapon and Steel napping.
Really good punish there from Ace at the very least. They will be able to get a few shutdowns into their back pocket. And Dimitri, the benefactor of a lot of that gold, but it's not going to change the overall game state right now. We can have a look back at this play. Starts off with a good stun card onto Dimitri. A lot of the damage disappears. You can see how squishy this Graves is and how lethal Twisted Fate can be if he's able to land that stun card. Lands it. Well, he's about to land another one. The stopwatch comes through. And at this point, Ace should have disengaged, but instead they try to kind of fix what is already a very lost fight. They don't cut their losses, and it ends up being a disaster. Yes, Ebby does lose his life, but the damage is just so massive that DFM clean them up, secure themselves 5 kills, and walk away with so much more map control.
Just, if you dare to approach DFM, they hold your arm's length. The rapid-fire cannon on Yaharong helping with that. Utapon's range advantage as well makes it so difficult for Ace to ever find an avenue into these fights. And as we said before that, Straight and Dimitri picked up those couple of kills. DFM have been in some close situations, just haven't quite been able to eke out that extra win that would have given them a tiebreak opportunity versus Saigon Buffalo. Of course, credit to Saigon Buffalo. Yeah, twice. But credit to Saigon Buffalo. That second game looked very much DFM favored in the mid game, and Saigon were able to fight back and find a way to pick up their win and make it to the Rumble stage. Now Lonely perhaps caught out. Steel trying to get in behind him here. The Cyclone will get the knockup, but Lonely underneath the tower should be safe for the moment. Ebby though still on the chase. Fearby on dead. Not too safe after all, it seems, as DFM will pick up another kill.
A very clean dive from DFM. There's very little that Ace can do to stop them. Already an 8k gold deficit. And they're knocking on the doors of the base. Yaharong has a wave in mid lane. That's a cannon wave too. The Graves is not there with them. A massive numbers advantage. They could look to dive. They're not going to risk it for now.
That's the taunt coming out straight here. Looking for the depth charge as well. Good devour from Hart. Will keep Yaharong alive for the moment. Straight still healthy. Alone takes one. 5-Kid diving forward. Yaharong dodges from the Mystic Shot into the stun card. Yaharong with the stopwatch, able to keep himself alive. And now Utapon joins the fight. 2 to him, 1 to Ebby. Ace, you had a single card up your sleeve. You played it, but it was met by the gold card from Yaharong.
Very well played from DFM. The initial play looked good for Ace. The way in which they were able to land that 2-man taunt, the way that they could get a lot of damage down. Now they're going to be trying to sneak
Gwen
this
Graves
Baron
can
away.
do this.
Yeah, this is good damage. The question is, will DFM read it? Definitely not something that they would expect right now. No pings have come down. They have 0 vision. When are they going to start getting suspicious? It looks like.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Ace just trying to...
I don't know that
Oh, you haven't heard? It's from Parks and Recreation. It's great. Ace just trying to like walk to their usual positions. It's a beautiful steal from Team Ace. TP in, Dimitri there as well. Ace get the Baron. The question is, what can they do with it?
So, again, this play initially quite good. You can see the root comes down onto the Twisted Fate. The taunt then comes through. It's a 3 versus 3, and Steel doesn't have his ultimate, so Ace are looking, well, fairly confident here, but then the overcommitment comes in onto Yaharon. Nice sidestep, gets the heal. Oh, that heal was mastered as well, into the stopwatch. He's able to turn this fight around, back into DFM's favor. So many souls on the ground for Utapon to grab. DFM, they lost the Baron, they secured the Drake, and the problem for DFM is this is going to stall the game out a little bit longer. With the empowered minions, Ace can just buy a little bit more time, give themselves another opportunity to fight back. Perhaps 5K can get more items under his belt. We realized he's in a 2v1 that he cannot win, but now they have information as to where the jungle and top laner are. No TP available on Lonely. The question is, did DFM know that? They didn't see the TP. Perhaps they could have surmised it, but that information wasn't visibly available to them.
For the moment, though, DFM still very much in control of the game, as you say. Ace just trying to delay, to stall as much as possible. Yaharong having a very good game on this Twisted Fate. 4 items complete on him now. One of the players that came into DFM this year, replacing Aria, of course, who went over to the LCK. And one of the struggle points for them this year, the reason they weren't quite as dominant were these new players coming in. But this is a strong game from the new mid laner for the LJL representatives, and just a shame for him that it is at the end of their MSI run.
Yep, a bittersweet performance for sure. Also, big credit to Utapon. He's had a fantastic game on the Senate. A veteran in the space now.
Isn't he the player with the most games on an individual team? Up there with Faker, I think?
He's been with DFM for quite a while.
Yeah.
And for anyone that's followed the international scene, for as long as we have, you'll definitely be familiar with his name. And Japan, they're going to be disappointed with this performance for sure, overall. But they did have some tough competition getting into the group with the Saigon Buffaloes. No easy feat, but here we are. Both teams now contesting on the top side of the jungle. Grouping up from Ace. Steel.
I mean, Alone's in range here to ultimate. As you say, good clone. Lonely, though, still on the chase here. Cyclone coming out from Steel. Needlework going in, and Steel might fall. Lonely stunned up, but Lonely able to get the kill off to Steel. Straight locked up with a flash across the wall to escape. And the Destiny comes out. Ace able to get one and get out.
That is a pick. That will once again buy more time for Ace. DFM can't continue to push. They can't really get anything off the back of that. And Ace, even though they find themselves at a massive gold deficit, continue to just stall things out, give themselves more opportunities to turn this game around.
Sometimes that's all you can do. They made about 1,500 gold off the Red Bull Baron power play. It's kind of what you get for taking it. And staying within that sort of range is very good when you're this far behind. You're just stemming the bleeding, putting a tourniquet on and hoping that later on you can find a way to a medical facility. It's a good catch as well as two. A great dodge away with the Warrior Trickster, but the chase from Gwen is just absurd when she is in a position just to land needlework after needlework.
Yep, that's Gwen. In the isolated 1v1, she has an insane amount of damage. The Ignite as well only further adds to that. And, okay.
He'd already popped the Destiny Provision in the fight, so the short TP...
It's fine, It's okay. Well, now with the Dragon spawning in about 40 seconds, you imagine that would be the next point of contention. Ace primarily
instead. He's got flash.
Side lanes.
Needlework going in. Heavy flash is away. Summon a burn. And as you say, like, I quite like it because Gwen and Graves are your 2 strongest players at the moment. I think 5Kid will get there. He's got 2 items, but if you can catch out Ebby, knowing he doesn't have TP, maybe you can just find a couple of kills off towards the side lane. You're not going to lose soul point. Your DFM still only have 1 dragon, so...
I mean, I guess the argument is if you really want a chance of winning this game, your best play is to contest the dragon. But I suppose the counter argument is you're not going to win a fight, so why bother winning, trying to fight it? Instead, just leverage the fact that they're not getting a soul anytime soon, as you said, and just try and get some gold elsewhere on the map, which they do. They get that tier 2 tower, and there's a lot of standing gold available for them, so I don't really blame them for the decision. Unlikely that a collapse is going to come through. Yaharong just going to clear out all this vision. The Drake will fall. The game will be stalled out a little bit more. 1 minute now. DFM likely not going to be caught by surprise of another dragon sneak. But have a look at this.
Wait, did you say surprise? Surprise!
I'm so scared.
So am I. Mostly because usually we have a thing we have to read out here, but the auto queue is in the wrong position. It's a Prime Gaming emote that you can get and you can use in your games when you make big outplays. 5kid here, maybe getting outplayed in the mid lane as well as Steel goes in with the Cyclone. 5kid able to escape for the moment. Steel with another Cyclone Dawning Shadow. Himmer's just not enough to keep him alive. And now, Alone is exactly that. A double goes over to Steel. Surprise Ace as they get locked up in the mid lane and DFM find 2.
2 quick kills come through from DFM and Ace are caught with their pants down. It was not a team fight that they were expecting, and that DFM have their eyes on the inhibitor.
Should be able to push this one in. A bit of voyage forward by Harp. DFM 5 members strong. Not the best wave play on the side of Ace either. If DFM wanted to continue pushing, instead they decide against it. They'll back away, Baron up in 3 seconds time.
Yeah, they don't want to overstay their welcome. They know that Alone doesn't have TP and he doesn't have his ultimate, so they can set up for this one. No vision on the top side as well. Means that, yeah, Yutapon can just do this, be obnoxious as possible. Are they going to start this one off? Yes, they are. Here we go. Ace, they have 3 members near the pit. The ultimate comes through from 5kid. Can Dimitri steal this?
Yutapon sitting at 118 stacks. He has range for days. Collateral damage going in. Baron not yet reset, now will. DFM are forced to retreat. Destiny away. That's miles away from Yaharong, and then he bases in the base. I think there's a thing where if you're within your base walls, it's actually quicker to walk back, assuming you have level 2 boots most of the time. But for the moment, now he's going to TP back in. Ace looking for a fight underneath this mid lane tower. Alone look for the flank position. No, Everfrost just wide. Straight with a good hook, but it's only onto Harp. Cycling going in by Steel. The root onto 3. Alone takes out a Harp. Stopwatch from him as well, and now 5kid can really open up the big guns. Yaharong down. Ace looking for the first win of MSI. Dimitri will fall to the tower, though another goes down as Yutapon trying to put the damage back with that cannon of a gun, but 5kid shuts him down. Slaps him off the rift, and 5kid turn back to the Baron.
And DFM, they go for a fight that they don't need to force. Remember that they'd invested a lot earlier on, but they end up just misplaying the fight. And Ace, they find themselves 4 kills, and they'll get themselves another Baron.
Huge team fight in the mid lane there by Ace. DFM, as you say, just tried a little bit too hard to defend that mid lane tier 1. Ace still in the hole even after this Baron, but what a fight this was from them.
So Evie commits his ultimate very early on. They're not able to get the execute onto straight. Harp gets absolutely melted, which then opens up Yaharong to the front line, and he ends up falling. Steel and Evie don't have the HP to disengage, and then it's just up to Yutapon. He starts to feel it. He thinks he has the damage, but then 5kid, knowing that he's full HP, lands the full combo onto him and is able to take out half his HP, resulting in a kill. This means that another Baron goes over to Ace. More time will be spent, and DFM continuing to showcase that these mid-game issues that have plagued them throughout the tournament are continuing to be a struggle for them in their final game. Ace can just continue to buy time. This Ezreal now gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Graves at 4 completed items.
5kid has a QSS now as well, alongside his 3 items. Yutapon, of course, will continue to grow in strength throughout the game. You can see he's got the Edge of Night now on that Senna. Over 120 stacks. He's going to be very strong if he has time, but even with the gold card hitting on to straight, Ace able to take that mid lane tower. Dragon up in a minute's time. Would only be the 3rd of the game for either of these teams, but strong showing here from Ace. Finding back, looking for positions, looking for flanks. No flash on Yutapon, no flash on Harp, no flash on Steel either. Flashes almost up across the board. Dimitri and Alone have theirs. 5kid is about to come off cooldown. He's going towards the Anathemas chains there on the Nautilus. For a bit of extra CC, lots of people forget about the tenacity reduction that Anathema's chains gives you on the target that you pick with it. And that extra CC could be the difference between a teamfight win and a loss.
They're backing?
I think they're resetting. You can see Yaharong trying to answer this push off towards the top side, so he's pushing out top, whereas he knows Lonely is pushing out bot. Yaharong doesn't have TP though, only has the Destiny right now, and 5kid and the rest of Ace will be able to push through this mid lane. Tower should fall pretty lickety split. If 5kid gets a couple of attacks on it, it's going to be 2 towers in exchange for none, it seems, here for Ace. DFM, a little bit odd with their map movements.
Yeah, that's why the base confused me, because they literally just left themselves wide open to an attack in mid lane. There was no contest over the priority, which then gave Ace free avenue for that tier 2. Meanwhile, Lonely was pushing in bot, and of course that is answered on the top side. I think that was fine. Yaharong trading tier 2 on bot. Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't think they needed to give up that mid tower. Either way, Ace now closed that gold gap pretty dramatically. Only 3k gold is the difference. Ace now find themselves on Soul Point. And yeah, with this Baron about to wear off, DFM find themselves in a very sticky situation. If they want to be able to close this one out, they're going to need to find another good fight. We're at 129 stacks for Yudapon. 3 items done for him. He's going to be dealing good damage, but we're seeing that these fights are not as straightforward as they were earlier for DFM.
Yeah, 5kid's been playing the Ezreal really well in fights as well, positioning himself towards the back, avoiding Steel's initial engage, and then getting the damage down when A's are able to re-engage after that Cyclone has been used. Looks like he might be going, he's going lethality. I'm wondering if it's a Duskblade Mythic here for 5kid. I don't see it too often, but it is a possibility. For the moment though, just sitting on that serrated Dirk. DFM have got control over the bottom side of the map. You can see them pushing in the mid lane and the bottom lane. Lonely shoving out top. He's really strong as well. Rabadon's, I think, on this base. That's probably what Ace are waiting for.
Okay, so I'll use this brief window to explain some like map stuff, because
yeah, do it, man.
The problem with DFM is that they're using their windows very poorly. So basically, we saw Lonely top, right? So because Lonely had to push the wave out, whereas DFM had 2 pushing waves in both mid and bot, there was a very clear window there where DFM had a numbers advantage. So what they could have done is not necessarily force something, but create pressure either on the mid inhib or the bot tower to force Lonely to either TP or come back. So by creating that pressure on these 2 lanes, you force Lonely to stop pushing that wave, and then they have to come and answer these pushed waves that are creating this pressure. That then, when they respond, is your window to then disengage, go and catch the waves back. You can then reset, and then while you're resetting, Ace has to use their time to reclaim and push these waves back out, which then, when you reset, gives you more time on the map because they now want to reset, but now they realize that they're being pressured again, and so that's kind of how you use your pressure, right? Because DFM are in a position where they can create multiple points of pressure all across the map. But all they did there was that when Lonely started pushing top, Yaharong just stopped and was like, oh, I need to go catch this top wave. And now you're in a 4v4 where they just kind of look at each other awkwardly. And yeah, that was just an example of like...
Destiny, they're looking for 5kid here. Hero's Entrance, he flashes away. Yaharong going in with the Destiny, but still able to escape for the moment. Lonely now on the chase. Hook hits as well onto Harp, and 5kid can really open up in this fight. Yudapon with the Dawning Shadow, but the shield is just not enough. 5kid on the chase. Steel, the more will keep you alive for a moment, but will it be for long enough? 5kid dives forward once again. Another mystic shot finds its mark, and Ace are hungry for their first win of MSI.
Such a strange fight that was forced by DFM there. The Baron spawns in 15 seconds, and they thought that they could just go for a front-to-back 5v5 without Evie there as well. Ace are more than happy to take that fight. They wipe them off the map. They have a wave. They now know that they have an even bigger numbers advantage, but they're not going to try and end the game. Instead, they're pinging the Baron, and with no jungler on the side of DFM, this will be the 3rd Baron of the game going towards Ace.
First one, very sneaky, held them in the game for longer than perhaps they should have been. Second one, a teamfight win into the Baron. The 3rd, the same. And now that gold will go down to basically a non-existent gap between these 2 teams. Baron secured for Ace.
I will say, like, the first Baron, really good from Ace. The second one came off the back of a very good team fight from them. But look at this fight right now. So they force flash engage onto the Ezreal, who can respond. Like, how do you follow this Wukong here? You know, like, the Twisted Fate ultimate comes through, he's lost half of his HP, but then they get 5 much faster, and then Lonely's on the front line when Steel doesn't have anything. So much damage also gets thrown onto Yudo. Wow, I did not realize that he basically lost all of his HP from the Gwen there. Lonely doing a fantastic job.
Steal. They know that 5kid doesn't have flash. Yaharong going in with the Destiny as well. 5kid on the backline, rooted up, but he's putting so much damage down onto Yaharong, who has to pop the stopwatch. Ace win the fight on the other side. It doesn't even matter if you kill 5kid anymore. He's unstoppable. Ace may be the same. Alone dives in. Stopwatch just in time to keep him alive for the moment, but Harp will take him out. 2v2 now. Okay. Supports against an AD cat. Whoa. Support against support. Oh, it's 3v2.
They're just going to end.
Lonely and Dimitri are pushing it. I didn't see Lonely there as well. They can just end it. Ace will not Defeated 6 times in a row, they claim their first win of MSI.
A much-deserved one for Ace. They played the mid-game extremely well. They were able to find some very good fights later on into the game. Huge props to Lonely. He did a really good job on the Gwen. Made it very difficult for DFM to find any successful fights. And yeah, just like... It's going to be a disappointment for DFM to end like that. They had such good control over the early game, and it feels like that this has been the story of the team throughout this tournament, where we've seen very promising early games, but the mid-game comes around and they end up just falling short. Something for them to go back, work on, and perhaps we will see them once again at the World Championship this year.
Yeah, just a few months away. Perhaps we'll see Team Ace there as well. Great for the LLA that they were able to pick up a win here, especially with the resilience, the determination to come back in this game, because early on it definitely looked like DFM, you know, 7,000, 8,000 gold lead at times. They should have been able to pick this one up. Great stuff all round by Team Ace to get back on into it. Up next, though, we have T1 versus Saigon Buffalo. It's the last game of the group stage. We'll see you after this.
The world is watching. Get on board. Check the lanes. Pay attention to the best. Join the ranks. Be the challenger. All in for the trophy. This is for all senses. This is for all players. Buckle up. Take notes. MSI 2022. Driven by Mercedes EQ.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where Team Ace pick up their first win of the group stage, ending the record 1-5.
It happened!
How did it happen, Raz?
Look, finally... Nah, I was just about to make the most cringe thing. I was about to say they took notes. Okay, I said it. But I'm sorry. My
You had
bad.
a chance to go back on it, and you committed.
Look, the moment, I can't be the guy that hides the bad humor from people. I have to just rip it. But no, like, I felt like we said it in the last game. The early game was much better. This time around, it felt like the opposite. They were getting ripped to pieces and then had that great team fight near the end of the game where it turned into a Baron.
And I think we finally saw what Ace had done domestically and what they were working towards. This is a fast-paced group, but when they get to the late stages, the team fight execution was there. And as much as this game won't mean anything in terms of standings, it doesn't change the outcome. It is such a big deal for them to not go 0-6 and find that win.
And I do think over the course of the 6 games that we have seen from Team Ace, the notes that they have taken have shown and they have developed somewhat. I do think it is also fair to call out and address that Detonation Focus Me have not had the most focused playstyle. We've had some very chaotic games from them, and this time round, it was punished by the LLA.
Looks like they had an ace up their sleeves.
Okay, let's keep letting them rip. I appreciate that. But yeah, Team Ace's composition actually played quite well, kiting back from steal. And I think that's something worth noting for the rest of the tournament. Let's go!
Oh, he's so happy.
Yes! Oh,
That's so
that
great to
brings
see.
so much joy to my heart. He managed to pick that win up. My word, look at that damage graph. That is phenomenal.
And look at the gold. Just at the end, managed to pull it back to the point where they were in favor, and it was such a battle.
Yeah, and I mean, it came down to the team fight comp that they had. They just needed to kite back with the Galio and Ezreal and Graves. I thought specifically Dimitri played quite well in a lot of those fights, and it turned into Baron. I mean, even the sneak Baron that we saw was fun. This team was playing with fire with the goal of at least taking one, as you saw in his player cam. Just that one game they ended up doing.
They did indeed. Dimitri's opposite number, of course. Steel had a very good tournament. I think we've spoken about him probably more than many of the other players outside of maybe Udapon. But I think for Detonation Focus Me, it is obviously time to say goodbye to them. They finished their group stage so close to making it through to Rumble. For the LJL, they were in MSI groups last year. They were in Worlds groups off the play-ins, and now for MSI groups. We're still seeing them be strong, but we're not seeing that consistent ability to make it to groups multiple events in a row.
Exactly. I mean, it's one of those things where they are ranking up. I know that last split was a really big turning point, and now they're coming in with newer talent and all that. So change always hurts because you have to integrate well. That's why I love him with the camera. That's why I'm hoping that they keep firm with this current lineup going into Worlds, because this is one that will only get better.
And I think the expectations was this team was going to struggle a bit with the roster changes, but you know, as much as the scoreline at the end is going to be that 1-5, I think this tournament they definitely had games where, you know, they did match up well to T1 at points in their game. They did challenge the Saigon Buffalo. That game they had today was just absolutely humongous.
Final thoughts, Rez?
Context is what matters. People will look at the scoreline by the end of the tournament, and that does not speak to what actually happened in these games.
100% agreed. I think in particular, Detonation Focus Me, also a team that developed over the course of their 6 games. But before our final game of the group stage, Jens, you had the chance to talk to SGB Taki after their win over Detonation Focus Me in our Verizon post-match interview.
I'm now joined by Taki. Hi, Taki. Massive congratulations. You guys made it out of your groups. What does it mean to you to be able to represent your region now here in the Rumble stage?
Thì đầu tiên là chúc mừng mình với chiến thắng vô cực kỳ tuyệt vời vừa rồi ha. Thì bạn cảm giác như thế nào khi mà được đại diện cho khu vực VCS tại vòng hỗn chiến sắp tới?
Dạ, em thấy rất là vui và sung sướng vì mình được đại diện cho VCS đi MSI và còn tiến sâu vào vòng hỗn chiến sắp tới.
So I'm basically on cloud 9 to represent the VCS at this MSI and also take the VCS to the Rumble stage.
Yeah, it's great to see you guys be able to make it this far. I want to talk about the game because that was one of the most exciting games we had so far at MSI. There were a lot of team fights. You were involved in a lot of them as well. Was that the strategy for you guys going into it, to like fight as much as you possibly could?
Thì bây giờ mình nói một chút về trận đấu ha, thì đó là một trận đấu cực kỳ kịch tính nhất từ giải đấu từ trước tới giờ ha. Thì có phải là chiến thuật của team mình là đánh nhau càng nhiều càng tốt không? Và đặc biệt là bạn là một người là đã mở giao tranh rất là nhiều cho team mình.
Giờ vì tính chất của đội hình nên bọn em càng phải đẩy nhanh nhịp độ trận đấu và ép giao tranh liên tục để có thể lấy lợi thế cho team mình và snowball đối thủ. Đó là lý do mà em luôn tìm cách mở giao tranh và tìm cơ hội giao tranh với team địch.
So it's because of our team composition that we have always to engage going in to find advantage for our team. So that's why I always try to make plays in order to find the advantage for my team.
And speaking of your team composition, you guys, I know, have run the Kalista before, even with the Kai'Sa. Why did you decide to bring out that Kalista mid-pick today?
Thì lý do tại sao mà mình lại đưa ra cái lựa chọn mà coi như là Kalista đi đường giữa trong ngày hôm nay?
Giờ Kalista đi top hay là mid hiện giờ đang khá là hot vì giờ sai hay đánh đanh hay cầm nên bọn em đã học hỏi và luyện tập nó thử. Đó là lý do mà trong trận đấu hôm nay bọn em cho Kalista đi đường giữa.
So Kalista on top lane or mid lane is a hot pick right now, and we actually learned it from the Shy. So we have practiced it, run it very quite well. So we decided to bring it into this matchup.
And lastly, there's a lot of good teams in the Rumble stage waiting for you right now. Do you have a message for those teams that you haven't played against yet?
Thì có rất là nhiều team mạnh đang đợi bạn tại vòng hỗn chiến, thì bạn có bất kỳ cái lời nào để nhắn nhủ tất cả các đối thủ của bạn trong vòng hỗn chiến sắp tới hay không?
Em muốn nhắn nhủ với những đối thủ trong trận chiến sắp tới là Bầy Trâu đang đến.
So I want to tell all our opponents in the Rumble stage that the Buffalo is coming. Watch out for us.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much, Taki, for joining me, and we'll see you back here in the next stage.
That is awesome.
Yes, the Buffalo's coming.
The Buffalo is coming with Mark Ruffalo on the back. Let's go, boys. Before we get into this final pre-match of the group stage, I do need to take a moment just to celebrate the VCS once more. Not only are they back on the international stage for the first time in 2.5 years, this isn't even the first seed from their region that has qualified through to the Rumble stage. And I think crucially, the thing that I truly appreciate about the Saigon Buffaloes is they are playing their style no matter who the hell is standing in front of them. And I think throughout the course of this group stage, I've thoroughly enjoyed watching their games. I've also yelled at them and wished they had a little bit more patience and control, but they do have these magical moments that have allowed them to qualify for Rumble and maybe a thorn in the side of their other opponents.
And I think this is such a young team. The aggression they've consistently brought out was talked about in the interview, something they brought up against T1's bot lane,
yes,
most respected bot lane in the world. And just absolutely delivered.
It's insane. And take a look at this team fight. This brought them right back into the game. Bean J's excellent. This isn't the first time he did this too in this game. Ultimate as the Diana pick. All of these members aren't afraid to take game-winning clutch fights like these. This happened in one game, but it happened, as you mentioned, versus T1 before.
And I love the fact he talked about the Calista
Chilling, maxing and relaxing.
No stress. I love they talk about the Calista pick being inspired by the Shy. It is dangerous to take teachings from the Shy, but this is a dangerous team who will go aggressive. It's just short average game time in the region, and they really reflect it in their play.
Absolutely love the player camps. I just can't take my eyes off of them. I did say a little bit earlier that I'm very excited to see what the Buffalo is going to bring into this matchup against T1, because the very first time they did play against one another, that bot lane duo led by Shogun really had a huge impact, jumping into Game UC as well as Carrier, picking up multiple kills. The Tristana at one point was at 5-2, had a Kraken Slayer and Rapid Fire cannon by 11 minutes. Had there been a little bit more control, a little bit more macro, a little bit more tempered aggression, it could have gone differently.
That's why I'm looking forward to this game the most, because yes, if they looking back at it, with how strong their bot lane was, the one feedback I gave was that, hey, I want them to be moving around the map a little bit more, right? Rift Herald was for you to take as a team with how strong of a bot lane you had. And they just kept going, but then, of course, you could open up the game a little bit more.
And I love, this is such a volatile lane matchup, because if you don't find the all-in windows with an Alistar, you will just get poked out, chunked out, and will never find an opportunity. But this is just exactly the style they've been playing, finding these windows in and these constant double kills.
And we sing the praises of Shogun a lot. Today has been a great day for Taki, and in this specific game, Taki was just playing really well. So the bot lane as a duo has been really showing up.
I think in particular, one of the things that I found very interesting about this early laning phase was the discussion we had backstage with all the analysts talking about how, yes, at the end of the day, Buffaloes were picking up the kills, but it was not setting up the lanes correctly. It was not in a world or in a way that would punish and keep Community and T1 further behind because the CS was still in the advantage, gold, experience, etc.
And I think ultimately Ona did a fantastic job this game of targeting mid. We saw just such a rough time for Saigon Buffaloes when mid kept bleeding in that one. And I feel like this has been consistent for T1 where they have targeted mid throughout this group stage.
Yeah, really the case. I want to take a moment just to look at some of these statistics here. Goal difference at 14.
Yeah.
Saigon Buffalo plus 2.9k. Yeah, keep the head down there, Orcs.
Yeah.
But T1 5k. Herald percentage, of course, 80%, 70%. First tower, 100% for Saigon Buffaloes. First dragon, 100%. I mean, great early game strengths.
And this is why, specifically the Herald. First right here in Herald percentage, I'm just saying, I know the camera decided to move away from me the moment I did this. Guys, I'm a little offended. Thank you. All right?
Go again,
this right here, the Herald percentage for Team 1, I want to be taken real seriously because I would say the best performer of the group of the bot lane has been Shogun and Taki. So if they get another advantage like this again, really attack the Rift Herald and make it so, hey, if T1 want to fight for it, you're fighting for it too.
What are the chances that we're going to see even more aggression out of the Buffaloes because there's no holds bars, there's seeding doesn't matter here. This is like a free game. There's literally no pressure, no risks.
I'm not sure you can get more aggressive than the Buffaloes. They have really been pushing it. I mean, day one, right? We haven't seen this region in such a long time, and they come in into T1's bot lane, instantly start the fight.
Very last thought, Jarez.
Look, you have the advantages early. Let's start diving bot lane. That's what I want.
Let's see if they can. By the way, Medivedi, just as an aside, Taki is the Afrikaans word for sneakers from South Africa.
Ooh.
So, a quick shot. Is it specifically the word for sneakers from South Africa? Or is it just Afrikaans is from South Africa? What? I said quick shot.
Oh. Well, then you're asking.
Do you know any cool words in Welsh? Actually, I know one great word in Welsh. I actually think the word for this in Welsh is so much better than the English word. You ready?
I don't.
Taxi.
Taxi?
Taxi, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what it means?
I'm aware of
it means taxi, guys. Yeah. Welsh is such an inventive language.
Do you want to know the Welsh word for bus?
Yes.
Boos.
Boos, imagine.
And it's crazy because it's BW, but the W has a little roof over it.
Oh, a little roof for the W because the bus takes you to your house.
Yeah. And then do you want to know ambulance?
Yeah.
Ambulance.
Oh, any roofs there?
Yeah.
The other one I like, isn't there like Poppity Pop or something? It's like popcorn
or something? No, that's
fake.
Is
that actually fake?
Ping.
Poppity
it's
ping?
Not the word for microwave.
That's such a good one, though. Anyway, final game of the group stage. Saigon Buffalo and T1 are already through to Rumble. Seeding doesn't really matter out of the group if your first or second doesn't change anything in the Rumble stage. So this is purely a battle for Saigon Buffalo to see if they can be the first team in 2022 to take a series, albeit a best-of-1 series, of T1.
Yeah, T1, of course, have dropped games during the regular season.
Haven't dropped a series, though.
They have not dropped a series, exactly that. Now, I would be surprised if T1 lost the game here. I think it would set up the Saigon Buffaloes very nicely moving into the next stage because RNG 6-0 brackets 9-0, G2 8-0. Like, the expectation is that T1 clean sweep their group as well, and then the three favorites for the tournament move on undefeated. But for Saigon Buffalo to potentially usurp that, let's see if they can do it. So, the bans have come through. The Twisted Fate priority for Froggy has been locked in, and immediately Faker will respond with a Sylas. What's interesting is the last time they met, it was Faker on TF, and it was Froggy with the Sylas, and now they will roll reverse.
And Froggy did not have a good time in that game. I believe he ended 0-7-3 on the Sylas. He was very much focused by T1.
It's the matchup, bro. Well, yeah, it's the matchup.
Well, we'll see if it's the matchup of this game, won't we? Faker perhaps watching a little bit of Kansas Sylas the last couple of days. There's the Wukong as well.
So now we'll see a Vi, right? From Saigon Buffalo. That's what's supposed to happen now.
Yep.
Yeah, they're actually just swapping drafts.
From game one of day one of
From
MSI.
Game one of day one, yes. That's a bit of a tongue twister, isn't it?
Game one of day one?
Looks like, okay, we're going to shift away from the last draft, and it will be a Viego locked in for BJ. He has had one Viego performance so far at this tournament. Ooh, the Akali hover would be risky.
Well, the hover isn't that risky. Locking it in is the risky part.
Yes, true. Is that the immediate? No, it hasn't quite been locked in just yet.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Okay, so, yeah, I was going to say, so the problem with blind picking your top laner against Zeus is he plays a lot of counter champions. And Jax is definitely one of them. So it's a very top-sided draft from both sides right now. The bot lane, the last time we saw them play, was very volatile. Shogun and Taki were hyper-aggressive, finding 2v2 kills pretty consistently, but at the end of that game, it was Gumayushi that found himself with 10 kills on the Lucian. So, with Lucian gone, with Tristana gone, I'm curious as to what direction both of these bot laners will go. Maybe some Samira. Maybe we'll see a mage bot lane. I'd be a little surprised, actually, if we saw a mage bot lane with Shogun.
Yeah, with double APs already on his team, it would make a heavily magic damage team. T1 here, ban away the Nautilus and the Karma. Senna removed by Saigon Buffalo. Alongside that, perhaps, I'll look to get rid of, I mean, anything. Like, you don't need to get rid of the Nami because Lucian Nami is already banned away. You could get rid of something like the Leona or the Pike from Kerry. He's played that a couple of times already.
So, Ezreal Yumi for Gumayushi and Keria. Nope, it's going to be Kalista. Yeah.
Let's go.
Ooh,
oh,
I love
the
Ashe response.
Yes.
I love that.
That Ashe is so good into the Kalista. The movement speed slow is actually an attack speed slow because Kalista obviously attacks every time she jumps around. And so if you can slow her move speed from your auto attacks as Ashe, you can slow her ability to get damage down in a fight.
Also gives Saigon Buffalo a few more options when it comes to finding picks. You already have the Twisted Fate, but a global Ashe arrow as well. Very nice follow-up.
They could pick Lulu. That would help them find picks as well.
I hate that you come up with these.
Instead,
okay, Braum, they're going hyper defensive. Very much on the counter engage. Does make it harder for the Wukong to be able to find fights. Right now, T1 have an advantage on the side lane. They have both a Sylas and they have the Jax to act as basically 1-3-1 threats. Oh, they're just hovering. Kerry is just flexing right now.
Yep.
He's just showcasing how deep his champion pool is.
What you haven't realized yet is it's Sylas support. I have a friend that swears by it. Swears by it. It's Sylas support! Unless it's Rumble support. What support is it, Benny? Tell me!
I mean, I'm pretty confident it's Rumble support. I don't see why.
Support?
I don't see why you would move the Sylas bot here when you're playing against a Twisted Fate.
That's true.
Doesn't make any sense.
But it just, I got very excited by the fact I said it, and then they picked something that isn't usually a support.
Yeah, I know. So, I know Carrier has played a lot. I couldn't tell you if Rumble support is somewhere in his history.
I will check.
I do not know.
I will say, Marcus' stats team, has Rumble support ever been played in the history of international competition?
That's an unfair question. I don't know if they're going to be able to answer that one.
I mean, okay, just like when did we last? He's never played Rumble. According to the database I'm using, he has never played Rumble in all of his games ever.
So, in theory, professionally, we're getting a debut to Carrier's Rumble support. Okay, I'm in. Let's have a look and see how things play out. Rumble support for Carrier.
I'm trying to get it up.
Many tout him as the current best support in the world. He is continuing to showcase a wide array of different champions in that role. He hasn't played any Leona, no Nautilus.
Okay.
He's played only Pike, Nami, Wukong, and Bard.
So here we go, Betty. LCK Spring 2020 was Rumble support everywhere, apparently.
Oh, really?
9 games. The only games in major regions of Rumble support was LCK Spring and Summer, 2 games, 2020, apparently.
Did Carrier play any of them?
No, Kerry has never played this champ. Lehens has played it a couple of times.
See, now that makes sense to me. Lehens, that doesn't surprise me.
He also is running Ghost and Cleanse, Vedius. And I will say, I play a lot of solo queue in EU West. My finger would be right-clicking reporting right now. I'd be like, guys, is this the new Ghost Nunu? What's happening here?
No. Guys, don't play solo queue today. Just take a break. Just take a break.
But there are challenges to complete. Maybe that's what he's doing.
Just take a break, everyone. Just watch games today, Maybe, find a streamer that you like and just watch them play League of Legends instead. I think you should not log in today.
Hasn't it? We'll be spotted by Ona, forced away a little bit, he's fine. But yes, I agree with you, Betty.
He's running Ghost. Man, this is like the Nunu.
Do you want to know another thing? Gumayushi hasn't used his Black Spear. So he hasn't procced like the chuck someone in. So I'm wondering if he's going to keep that for Ona and use it on Ona.
But don't you like lose half of your laning power if you don't?
Yeah, because you don't get the proc from the
I'm pretty
Sentinel.
sure you can also. I haven't played.
You can just use it in lane
ages.
if you want to.
I was gonna, no, but I'm pretty sure you can also rebind
you can,
to someone else later on into the game.
I believe you can buy it and then rebind, but buy it for free. But yeah, it's a bit odd. Gonna be honest, but you know what we're gonna do, Vetty? We're gonna have as much fun as T1 are having. Like if Carrier is playing Cleanse, Ghost, Arcane Comet, Rumble support. That's the ride we're on. And it's a wacky one. Dick Dastardly is in the back. He sees him and Motley go.
Just want to remind people that this game has no consequences. Both teams have qualified for the next stage. Whether T1 go undefeated or not, it doesn't matter. The seeding literally has no impact. They both start 0-0 in the next stage, and it won't give any advantage to anyone. So, yes, we are seeing something a little unorthodox, but you know, it's Carrier. Enjoy it.
Yep.
Froggy, really good trade. I told you, man, it's just the matchup. It's the matchup.
Apparently, it's just the matchup. Faker
utilizing his E plus the gold card to bully out Faker. Good stuff already from Froggy in this early laning phase. Okay, so we've already learned one thing. Rumble plus Kalista gets pushed.
Yeah.
Not that surprising against the Braum.
Yeah.
I can't think of many Braum lanes that actually get pushed. There probably are some out there.
Braum Rumble, mate.
Maybe.
You just haven't seen it yet.
Carrier, I'd love if I don't know if the observers can hear me, but if we get to click on the Rumble, I'd love to know what skills he's taken.
So he's definitely got E and W.
Okay, so yeah, there's the W at the very least. Oh, thank you, observers. So yeah, you can see W with the E.
I literally told you what he took.
Yeah, but I want to keep track of it.
Oh, you want to see the leveling?
I'd love to know what he does. Because the thing is, if you take Q,
you're pushing the wave.
You're pushing the wave, and I don't think you want to do that. So maybe you just actually put more points into E. I'm curious.
I get you. He's still managing his heat bar pretty well.
Yeah, he is. You're
right.
right.
Keep that above half.
Here he comes. Look, every time he needs more heat, he's going in for a bit of a harass. Here's the level 3. Is he going to... No, see?
2 points in E.
Another point in E. Okay, cool. There we go. So he's mainly going to be playing for poke, I guess. Now, Ona looking for a bit of a play in mid. Froggy, he might have to flash this.
Ona going forward. Stun card ready. Froggy will stun him up. Maybe looking for Ona to overchase. Oh, flash away.
Wow,
There's a flash spectral more.
I feel like BJ didn't need to, but I
think it was more they were trying to turn it around and get the kill.
He does have level 4 though.
Yeah.
And he knows with the push and top, he should be able to secure this one. There's no way they dive this right now. No. Just getting a bit more poke off. That's to be expected. So I can see how Rumble would be super annoying to lane against.
I mean, especially as Braum. I get, like, I'm trying to work out how I would play into it. And as Rakan, I think I'd lose the lane. But maybe you
lose the lane on like every champ.
Yes, well, I lose the lane on every champ no matter what.
Here we go.
Faker here trying to win the lane in the mid lane. But I think maybe all in onto the Rumble, but his base damage is really high. So you'd have to dodge a couple of E's.
But he's not running Q.
Yeah, but even with the E's, his base. So you'd have to not take the poke and all in, I think. Something like a Leona or Nautilus could work.
So your advice is
just dodge all of Carrier's abilities.
Don't get hit and hit them.
I mean, widely regarded as the best player in the world coming into this tournament, I think it's pretty easy to dodge.
Yeah. Just don't get hit and hit.
Just don't get dived, man. Froggy here, looking for the damage. B&J coming in as well. Fake able to dodge away. Ona just short on the Spectral more there as B&J looked through a little bit more. It's just the matchup, Vetty.
I'm telling you right now, even if I could solo kill Faker, that would just be it. I'd be good, you know.
I have a friend who is silver, but he solo killed PoE once in a game. Like I think PoE was like on a Smurf climbing or something.
Fair, I've also killed PoE. I don't know if that
Carrier ghosting in here. Dodge away. So you just dodge, man. You just dodge. Now Zeus is here as well.
This seems unfair.
Froggy has flash. Good flash away. B&J here with a chase as well. Carrier taking the tower. Zeus, where are you going to go? Down towards the Razor Beaks. Froggy with a good escape.
He's out.
He is out.
No,
Lane's better now. Go to him. No. B&J had smite. Could have smited the Razor Beaks to get the health. Instead,
he could read it.
It was turned around.
Well,
Rumble supports OP.
But how annoying is Carrier though? Like he tanked that tower.
It was the Ghost, man. The Ghost got him into the lane quicker. Then he could tank the tower and run away.
It's just, I mean, it's really smart from Carrier. Yeah. But if you're the Buffaloes in that situation, you're like, can you just let the towers hit this guy that's dived in between two of them, please? Can you not? But no, Carrier's like, sorry, bro. First blood for me. He's got the Sork boots now, so he does even more damage. I think has he taken a point in Q yet?
Yeah, he used it in the last.
Oh, yeah.
Took it at level 4. After you get out of the lane, I guess you don't worry too much about pushing waves. Just looking for ganks. Owner is here. Keria turn back on the cleanse to get away from the Braum. Now they're turning on to Gumayushi, who still has cleanse of his own, flashes away. Shogun trying to get the damage down. But the cleanse from Keria. We joked around it. It is so big brain. This guy's playing 5D dimensional chess while the rest of us are playing Wild Rift, Betty.
Why? I don't even know why I dared doubt Keria. I mean, I don't know if I doubted him. I just feared for what he's doing to solo queue. Faker should be able to just E over the wall. Nicely done. Yeah, so Keria isn't fair, you know? But how, like, unbalanced are junglers, you know? Like,
mate, truly Imba. That's the thing we haven't used much recently. Imba.
That's because we're not, you know,
but it was a big thing.
1990s anymore.
Well, it was a huge. Even when I joined LEC, right? All the pros would be like, "Man, this pick's so Imba."
No, they
so
weren't.
Imba.
No, they didn't say that.
Maybe the pros just weren't talking to you.
Maybe Trevor said that.
Oh, actually, yeah,
you
Trevor
know,
was quite old.
when he was 16, maybe. I
think Imba was a thing, man.
I mean, yeah. Again, when Trevor was 16, it's like 100 years ago, you know? Come on, dude. Like,
I'm only like 2 years younger than the man. That's my age group, mate.
Wait, you've been lying to me?
Sorry. Probably confusing me with Endo again.
Okay, he's just, you know, just finished high school, okay?
Hazard here, not in the best of shapes. Jungle, so Imba once again. Zeus trying to get the counter-strike down. Will get the stun. Owner with the chase. Foggy coming in with the Destiny. They're looking for the damage on Zeus. They'll get one. Needle work, healing up Hazard as well. Owner trying to put the damage down, but Hazard still just taken out in the end. Owner, you got to dodge away from this one. You got to dip, dodge, dive.
Oh, duck, the sweeper! He can't see him!
You can't see him!
Oh, he flashed!
Oh, he's John Cena! You can't see me! Owner gets out. Foggy gets the stun off as Faker comes in for the chase.
Can T1 players stop being really good? Like, they just outplay everything, man! Oh my god, the sweeper was so smart from Owner. He's able to just swag his way out of that one. 4 kills for T1.
That's true Alcove gaming.
That was truly blessed Alcove gaming. Very impressive stuff. And they end up walking away 1 for 1 there. Wow. The Buffaloes, the last time they played up against T1, it was all about that bot lane aggression. But Owner has been everywhere on the map right now. We can have a look at this. Bit of an all-in from Hasbet. The trade initially looks very good. And then the stun card comes through, and they have enough damage to get that kill. Now, keep track of what Owner does here. So Froggy doesn't have enough consistent DPS to be able to turn this one around initially. He gets a little bit of health back because he pops the pot. And then the sweeper denies vision, so he can't see him. He doesn't know where he's going.
Yeah. And the control ward in the bush as well means that Owner knows exactly where Froggy is. Great flash as well, because if he flashed towards the upper bush, he would have been hit by the edge of the wild cards, I believe. Really well played there by T1. And as you say, just a cut above right now. Saigon Buffalo, of course, still in the Rumble stage. They have qualified.
He was a cheeky monkey, you could say.
I'm sorry, I heard the voice of Kadril.
Keria hovering around mid now. Ghost Cleanse, up and available. Froggy, you can't stun him.
But you can stun him.
But you can't.
But you...
Don't give me all that technicality crap that you always give me.
I was not expecting you to use that word, I'll be honest.
I'm just...
a bit more PG-13 than that one, Betty.
I thought of another word and I had to like...
just quick pivot.
Yeah.
But yes, yes, you can't stun him. He can get away. He continues to roam around. Level 6 now has the equalizer. And Saigon Buffalo, you know, you're 2,000 gold in the hole. You haven't played poorly. Like, they made a few good practice plays. The fight topside where Hasmid had the reaction from Froggy, almost got the 2-for-1 exchange there. Bot side, they put the pressure on as well, but Owner was there in time. And it's just T1 playing the map a little bit better right now.
T1 being very good at League of Legends.
Yeah.
So what are the options now? Keep my eyes on Keria once again, roaming up towards the top side of the map. The thing is, with the early tier 2 boots as well, you're just so much more mobile. You have so much damage. I could see this pick falling off, right? Because obviously, it does not offer much peel the later into the game you go.
I mean, it depends what he goes, right? Because if you go like Rylai's and you just ult the enemy team at a fight.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where, like, yes, in a sense,
it's not the owner peel.
It's not a Braum, is it?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So, like, relatively speaking, he's going to offer less than a Braum will in terms of his ability to protect his AD carry. But also, I would argue that Saigon they have not the best front-to-back comp.
Sure.
I mean, it's one of those things where when you look at what the Buffaloes have drafted, they've gone for like a bit of a side lane, 1-3-1, try and attack, look for picks. But T1 have kind of matched it with the Jax and with the Sylas. And then the great thing about Sylas is you can also steal Twisted Fate's ultimate to be able to do the same thing. So I think that like T1 have a lot more options in draft, and also their team fighting is just stronger because they have Wukong Rumble. So it's kind of on the Buffaloes to find some way to find a good fight.
Look at how far away he was when he put that down. The arrow is going to connect Foggy with a Sun card as well, but even though Ona is CC'd for a year and a half, about the same time as a normal Morgana binding, he's able to get away. Cyclone's back in. Gumayushi here for the chase. Shogun has to jump away. Ona going back in with the Cyclone once again. Faker underneath the tower, diving in, stunned with the concussive blows, will flash and escape. Foggy, the only one to fall.
And Gumayushi does find a kill, but important to note, it was Gumayushi that threw in Ona. Your suspicions were correct. He has bound with the Wukong, and now he's provided Ona with another way of getting in and out of fights. Buffaloes, though, they've lost all their flashes. I don't think you should go for that!
Yeah, Bean's dead. Ona escapes. Good use of the W there. Decoys out. Gumayushi flashes forward.
Good shield.
Unbreakable from Taiki. Stops the projectile from coming through. And Shogun is able to survive to fight another day. Hazmat coming across as well, wondering perhaps if Ona was going to steal away the blue. Destiny popped. Taiki stepping forward here. Foggy spotted as he comes in. Ona tries to get the kill. He knows he's dead. Shut down in the end. All that gold goes over to Hazmat.
Wow. Taiki with a very good shield to protect his AD carry, get him to safety. And as well, forced to use the flash there. I keep thinking that no one has flash, and then someone else shows up, and then their flash immediately gets burned. Froggy still has a flash available to him. Let's have a look at this. Starts off with the ultimate coming out from Keria. Really good landing. They forced the disengage from BJ.
It's a great wall as well from Taiki. He actually stopped the Glacial Fissure coming out from Faker.
And then the stun comes through from Foggy as well. Ona gets locked up, and then he sees an opportunity onto Shogun. The ward next to the entrance allows him and Gumayushi. Then the double flash comes through from Shogun and Bean. And then here you can see Faker in a little bit of trouble. And then Gumayushi, very nice stun, gets that last auto hit in. Just a very well played fight. Now the
Stolen Destiny into the arrow, looking for the concussive blows here. Faker stepping forward, Taiki trying to body block. Equalizer goes down. Shogun will get the stun, but the chase is on. Shogun has nowhere to go. Gumayushi with his second of the game.
And T1 are just in full control right now. From start to finish, they've played a very clean game. Only a two deaths rather. But Hazmat trying to get something back on the top side of the map.
Zeus in a pretty good position here, but with BJ coming up, Heartbreaker used, Zeus splashes away. Dodges away from the Spectral Maw as well. Get the stun Counter-Strike. He smacks him with a lamppost. What would happen if you gave T1 a real weapon, Venius?
Zeus just gets the outplay, 2 versus 1. He plays that perfectly. Great utilization of the flash to create space between him and Hazmat. And then when he gets the isolated 1v1, he pops the E, and there's no way for BJ to do any damage. Now Keria makes his way back to mid.
Foggy trying to get away from this bone plating is propped. Foggy flashes underneath the tower, will survive. Keria's ultimate about a third of its way before it comes off cooldown.
And now there are no flashes on the Rift. Another fight is going to result in someone's death. And this should be a tower going down in favor of T1.
T1 are 7,000 gold ahead at 15 minutes.
A meager gold lead.
I think I know who's going to die in the next fight, Betty, and I don't think it's going to be people from T1.
They're looking to match the top contenders from the other groups. They're looking to go undefeated, continue their streak, and it only sets up for a very exciting matchup in the future. You know, T1 has their eyes on G2 and RNG. Right now, the 3 favorites for the tournament. Many would tout T1 as the favorite for the entire thing. But based on the first stage performance, you know that there will be some contenders this year's turn. We wouldn't have it any other way, right?
100%.
MSI, when we think of this one, RNG, former champions, T1, former champions. Let's have a look back at this. So Zeus, the important thing to note here is the flash, creating space between him and Hazmat, and then he used his E to get this isolated 1v1. And then he slaps it with the lamppost, and then he's like, yeah, I'm going to win this. Very well played. Not really much of a reaction from Zeus. It's just another day in the office for him.
Yeah, I wanted to remind you, Counter-Strike active. Jax enters evasion for 2 seconds, a defensive stance that causes him to dodge all incoming non-turret basic attacks. And take 25% reduced damage from all area effect abilities sourced from champions. works pretty well into a Viego and a Gwen who want to use their auto attacks as the equalizer goes down in the mid lane. Gumayushi cleanses away the Enchanted Crystal is stun. And I told you during the next fight, I didn't think it would be T1 that died, and it wasn't. It was Shogun once again.
You're not going to get this reference, but I'm hoping some people in the chat will.
Is it anime?
Zeus was likely trained by Piccolo.
It's a Dragon Ball Z reference.
That is a Dragon Ball Z reference.
Or,
but it's an abridged reference, that's the thing.
Or an orchestral one. I was trained in the clarinet. He was trained in the piccolo. What his musical taste has to do with his League of Legends skill, I'm not sure, Vedius. I'm sure he can toot that flute really well.
See, people think that Medi Betty get on really well. But in fact, there is deep-rooted hatred that is shared between the two of us.
That's how it works.
And often, our casts come from trying to make the other one suffer. And right now, Medi is winning. Right, having a look at the state of the game.
We're going to get tweets about that.
T1, they are in a very commanding position. 17 minutes in, they find themselves with 7,000 gold in the lead. And of course, we've had a little bit of fun with this game. T1 has had a little bit of fun with this game. The only people not having fun right now are the Buffaloes.
I will say, I think they can have a little bit of fun because they know they're in Rumble stage.
Actually,
let me just push up my glasses here for a second, Vedius. I think they can have a little bit of fun because they are in the Rumble stage. It's not like they're being eliminated.
That's true.
I can't do accents.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. Saigon Buffalo really struggling. Destiny coming in from Foggy. Punched away from the spear there by Gumayushi. Double TP used. Bates call. Ona onto the backline. Shogun having to flash away, but Ona's there for the chase. Equalizer down as well. Ona able to get the kill on the backline. It's actually Gumayushi who goes on a rampage. Faker gets another. Hazmed now in the midst of 4 members of T1 trying to do what he can. They will get one. Faker dives forward once again. Bean steals away the Rumble. Can you play it as well as carry up? Decides against going any further. Of course, Rumble, very good when he has his ultimate. Not quite as effective when he doesn't.
Ends up being a 2 for 3 in favor of T1. They extend the gold lead to just short of 8k. There's no objective for them to get off the back of it. So T1 just going to go back, catch these waves in a side. Faker bot. Zeus up towards the top. The Herald is still up. You'd think at this point, with this kind of gold lead, that the Baron would be available, but it is not. And the Buffaloes, they just try to look for a pick in mids. Their composition very good at being able to find picks. You can see the chain CC coming through, but Gumayushi completely mitigates that. Pulls Ona in, gives him the ability to then re-engage. And with Shogun gone, you can see it just becomes a brawl in the mid lane. Not the cleanest fight from T1 by any means, but definitely a 1-1.
And do win out in the end. I wonder, Betty, I'm debating with myself whether this makes T1 scarier or less scary when it comes to the Rumble stage. Because they played Rumble support with Ghost Cleanse.
I just think they just haven't shown anything.
That's true.
You know,
I mean, they've shown this, but this is likely not an essential strategy against RNG or G2.
As an analyst, the biggest takeaway would be T1 are professional ankle breakers.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
Like when they see an ankle, they get a sledgehammer and they just go thwack.
As a doctor, gives me more work to do.
It does.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, it's they played the map well, sure, but truth be told, a lot of their advantages have just been coming from them styling on their opponents, just playing better, you know, individually. And of course, for the Buffaloes, that doesn't mean that it's all down and out. They could just be playing the best team in the tournament.
Yep.
The other groups were easy, and they could still, you know,
you only need to get top 4, right?
Yeah.
You only need to get top 4 to get into the best of 5s.
Yep.
Into those playoffs. And
so, for sure, it's not all doom and gloom, and there will be more time for them to grow, evolve, adapt. But T1,
improvise.
I think that they have not shown their full power just yet. And I think we're just getting a taster of what this team is really capable of.
They won't even need their full power to take down that tower. Rift Herald still entirely healthy after that initial charge. They're looking for another one as they push down towards the inhibitor tower and the inhibitor towards this bottom side. Rift Herald gets another charge in. The inhibitor will fall. Meanwhile, Hazmed is pushing in the top side. T1 will back away. Hazmed stays around, clears out the next wave. Mid lane wave, probably about 10 seconds away from hitting mid lane tower if T1 did want to push further. Instead, they will retreat. Recalls come out, and they reset for an expected Cloud Dragon.
Ooh, here we go. Pings onto the Baron.
Yeah, just do it. Faker's going.
Gwen's specialty. Do they know?
Destiny to force Faker away. Hazmed and BJ have started this. We saw this literally in the last game.
Oh, but they saw Braum walking up. That should give them an indication.
I mean, it's gone, Betty. It's down to like 4,000 HP. Oh, T1, they're ghosting. Kevier knows. Faker got behind them with the Destiny stolen away. Saigon Buffalo looking for something. T1 looking for the play. Counter-strike in by Zeus onto the back line. Faker diving in as well. One down already. Hazman has to jump out of the pit. They're still looking for the Baron. They can't get it. T1 pounce. The Baron secured 4 kills alongside it. Now T1 are looking to end the group stage undefeated.
That they are, Medic. 17-4 is the kill score, and T1 wipe the Buffaloes off the map. I respect the play. I think that they just sent one too many people, and they gave the play away. T1 was able to respond. Faker with the stolen Destiny finds the team, finds the fight, and T1 are going to find the game.
2022 has been the resurgence of T1. Still undefeated. No one has stood in their way. No one has matched them as T1 claim a 6-0 group.
Another dominant performance. We continue to see different flavors. Owner doing a great job as I mean,
everyone on T1 was great, and they all played really well.
Faker nearly died. He didn't, but he nearly did. Okay, he's going to have to go back and work on that.
Yep.
But of course, jokes aside, very impressive performance from T1. Undefeated alongside G2 and RNG at the end of the group stage. We will be moving forward into the Rumble stage later on this week. And it's going to set up for some hype games. We're going to get 2 games between RNG and T1, 2 games between G2 and T1. And then, of course, G2 and RNG. That is how double round robin, in fact, works.
I'm glad you understood that. 6 years you've been casting now?
Yep, 6 years.
Yep.
It's going to be exciting.
It is definitely. Of course, we have a small break.
Someone's got to lose.
That is true. Either G2 or T1 have to lose their undefeated streaks. It's going to happen in 5 days' time, 20th of May. I believe we kick everything off, so we've got a few days break during this week before we get into the Rumble stage, and the top 4 teams there will get into our playoffs. I think a welcome break for some. Yeah. It'd be nice just to reset. It's been some long days over the last week or so. Some early starts as well for us.
Big shout out to our production team this week. They have been working their asses off. It has been some very long days, and huge shout out to bringing a fantastic show. It's been really good to them.
It really has. You think, like, we get in, say, 7 a.m. They're here at 5:30, just starting work every day. Leave after all of us as well. That concludes the group stage, but stay tuned for the MSI cooldown after the break. For more League of Legends conversation and analysis, you can also head over to Spotify to hear Travis and Emily share their MSI thoughts in the latest episode of Rift Reaction.
Catch you later.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed. Go riders, go right, gasoline lighters, more fire. Skid tires, blow up dynamite, need more wires. Noise shy, to the origami 하면 조용할까 일어나면 그렇게 만들어 평화를. Set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this, set it off like set it off like this. Burn it up, take notes. Don't turn around, cause you don't know what's behind you. Don't turn around, don't turn around. We'll see it now, saying everything we want to. We'll take your time, we won't hesitate. Don't turn around, cause you don't know what's behind you. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. Got you, we turn the page because we want to. Yeah, yeah, we run that, we leave this place. We're tired of losing, turn the page. direction. Yeah, yeah, we run that. We leave this place.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. But I know your worth. Add tax and take off. Take off. Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it go on.
Welcome to MSI Cooldown after the final day of the MSI 2022 group stage. I'm Yingsu and I'm joined by Orcs and Raz, who managed to stay awake the entire day. So
That's
I
an
think
achievement.
that's a good indication of how well the games went, right?
Yes, it was. I was trolling my producer too. I think everyone heard that too. But yes, it was. Today's games were pretty damn fun. Specifically, if you guys missed it, Fungbu Buffalo. I knew it was going to happen at least once. I knew it was going to happen at least once. Saigon Buffaloes versus Detonation Focus Me was a barn burner. I loved the hell out of that game.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like we got more than we expected because the fact that A's came in and won a game and in such a manner against DFM was fantastic.
I think a lot of people might be a little bit disappointed that DFM, Dan, didn't actually manage to go through to the next round. I know they have a lot of fans every single time they come into an international tournament.
Yeah, I think especially after the Worlds performance, there was a lot of hopes for them. But ultimately, I think this was a tough group. I think out of all of them, this was the one that was most up in the air about which team would make it out in that second seed. And credit to them, DFM put a really good fight up.
Yeah, and I think that for me, I'm not so concerned about the trajectory of the region. Most of the people would be talking about the fact that, yes, they lost Gang, the fact that they also lost Arya to the LCK. Like, sure, that happened when that team felt incredibly strong, but also the regional competition is quite high. The fact that they went pretty close with Rastal Jesters was one thing. So, like, it's not just a one-team region anymore. And I do think that going into Worlds, also we mentioned it with Yaharong and Harp coming in just recently, like this split, they need more time. And I think now looking towards Worlds, they will get that time.
I will also say that Faker himself said that this group was much harder than he expected. So
Boom.
I feel like if he's going to say that, then it must have been a lot harder. But speaking of Faker, let's look ahead because Rumble stage is coming up. We have 6 teams going into it. I know both of you are very excited to see the top 3, the big 3 matchups, the 3 teams that went completely flawless in groups. And yeah, Orcs, you know, when it comes to these 3 teams, how do you think they're going to match up against each other?
I think I would still rank them the way I did coming into the tournament, which is T1, then RNG, then G2. But I think my big caveat is I think stylistically, G2 are a pretty good matchup into RNG because I think Caps has been exceptional in the mid lane. And my big thing for any team facing RNG is if you let Xiaohu roam freely, you'll just not win against this lineup.
Yeah, that's also the matchup that I want to see the most, mostly because G2 is a really aggressive team right in the early game. You mentioned Caps, also just Targamas. For me, is like a big surprise and also meta changer with his Pike. So even if he doesn't have that, he's somebody that's going to be roaming quite frequently. Him, you know, and Flacket in the bottom lane have been performing quite well. And sure, you can look at this specific group that they were in and talking about that it's, you know, a little easier. But still, I think just objectively, the way they were playing was just great. So that's a fun one.
We have a lot of win streaks as well, and I feel like records are made to be broken, right? But the format means that only one team theoretically can stay flawless. Like, you can't have 3 teams staying flawless at this stage. So which team do you guys feel like will be that team, or if any of them are going to stay flawless?
I don't see any team staying flawless. I think T1's most likely. I just don't see it. I think G2 have looked exceptional, and I think RNG are not an easy pushover team. I think they will at least drop 1 game.
I agree with that. I think a lot of people would expect that T1 would remain, you know, undefeated as well for how long they've done it. But remember, that was a best-of-3 format during the regular season in the LCK in which they've been undefeated, but they lost individual games. This is still a best-of-1. And so I would expect that to be the case. I think RNG versus T1 for me is going to be the one to watch.
Yep.
And, you know, for some of the teams, for how... I would say teams to watch for me would even just be like, it's going to suck. Everyone's going to be like, okay. But like PSG, Evil Geniuses, teams that are like, learn throughout this stage.
You had me in the first half. You had me. Yeah.
The way I say this
he's got a shell in that, doesn't he?
Like maybe. But the reason why I brought them up is because it felt like they're the two teams that ramped up throughout the first stage, right? And legitimately got better and got some of the nerves out of the way and took a lot of lessons. So for me, I think they'll take one win. But either way, like the top three will be taking games from each other. So it's about the bottom teams that I think would be the surprise.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like Saigon Buffaloes, especially after today's performance, this is a team who are super fast-paced, super aggressive. Particularly when I look at RNG, you know, haven't seen their playoffs. Top Esports was their biggest challenger. And they were a team who, frankly, crushed them in the early game. Struggled a little bit after that, but I think if you come in with a team with the pace of Saigon Buffaloes, if you're willing to challenge like they did against T1's bot lane, I could see them upsetting a lot of teams.
And the biggest thing to me on that front, what they showed to us as analysts and to people out there in the world is that they are not a one-note team. Sure, you can play towards Shogun and Taki, and if they fall behind, it's not as if they that it's over for them. No, they're resting their eyes there. It's because Hasmed versus DFM earlier on, like fell 0-3 in his lane, but during team fights remained firm. I thought they made great decisions after the fact around Baron. They're great team fighters, and so teams going into the Rumble stage have to respect that, and they're going to take at least one or two names.
I mean, you heard it from them. The Buffaloes are coming.
The Buffaloes are coming.
Whether you like it or not, they're coming. But I want you to put your money where your mouth is. You know, you're big brain analyst here. Vedi already has kind of the bragging rights of saying that he was categorically confident that every single one of those teams, the top seeds, were going to come out flawless. Okay. And he was right. And we can't let him be right for too long. So assuming that you think that G2, RNG, and T1 are making it out, who's the fourth team, though? Because there's going to be 4 teams making out. And
well, I'm going to have to come out with an answer here.
I know you're going to say EG, but
yes,
like, why?
I am.
Oh my
yes,
God.
I am. Look, you can't stop me for shilling for EG. But on an honest note, I remember having a conversation with a friend for us just about like the strength of 3 teams. The 3 teams that people would obviously look towards is PSG, Saigon Buffaloes, and Evil Geniuses. I think Evil Geniuses still have the talent. Inspired, even though like the team themselves had been suffering when they went up against G2, had great games. Inspired, Impact, and Vulcan. It's really just about, for me, Danny and Jojo to pick it up. And as this kind of the week progressed, Danny started to have his Jinx game in particular was nice. And then when he went up against the Order in this group, that Jojo Pion had a fantastic series. So it's those 2 players that really need to kind of step up. But I have ultimate confidence in Aspire as a player.
Yeah, well, for me, I have to go with Saigon Buffaloes again, because ultimately, there is a bit of recency bias, right? They had a fantastic performance today.
Yes.
But I think Group A was the hardest group, right? I think Group B, PSG struggled when I didn't expect them to as much, but did bring it through. Group C, I'm going to talk about Group C. Group A, I think Group A was a real challenge, and I think they stepped above. They showed that we could do. They even challenged T1 at times. I think that they look like a solid 4th-place contender.
And I think it's really hard when it comes to 3-team groups to like draw strong conclusions. I remember in the last MSI, RNG went flawless, but people really didn't take that too seriously because of the competitions within that group. But then they went into the next stage, and people really started to like fear Wei, as an example, as a jungler in that group, and Xiaohu, and be like, oh, maybe they are the best team in this tournament. So I'm interested to see kind of like how strong G2 really is versus the top 2, well, in the top 3. And then I want to see how much of a challenge Evil Geniuses is, because you can stomp on Order. That's one thing. But how are you up against the other minor regions that are actually truly competitive?
I feel like we know, but like you don't seem to know.
Oh my goodness! I forgot you're European too. Look, guys, look, this is what happens. I need another ally on this chair right here.
I'm kind of on the G2 copium.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling it. I feel like they're feeling it. I saw Quickshot tweet Caps' all-time record against Faker, and he's kind of been dumpstering on him statistically. I feel like the moons are aligned for that. I would go as far as saying that I could see them lift a trophy.
Ooh, she said it.
That is
she
bold.
said it.
I could.
Clip it right now.
I could.
I think people are happy right now about that statement, because the viewers are going to love it, eat it up.
Okay, but yeah, I want to talk about PSG real quick before we go on the butt, because I feel like it feels weird that the semi-finalists from last year MSI were not kind of really pitching them up as a realistic contender to go forth.
Yeah, and for people that haven't been necessarily tracking at least this part of the tournament for them, I mean, at the end of the day, they lost River and Maple, right?
Yep.
Coming into this one. So they had to bring in Bae and Juhan. Juhan actually performed pretty damn well as the ramp-up was happening. His first few games, not so good. But then later on, as the tournament progressed, I thought he was a really strong note for them.
And I will say that Bae as well, I don't think he had as much of a glow up as Juhan, but I think he definitely stepped up. And I think it's so important because mid-jungle is so vital in this current meta. I think we've seen so many picks with so much agency, and ultimately they needed to step up if they're going to get out of groups, but they'll need to step up more to contest in the Rumble stage.
Yes, and I think what will be a great asset to them is their consistent trio that's been with this team, Unified Kaiwing and Hanabi. And the most confusing point for me and all of us was the fact that they ended up benching Hanabi for a game.
Yeah.
But I don't see that. I don't expect that. After that Gnar ultimate that he had, that game-changing Gnar ultimate, and the performance that he has, and also the respect teams are giving his Gangplank, right? He will remain on that team, and they will be a threat. That's why when we talk about Saigon Buffaloes and PSG potentially taking games off of other teams, and how the top 3 teams of G2, PSG, and G2, PSG, and T1.
RNG?
Oh, wait. I'm crazy. Don't worry. Look,
you're due for a nap. You're definitely due for a nap.
But no, those top 3 teams, they can always lose to those 2 teams that are honestly can be on a top of game in just one best of 1.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a great example was RNG last MSI, where they 2-0 down 1 in the Rumble stage, but then dropped 3 games to various other teams, which was kind of crazy. And I think it shows, you know, particularly in best of 1s, things can go either way, especially for these regions like the LPL, LCK, where they, you know, play a lot of best of 3s. But even like RNG got 2-0'd by WE, who are like bottom of the ladder. And this was slightly before playoffs. Like, upsets can happen, will happen, and that is the expectation. I don't think anyone gets out with a clean sheet.
That's why Saigon Buffaloes versus RNG is going to be fun.
Oh, for sure.
Because whenever it comes to an LPL team, if they come to an international event and they face another team that's willing to go into the mud with them, then you'll get really weird games. So they might just drop a game. That's the one that I'm looking forward to and seeing if that's going to be the case.
Is there even a point for them to just go to their lanes, you know? Do we just like, do we acknowledge minions? We
maybe
just fight.
Maybe have like Drakes and stuff spawn a little earlier. Give them more incentive.
This is the thing, is I feel like
for
RNG,
the developers out there,
compared to like typical LPL teams, RNG are a bit slower, a bit more tame. I feel like it would have been manic like the other teams we had at the top of playoffs. It would have been just absolute chaos. But I do feel like RNG are a bit more respectful, which is why we saw, you know, clean sheet, despite the fact that they did actually have to play extra matches for this MSI. And then as you said, last MSI also complete clean record.
Yeah, and I know we're kind of going around. I want to talk specifically about T1, just because Carrier for me, best support in the world right now, and he's an interesting support because he has not played much Leona at all, domestically and up until this point. And a lot of it's just because he's so flexible in the picks that he's willing to play. And also will just go to the mage counter picks that he has in his back pocket. So I know this one he's already confirmed, so he went towards the Rumble. I don't expect to see that one. But like picks like Zillion, we haven't really seen. Here, I would expect him to be the one to pick it back up. And the Renata that has been really a joy to watch.
Yeah, if we are talking T1, for me, Ona has been so fantastic.
Yeah.
I want to highlight that we had the MVP, the sort of all-stars for the LCK, and he was the only player from T1 not to get voted in that, right? And then he came into finals, had an MVP performance, and then honestly, I think he's been the strongest player for T1 in this tournament so far, really delivering consistently in those early games.
Well, thank you very much, guys. It's been a pleasure. I think the real winner, as Dracos would say, is the League of Legendos.
Yeah,
definitely, for sure.
League of Legendia.
Yep. Well, the group stage may be over, but the fun isn't done just yet. Keep your eye out on the rebroadcast starting in just 40 minutes. Unless you're watching the rebroadcast right now, then joke's on you. Anyway, we will be back with the Rumble stage on Friday, May 20th. Until then, have a great start to the next week, and we'll see you then.
Welcome to... No, shut up. We gotta go straight to
We're going live. We're going live.
We're going live. Do it live. Go, go, go.
Oh, here we go. We might have it. Ooh. All right, so there's the knock. Yep. Boom. Up she goes. She just rockets off camera.
This is the best part.
I must go. My people need me. But who cares? Because Leon is... Oh, my God.
The stun from Alistair still connecting, trying to find the disengage Ferret. Q back to the minions. It looks like he's going to do so to make it out almost into the Ezreal, but it's not going to be enough. Gala now taking out Saren. Holy Phoenix now needs to run. There's no more bullets left in the clip. Double kill for the Ezreal.
I swear, Gala's Ezreal just does more damage than my Ezreal does. You know,
it turns out when you hit the Qs, Fetty, you do more damage.
He's almost there, but Inspire's in the mix. Now AG gonna go back through. Inspire gets one. Inspire gets two.
Destiny coming in from Jojo, and he's underneath the tower. Both tanking it for as long as possible, but they don't even need the tower to find the kill. Jojo dies, goes out from Kiss.
Well,
it's okay. Here we go.
Flash comes in, and that might just be enough. He is going to put that ultimate into the back and caps and take him down.
Yeah, here comes Way, though.
It's final buff. You have to go in. Way!
No
way! Steal!
Bit of a stun here. Aegis finding the jungler, catching him out, looking to knock up Hanabi, but Hanabi's going to get the double bans on to safety. Meanwhile, Unified, oh no! His life is just so hard. Oh no! She's dead, though!
But it's not enough. Caps finally.
No.
Finally.
No.
Finally gonna go down. Is it back, guys? You are kidding me. Caps, you are absolutely absurd. Ridiculous. Insane silent play.
Every lane, deaths across the board.
Come on, man.
Kill him. Do it.
Come on, man.
Do it.
Gale for Zoe. It's so gross. It's so gross. Zoe gonna pick up yet another kill. It's a double. It's a triple. Is it a quadra? Is it a penta? Gala's gonna get it again. The penta kill for Gala.
Big 2-on-2 on the bottom side again. And this time, Shogun and Taki will get their revenge. Another double kill into this Tristana.
Matter of fact, we creeping, now we sneaking. Enemy highs, we be seeking. Lurking through waters and bushes, oh man. Cold eyes, we deep in. All of you die, one at a time. Those are the facts, we don't throw dice. Ready to fire, ready or not, we let it